I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
Okay, I'm not expecting a wide audience at this time, but you could listen to my show later on. I don't know the rules and regulations in Thailand. I understand you can get all kinds of medicines out there that you can't get over the counter in the Philippines. But this is kind of a wake up call for some of you people, actually. And the wake up call is that, well, if you get to go to the States, whatever country you came from, you need to bring back some strong painkillers, but with a prescription paper if you're going to enter the Philippines. And you can't come here with a great amount because you're probably not going to get your customs. So keep this in mind. A lot of people have some. I have an American friend out here that is from Oregon, and he had a spinal fusion a year or 2 years ago. And anyway, he doesn't have any of that medicine. The good stuff we're talking about, the good stuff. The good stuff. Yeah, because they're not going to allow it here. Well, here's the thing. And here's what you all got to realize. You can get good medicine for pain if you are in the hospital or in the emergency room if, you know, you get all signed into the emergency room. They will give you the good stuff, the good stuff being morphine, fentanyl. They will give you that. I had it. I had it. When I had that kidney stone pain that I hate to talk about, but I do enough of it, you'll get relief. But if you expect to leave the hospital with some certain class of pain medicines, you're not going to. It simply means that there's a lot of people, foreigners and locals alike, that are in constant pain because they can't afford a hospital visit or emergency visit, and they're not going to get the good stuff for pain to take home. You're not taking anything home. To my understanding, and you could correct me, if you had cancer, you're in a lot of pain, I don't even think they're going to allow you to take anything home. I'm not kidding. As I said, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the rule. That while you're in their facility, that they will, at a cost, nothing's free, administer some expensive painkillers. And even so, some people cannot afford it. It's really a horrible situation. So, with that being said, uh, if you plan on going to the States or wherever you live, I think you'll be allowed to bring a certain amount of what I call the good stuff over with you, but have the original prescription papers with you. And of course, the bottles will always have the drugstore name, the doctor's name, all that stuff, just to prove that this is a prescription from a doctor. Because it's a real sad story here in the Philippines, because you know how big they are about drugs and certain classifications of drugs. And whether it's psychotropic medicine or it's pain medicine, they're in a different class than over the counter, obviously, and regular prescription drugs. And you're going to suffer. And there's so many people right now, we're talking foreigners and locals alike, that are suffering some horrible pain and they can't do anything about it. They call in a witch doctor type of guy. That never works. A guy came to me once with that sciatica. Oh my God. He made it worse. I swear to you, he made it worse. He did, you know. Um, just make sure you got a prescription. Any prescription medicine, if it's, as I said, there's a certain classification of drugs. It's not just here, it's in America too. Now, here's a big problem. People that are in really bad pain, they'll do anything. If they have to go to the street to get it, they'll go to the street to get it. Well, I don't advocate that, of course, but if you were that bad off, I don't know how you'd think your mind is different when you're in pain. I mean, bad pain, where you can't sleep, you can't live with it. You might be the most honorable person, the most legal abiding person around, but when it comes to extraordinary pain, your mind could change real quick. And of course, you don't want that to happen here in the Philippines. So my suggestion is, if you have these type of problems, you know, don't come into this country without a prescription and have some of that medication. And yes, you're still not going to get it from your general practitioner. I don't think, even if you have a prescription, you're not going to get it from your GP. That's not going to happen. You have to admit yourself to the hospital with something at great cost. And uh, I'm telling you, I think even cancer patients or people with horrible, horrible back conditions and spine and neck or whatever, various conditions that really cause a lot of pain, you're going to have a big problem if you're out here. So you better plan ahead in case something acts up. You could be coming out here on vacation, but you're not going to go into a general practitioner's office and get things like hydrocodone, oxycodone, all those uh, different type of pain medication that actually do something. They're going to give you tramadol, which is it's a derivative from an opiate, but it's you you got some serious pain, man. That shit ain't gonna work out, man. And here's a mistake that people make all the time, and Fazio did it too. And you know who Fazio is? He's a YouTuber, Bigvtrouble, that died of a sepsis infection, But he had a lot of pain and stuff going on with him. So what Michael Fazio did was he was pumping down those ibuprofens like there was no tomorrow. But apparently he didn't care. He never cared anyway, the way he took care of himself or didn't take care of himself. You're only limited to, I think, the amount of 3,200 milligrams per day spread out over the day. He was taking, I think, the 800, the standard for effectiveness on anything is about 400 milligrams. I think you could get him an 800. I think he was taking like these 800 milligrams about, you know, 5, 6 times a day. So his liver was getting destroyed in the process, and so was his kidneys. So he would have died of one thing or another, because just because it's over the counter doesn't mean that it's not a dangerous drug. It's an NSAID, you know. It's an anti-inflammatory drug. Over the counter, though. But not everything over the counter means it's safe. You can't mix certain things together. You can't mix ibuprofen with other certain pain meds without some kind of a serious side effect. But it'll kill your liver. And I don't think his liver was in good shape to begin with. He did drink, and he didn't eat properly. So Michael succumbed to his illnesses, and the rest is history. He's dead and buried. So you go to vacation here in the Philippines. First of all, I suggest, if you have a serious situation, don't come here. Not even for a vacation. Take care of your medical conditions if you can in your own country before you come here. Make sure you got a good sign off from your doctor to come here on vacation. Because you never first you cannot calculate what's going to happen to you while you're here. You can get very ill on something, whether it's bacterial. We got it all here. We have it all here. Whatever you want, a sickness, come across an Anopheles mosquito or something to cause you dengue fever. If you have extraordinary pain from a medical condition, and even though you're feeling good before you leave on a trip, it may act up when you come out here. And if it does, you're out of shit luck. Unless you want to check yourself into a hospital and be treated. You can do that. You walk in the emergency room. I'm in terrible pain. I'm in terrible pain. And I did. Oh, I did. And they will treat you right there, a little triage. get your information as fast as they can if they don't have a big line. Otherwise, you suffer. Yeah, there's a lot of do's and don'ts in this country, and you truthfully you can't look at somebody the wrong way if if it's a Filipino person. Truthfully, this is just the truth. You can't even take a chance with that because they'll find something wrong. Meet the wrong lady, and you'll be in trouble. Of course, I have no experience with that, of course, but you know, someone wants to get revenge on you for some reason. They will. They certainly will. But you're not going to get. Now, I don't know, because I've never been to Thailand. I know you can get a lot of stuff over the counter in Thailand. Pain pills, I'm not sure. I mean, the good stuff. The stuff that usually requires a doctor's prescription. And even if you can get it, and some people who've been to Thailand might know, and you could certainly tell me on here, but for others to know too, um, the question is, can you really take it on the plane to Philippines? But you just got to use it up in Thailand or whatever country you came from. That's pretty free with their medicines. I'm pretty damn sure you can get antibiotics over the counter in Thailand. I don't know about pain medication and things like that. I don't know. I've never been there. I hear people talking about this and that with Thailand, but how easy it is to get stuff over the counter. But even in America, I was in Seattle and I was in Hawaii, and I've seen people, including my brother, who at times suffered a lot of pain from different things going on, whether it was the gout, whether it was whatever it might have been. And you have to find a pain clinic. Like in Hawaii, you have to find a pain clinic. And you are going to have to bring proof in a legitimate place through x-rays, say something bad with your back and nerves or whatever the situation you might have. Okay, they may initially ask for a pee test to see if you're on anything. They will later on, though. They will later on. There's a little trick that people do, though. Of course, I've never done that, but I know people who have. So you got pain clinics, and you see all these people in front of there, and you got a little crowd when that guy opens up. Oh, they're lined up with their crutchers when they don't need them. These are addicts, okay? Mostly these are addicts that need their fix. And if they get refused, because they've been going there before, perhaps, and always got their pills, if they refuse to give you any for whatever reason may be, you know, that they're finding something else in your urine that shouldn't be there, or maybe there's nothing in your urine, and you've been going there for these pills, they're saying that, what, you've been selling this, motherfucker. Yeah, they won't give you no more. And I know at clinics in Hawaii, Seattle too, but, you know, people got so mad that they bust the door in overnight because their doctors refused to give them any kind of serious, what do they call it, Dilaudid, and everything from the lower end of hydrocodone with 325 milligrams of acetaminophen in it, which is kind of the low category, to any of the top classified pain drugs. You're not going to get it sometimes. You got to have the qualifications to bet it. You got to prove. I mean, how do you prove pain? See, that's the question. But what they want to see is, well, if it's back pain or nerve pain, show me x-rays. You're going to have to show them in a legitimate place, they're going to say, to protect their ass, because they make a lot of money. Like this one doctor in Hawaii, that's all he did. That's all he did. That's all he was there for, was dispensing. And he had a nurse that he hired. He would come all the way from Maui a couple times a week, if not 3. He had a clinic in Maui, and he had a clinic on the Big Island, Hawaii, where I lived. Okay, so they'd all show up on certain days after the 30 days are over. It's a 30-day supply. Sometimes they give you a 90-day supply, according to whatever you got going with the doctor. And you'll see them all outside. And of course, they're going to exaggerate their condition. They might moan. They might come in on crutchers. It's all a facade. Mostly. Okay, I don't want to make a blanket statement, but, mostly. They got to get their fix. But it's just not getting their fix. It's also because they sell the pills. They may keep half the pills for themselves and the others, and they develop the habit for it, so they have to take some. But they also got to make sure it's in their blood system. Because at any time, and they do that, they will just out of the blue call you up and come in for a piss test. Now, what are the tricks that they do? But I think the clinics have seen through this now. They'll have a friend right there, hey, take a piss for me, because it's still going to be warm. They'll even test the temperature of your piss, too. Because they'll have somebody test it right in the clinic. Oh, yeah. They want to see two things. Do you have that drug in your system? You better hope you will, because if it's not, because it stays in your system a long time, then you're selling, and they won't give you any more drugs. They don't want to get in trouble. Okay? If they find that it's in your system, okay, they're probably good with it. But what they do, they'll have a friend piss, piss in a little jar, and he'll sneak around with that jar. I saw my brother do it, okay? That's how I know. No, I didn't help him out with that. He had a friend do it. I said, I'm not going to get involved with this, man. That's your gig. And have a friend, they'll be right in the car, that will take a piss in a plastic jar or whatever, and he'll hide it, or they will hide it, in their pants. So when you see the dog, she can say, she's going to give you a cup and say, okay, fill it up. So they'll go to the bathroom, and what they'll do is they'll take out their friend's urine, okay, to use that urine. Now, what's peculiar about that is that, well, if you've been going to that clinic a while, they want to see that particular chemistry in your urine. If you don't have any in it, they're going to just question mark the whole thing. That's why they're a lot more careful now what they do. You got to understand, these businesses are you got a couple of offices, it's like a multi-million-dollar business. One doctor who has several clinics. And this doctor had one in Maui. Big guy. He was a real Hawaiian guy, doctor. I mean, he was a big guy. Had a Hawaiian name, the whole bit. He was an actual, genuine Hawaiian, blooded Hawaiian, which you just don't find many. Big guy. Big guy. Tall. Huge. And they don't take everybody in. While I was waiting for my brother, I know somebody came in there and they said, oh, he was mad. The guy was mad when he left. But we were talking to this guy while we were sitting down waiting, And, this guy claimed to have back issues, this and that. And he had paperwork to prove it, too. But he said when he went in there, the doctor told him, oh, shit, my back is worse than that. You don't need any pain medicine. The guy basically had some basic issues with his back that, an ibuprofen or something would have appropriated, So the guy wanted to be legit. But here's what they also did. They want to make it so that it's a legitimate pain clinic, but they also want to perform other duties as a doctor. Now, they would disguise that by having a nurse there. But no, more than that, they'd have to have a general practitioner in the office. Hello. All right? And that's how this guy operated. To set up his practice at that office. He might even pay him a dividend for having an office. He might even say, I'll pay the rent on this little cubicle or whatever, this little office that you're renting. Might even pay that because he's making enough money to do that. Okay? He might even own the building, So that's what they would work out. So how he got away with it, he was not a legitimate pain doctor. I mean, he had the legal right to do it, but to make his business seem legitimate, he would have to have a GP in the same office, same floor, connected to his business, even though he was not examining people for their injuries or anything like that. He would be in a safety zone if he had a general practitioner who worked under the auspices of his office. That's how he get away with it. But he wound up losing his license for, I don't know, he couldn't come back to Hawaii, to Hilo. And maybe his business in Maui went tits up too, because I guess he was caught giving out too much of the shit, and somebody turned him in or something. I don't know what happened with that. I don't know all the details. But let me tell you, he was making money left hand over right, you know. Here's what I don't understand. He'd give you a prescription, and you'd have to pay for that prescription, but, well, you'd have to pay an office visit charge. Okay. Well, actually, Medicare, actually. So he would, I think, for the office visit or something, he would overcharge Medicare. Let's see. Because I remember my brother getting the scripts, because I used to go with him to the drugstore, Long's Drug, CVS. Okay, and, it wasn't free. You give it a prescription, they'll verify it, and so I'm trying to think, because I didn't get involved with this shit, how he made his money, because you go in there for the visit, and maybe you paid a fee for the visit, because I've never seen him for anything. He went to 2 different clinics, though. Not at the same time, of course. You're on a register. When you're in Hawaii, I don't know about here, but you're on a register, and that information goes out to all the other pain clinics or anything related to that. So you couldn't get by with going from one clinic to the other. You couldn't do that. No. So I'm trying to remember how that worked. I mean, he was making a lot of money, but I'm thinking, oh. My brother was paying through Medicare, right? That's what they all had. Okay. And he'd put all kinds of surcharges on there, probably, and all that, for his visit and consult or whatever. Yeah, they were basically overcharging the patients. That's how he made his money. There it goes. From the Medicare. My brother had Medicare. Yeah. And my brother even got in trouble one time. He went to another clinic, not while he was seeing that guy, but what my brother claims is that they must have mixed up the medicine because they found something else in the medicine that shouldn't be there. And my brother just swore up and down, a tweaker will do that. He was, his own way. So basically, he couldn't come back over there. And what people would do, like I said earlier, if all was lost anyway, they'd have to go to the streets and pay twice the money to somebody in the streets. They were always selling their medications. Oh my God, Hawaii was bad for that. Seattle, probably worse. But Hawaii was big time for that. There's more pills being thrown around Hawaii than you could shake a stick at. It was all over the place, man. Now, I never got involved with pain medications unless I really needed it. There were times I had hydrocodone. It didn't do that much for me, But I will tell you, right here in the Philippines, when I had that kidney stone pain, oh yeah, bing bam, they were good. They were good what they did. I mean, the hospital. Look, I'm in pain. I'm not sure what it is. I showed them where it was. They automatically knew, man, you had either some pancreatic thing going on or you had kidney stones, brother. If it was coming from both flanks on your back, they knew you had kidney stones. And you pretty told them anyway that it feels like that's what you have. And of course, they're going to examine you. Of course they are. But they have to keep you comfortable in the meantime. It's almost like a law. So right away, they put this catheter type thing, whatever you call it, on my wrist. And they took the needle. They shot in some really good stuff. It was morphine. And it might have been like a combo of morphine and fentanyl. Because I've seen it on my charge sheet. They were charging for everything, as you know, they do out here. So here's the thing. Uh, you're in big doo-doo if you come out here and you get into a very painful situation. Unless you stay in the hospital, they're not going to administer anything to you at all. There's nothing that you're going to. This is from my knowledge. I'm pretty sure of it. You could look it up yourself, but I think you're going to find out the same thing I did. Is that you know they're not going to give you stuff to take home because they're going to automatically think that you're taking it to the streets to sell it. And if you know anything about the Philippines with you know, the drug situation, Duterte and his goal to get drugs out of the streets, I'm not going to go into detail on that because it's a pretty controversial topic, so we won't go there. But hello, Mix. I was right about Slim. Well, what was I right about? Anything else happened? I've been out, and I just came back. Yeah, and another thing too, I'm going to tell you. If you happen to be in possession of a strong painkiller, I mean a prescription type or a certain classification, and you give it to somebody else, another foreigner or something, well, if they find out that you have distributed that stuff, you're going to jail. So don't ever be, you maybe you want to help a friend out that's in pain. Don't do that. Oh, he is due in court. It's official arrest now. Okay. I'm glad. Thanks for updating me. I haven't been on. I haven't even eaten lunch, actually. I don't know what the hell. Oh, burritos again? Oh, God. Yeah, so I'm just warning you, and I don't have a big audience, but you could spread the word. If you're gonna come here, you're on vacation, man. If you're gonna bring, I advise only legally. And I'm gonna put uh, a disclaimer in there. Come with a prescription if you have and need these pain drugs. You better damn farting well have a prescription from your doctor or pain doctor or whatever. You're talking about some hard stuff, which is not hard, regular hydrocodone, but what, with acetaminophen, 325 milligrams, you know, the most I ever took when I was out there. And, if you got some really heavy duty shit, you know, you are not going to be able to take a shitload of that into this country, first of all. Whatever the prescription says on there that the doctor gave you is what you are going to present to immigration. If they happen to see that in your bag, there's some people that don't even check. Don't even check. I came in here with very few hydrocodone when I came into the country. Didn't even check. But the prescription was actually on the bottle, so maybe they did check. Says the doctor's name, says the date, says what the medication is, has a patient's name on there, or a hospital's name. Yeah, you can get away with that. Mick says, I can't feel for him in a way as I feel he was set up. That's why he was arranging passport for kids as they were trying to free. Okay, so what I want to know, what I really want to know, what's going on with his girlfriend, because she's just as guilty. Is she going to get arrested for, on several areas of being an accomplice to him, not taking care of the baby, the safety thing in the car, or fully knowing what he was doing? Is she going to be at least questioned? What's going to happen with her? That's what I want to know. Really? Just him? Wow. See, she's Filipina. She's getting away with it. Look, I'm going to tell you something, man. She's just as fucking guilty as far as I'm concerned. That's my opinion. Take it or not. Because she knew what he was doing. I didn't know if she knew he was fucking these women. Girls, shall I say. I don't know. So I'm not going to make a statement like that she was aware of that. Because I wouldn't dare make that statement. I don't know if she knew that. She knew that he was cavorting with them for his show. She was well aware of that. That's pretty obvious. She could watch his shows. She knows. Well, I saw the Dumagetti Daily News the other day. Is there a new listing in there now about his situation that he has an official arrest and what the charges are, the exact charges? Tell you what, it couldn't happen to a better person, man. It couldn't happen to a better person. Wow. That's good news. I'm just tired of all these fucking foreigners coming in here and just causing so much fucking problems and making the rest of us look bad. Like somebody's trying real hard in regards to my situation. New one. Okay, I'll have to find that again. I have to just punch in. I don't have it on my list or nothing here. Dumaguete Daily News or something. Show any pictures of him getting arrested or anything like that, or him in handcuffs or anything like that? I bet he's shitting his pants right now. Okay, now comes the question. If he's arrested, what is he going to do? I don't think he's going to leave his debit card with her. How's she going to survive? Does she have anywhere to go? So if he gets arrested and deported out of the country, which could take a while, what is she going to do? I don't have any knowledge about her having any close family. Seeming a regular guy has video when he was arrested. A regular guy. The only reason he came in on that is because Slim dated a woman that regular guy poked, that actually had sex with. Which I would tend to say that regular guy's girlfriend may or may not have been underage. I don't know. Because that's what Slim goes for. So what was Scotty's situation? Was she underage? Or I don't know. I'm not going to make a statement on here that Scotty did that with an underage girl, because I really don't know. He was talking about her earlier. That's where he got it. Okay, so theoretically, or where is this going to go with Jolene? Is she going to stay at that house? Or is he just going to continue to pay? Is he going to stay in jail? Or is he going to be released on bail on his own accord? Or, little details like that. Because she's going to be, she may not have got arrested, but I don't understand why she didn't. Well, because she's Filipino, maybe. They want to go after the foreigners. But Slim is still innocent and proven. Not out here, you're not. Out here, you're guilty until proven innocent. It's not like the United States. Trust me, I know. Yeah. That's why they put you in jail. You wouldn't be put in jail unless, you're guilty. That might apply to the United States, what you're saying, but I don't think that applies here. I just don't think so. Julina could lose her high lifestyle. Well, maybe she needs to get back down to earth, if you know what I mean. And see that she has to take care of this kid properly. And it's not just my opinion. Don't jump on me ever. We see what she feeds the kid and some of the blunders she made with the salted egg, with the lemon. And that's just a few things that we haven't seen, okay? I've seen that the refrigerator is empty. I've seen what he brings home from the store, what they're eating. The kid is overweight. Shouldn't be the weight he is. Looks like the Michelin tire man's son. So she has to lose her highfalutin lifestyle. Well, I wish her well. I wish her well. She has a kid. Don't want to lose her kid, but I wish her well. Maybe she's learned a lesson. Maybe she'll stop talking like him, acting like him, and going along with his shenanigans and move on with her life and find a gentleman that she could date and be a good father to the kid. And I don't believe they're married. Clue me in on that. And I don't believe that's his kid either. So you could give me a little recourse on that too, or something, I don't believe they're actually married. And I understand that kid is more Korean, my understanding. And correct me if I'm wrong on that too. I'm not going to put out information that's supposedly valid that's not. I'm always careful what I say on here these days. So I'll put all the disclaimers in the world. I don't know. A real marriage, yes or no? His baby, yes or no? I don't know that. Do I really want to see Jolene get hurt? No, I think she at least needs to be counseled on proper nutrition and how to take care of the baby. Not to be influenced by somebody like Slim, who only caused irreparable damage, to her and the baby. The only thing I'd say, Frank, is Slim has money to fight the case. Yeah, he does, but even all the money in the world, unless you want to do illegal things and pay off the authorities, and that happens a lot. If he wants to take that chance, he can make it worse. He might get a real legitimate person handling his case, and they might file charges on him for bribe or whatever he decides to do. That's his gig. It's not mine. Yes, it does count a lot in the pH. You better fucking believe. It certainly does. I don't know. But they have to save face, the authorities. They're going to do something with him for sure. And they're probably going to deport him. So it means he'd have to go back to Estonia, and continue whatever antics he was doing in Estonia. And I'm sure he was up to a lot of different shit in Estonia. I'll just say, let's call it, again with disclaimer, I'll make an educated guess that he probably, more likely on a probability basis, was involved with some nefarious goings on. And that's saying that with kids' gloves. Couldn't happen to a better person, man. I don't wish that on anybody. But to certain people I do, and I did. All right, so that's the new update. He actually is officially arrested. And do you know what the charges are? What is the official charges? That's what I want to know. Does it have anything to do with child abuse also? Or what are the official charges? Because that boy is going to be in trouble. And according, what they found on his SD cards or whatever, because I heard you can't really get rid of that. You could delete that. But they could find it. They've come a long way. They know how to go into it now. There's a lot of training going on in forensics regarding cyber stuff, forensics. And they're coming a long way. Slowly, but they're getting into high tech. A little bit anyway. So, where does she go? I like that song. Where do we go from here? That all our children are growing up. Where does she go from there with her kid? If this guy's incarcerated, well, he's going to give her money. Obviously, while he's in the country. And it's up to him whether he wants to continue giving money. If he gets kicked out of the country, maybe he will, maybe he won't. I don't know. Giving money to kids is not acceptable in PI unless adult present. Yeah. So what's the exact charges? Pay for play, or what is it? Enticing underage girls? There has to be a title to the charge on the sheet. On a charge sheet. Actually, they don't even want you in Cebu to give money to kids on the street. There's a law on that, but people do it anyway. You don't want to encourage the situation. I've done that in the past, but I don't do that anymore, really. Not really. Only times I really gave money, not much, is to a woman that had an infant on her. The kids got to eat. That's the only time I would have gave in to that. A lot of times I just tell the kids to go away. Voila, no, voila. You know, no money, no money. Have no more coins. I guess I don't like to encourage that behavior. Because if they're begging as a kid, they're going to beg as an adult. You're just encouraging that behavior. Now, here's another question. The girl that he boinked, which actually was one of Scotty's old pickups, wasn't there a complaint from one of the Filipinos or the family or something? Who reported him? Who was this just a conglomeration of reports that people reporting left and right? Or did a particular Filipino decide to do a report on him and that's how he got picked up? Oh, oh, oh. Child abuse and exploitation is the charge. Oh my goodness. Really? Really? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's heavy duty. He's like another fucker in a different way, but he's like another extension of Vitality. The accent, everything, the looks. Look at them both. They kind of look alike in a way. The hair. I mean, of course, Vitality had a better build than Slimmy Boy, but Slim, he had something going for him too on that. He looks like he worked out a little bit, but it was still, the accent, Eastern European, scamming shit, doing things that were not cool on video, and they had a lot of that in common. And I think they're going to throw the book at this guy. Okay, Mick says a few days ago, a Filipina went on Instagram insinuating stuff on him. I couldn't understand it as it was in Filipino. Oh, really? Oh, really? Really? Here we go. Really? Wow, child abuse and exploitation. Ooh, got my original 13 back here. Hello, 13 people. Back to 11 now. Oh, well. Win a few, lose a few. Man, this sounds pretty serious, man. And that warms the cockles of my heart. It really does. I'd love to see when there's real justice, when the justice is needed. Big difference in throwing something on somebody because you don't like them or you want to get revenge or something. Justice is justice. And that's the kind of shit I like. That's why I watch a lot of these shows having to do with justice. You know. Oh, you bet I do. See if these things are done. Oh, I love that kind of shit. You bet I do. These things are too hot to eat. Where do we go from here now that all of our children are growing up? Which is another dilemma too, really. Your children grow up, they leave the nest, and you find yourself in empty nest syndrome too. A lot of that shit kind of goes on too. But anyway, the original show here is about pain meds, and you're shit out of luck if you develop a situation where only the hospital is going to administer. And to my understanding, that is the only way you're going to get some serious pain medication out here. I don't think he is. You don't think he's guilty? Oh, come on, man. Are you blind? He seems a bit of a character, but I don't believe he is guilty of the charges. Oh, okay, but everybody has their own opinion. You have your right. Okay. Well, let's put it this way. The evidence will tell, right? They're going through all his electronics, SD cards, whatever he has. Even his deleted stuff, they could get that back if they want. Well, there's a lot of people think I'm guilty of a lot of shit, which I'm not. And they're wrong. So, well, we have to agree to disagree. But but in all fairness, we'll find out. It'll all come out. As I always say, it all comes out in the wash. It all comes out in the wash mix. I guess we could speculate all we want, but we won't know. Now, look, they must have took Jolene in for questioning. They've had to. Wasn't she even taken in for questioning regarding him? I don't understand that. No, of course she's gonna, stick up for him. That's her breadbasket, Oh no, I don't think he's ever done this. He's never done that. Of course she's gonna stick up for him. I know now in PI the authorities are cracking down on foreign vloggers. They absolutely are. I got my own concerns, Nobody needs something hanging over their head. Me, anybody else. But I can speak for myself. I don't need something hanging over my head. I want something settled. Period. You make a fucking decision so I know what direction to take. You know what I mean? You don't have something stagnant in the legal system, but that's what you have out here. Regular guy, far bigger creep than that dude. Well, he's creepy. I don't know how much more creepier he is than Slimy. Scotty's not going to tell you everything he does. He's not going to tell you whether he's gotten together with young women or not. He likes them young, I know that. Scotty just has a hard time just getting a woman at all. So, yeah, I mean, it's creepy what he does. He's always videotaping whores and shit and ladyboys and all that crap. Uses words like babe-a-roonies that you don't expect a high school kid to use. He's got a few screws loose in there. There's no doubt about that. There's no doubt. He's even odd-looking, too. Wow. Always breaking news, breaking news. I get a kick out of these independent news stations on YouTube and otherwise, Everything is breaking news about Trump and all that shit going on. Even when it's not breaking news, they make a big thing of it because, the one show I listen to is Midas Touch. And he's approaching 6 million subs. The guy and his two brothers, they run this operation. They even got field agents that find news. They come on there like a regular news station. But it's independent. The guy makes over 20-something million a fucking year before taxes and shit. Can you believe that shit? Wow. Wow. Mick says, sorry, I'm eating a burrito, so I don't mean to be rude, but I'm hungry. At least with Slim, he has purpose to his life. But with regular guy, he doesn't see to have any purpose in life. No, he doesn't. No. I've talked about this. go from point to A to B, and you go back to A, you go back to B. Maybe you consider C. You know what he's doing. From moment to moment, show to show, he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. I think he's got talent to be a really good show, legitimate show. I think he just get away from this childish shit that he does. He knows how to edit. He knows how to do things. He's smart what he does. He might be found with a heart attack. With a heart attack. Some random bus stop. Oh, Scotty. Well, problem with Scotty is that there's a lot of people that don't want to be videotaped, you know? And that's where he goes wrong. If they really want to get him, they could say, well, you know, there's a law here that you can't just videotape people in the street or in the bar or something. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, with his backpack. Okay. Well, he doesn't specify how much he makes on his show. But the fucker can get up to 800 people on his show. I've seen it. Viewers. Live. It's probably making some pretty good money. I used to look up people on Social Blade, but I haven't done that for a while. You don't think he has that much money? Oh, you don't. Yeah, I don't know that either. Oh, no, I know what he was. No, he was teaching English online or something. Supposedly teaching English for 20 years or something. Online or something. He's not doing that. He's got to have money. What does he spend it on? Look what he eats. Maybe only once a day sometimes. He's very put, you know, with his money. But don't put food on my table from him. I mean, he's like 47, 48, right? And the point I'm making is that you would think somebody has some purpose in life. Some purpose. A goal. Not to be like a saddle tramp and go from town to town and not get what you want. Return to the scene of the crime again, to the town you came from. Because nothing was happening in the other town. You know, it's kind of a Steve Montelli thing, you know? Oh yeah, walking will keep him in good shape. One saving factor with him. Well, you know, like Licky. Licky's only saving grace is that he walks around with his camera a lot. He walks around. And believe me, that is his only saving grace. Can't believe I'm still hungry. Damn. Where am I getting my appetite from? I just had 2 burritos. Not the good kind. It's kind in the package. Well, yeah, I'll give him credit for that. Move around. He said he quit drinking, but did he? I don't know. I mean, I don't even know why I should even care. I'm just making conversation here, you know. But okay, that's the news. I'll have to see that. I'm just doing Get the Daily News. I know everybody's talking about it. Another one bites the dust. Yeah, I wish I was a little. Yeah, that's crazy. I wish I kept in good shape like some of these people. Yeah, I do try. Maybe not trying hard enough, but I don't want to kill myself. That's crazy. Why would I do that? Okay. Most days, his daily life is a walk to a coffee. Yeah, I know. And then back to the room. It's not very inspiring for his life. No, it's not. Does he have anything to go back to in the States? Because it doesn't look like he's living a great life out here. Not at all. Yeah, that's what he does. I think he was boasting about his last abode, a place he's staying in now. He thinks it's fancy. He has some condo, a room he's renting. I don't know what the deal is on that. He doesn't eat much either. It looks like, he should gain some weight. I think he's underweight. He don't look that healthy to me, really. But that's me. Yeah, that's not a life. At least I got a partner and I got some of her family here and stuff. There's always some interaction. There's always something that occupies my mind or whatever. It's chores or whatever I decide to do. Oh, I'm sounding more like Slim every day. That's crazy. But you gotta appreciate that part of Slim. Or not. Pardon me. Choke on my burrito. It is funny, though. It's amazing I can understand Slim at all when he talks. He kind of talks fast, but you can understand him. It's amazing how his girlfriend, or whatever the hell she is. Now, by the way, have we established... You seem to know a lot of things, Vix. Have we established what his relationship is to Jolene and the baby? Have that been established? Are they married? Oh, Mick says, yeah, he's a bit pale, too, as he's not eating properly. You were right about that. He is probably, I know he's underweight. He don't look healthy to me at all. But again, back to that question. We haven't come down to that yet. Who is Jolene to him? Is he really married to her? Is that his kid? I have my own opinion on that, and I've heard other people's opinion too, but what do you know about that? I'm just curious. All his lies, and I don't know if he's married, but I heard that's not his kid. That's a kid from a previous relationship, and she's had other relationships. And when did he come into her life? Did she have the baby already, or did it come after he met her? So those are the questions that are worth asking. I realize it takes a little bit time to write. Yes. I'm just so impatient. That's just who I am. Yeah, I think he is married, and that's his kid. I don't think so. If you look at the kid, the same hairline as him. Well, the hairline is usually not established until they're older. They're going to bald or something, go balding, male bald, pattern baldness, whatever. I don't know. Well, no matter what happens to him, that is actual family. He's actually married to her. Somebody may know more than I do. See what the legal things say on the internet. He's going to have to still be responsible for taking care of her and the kid. And I don't know if he'll actually be on YouTube again as a result of his blundering and everything that's going on with him. I don't know if that's even possible. But he likes making the money on there. But unfortunately for him, because of this arrest and whatever is going on, you'll have people tuning in to see him if he was on, out of curiosity. But I think there's a lot of people that don't like what he did and will tune out. Yeah, they haven't had a live in 2 days. Yeah, absolutely. You're right. So you know something went down. It's just like when Barry used to be on every fucking day begging for money. If he hadn't been on for a couple of days, he was either dead, arrested, or something happened to him. But like I always said, you just can't be damn dependent on your money on YouTube. What if something happened? I don't think YouTube's ever going to give up on there. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco. Oh, says it. Wow. We went through all that water? 7 bottles, and we have some others inside. Wow. Now, there's no live because, I'm surprised she hasn't come on and said something about this. But no, she don't want to do that. But I will not understand if she wasn't questioned. I would not understand that. Because she went along with his antics, and they weren't feeding the kid right. You know that. You know that. And some of the things they did for something the kid's mouth choking and stuff. She did that, and she was laughing like a fucking hyena. Like a fucking hyena over that. She is just as fucking guilty. Yeah, I know. I think they were talking about giving regular guy a wake-up call. Every now and then you'll see Scotty blurring somebody's face out or something like that. But I think I'm a reasonably intelligent guy, but no brain scientist, that's for sure. But I don't understand. You go to a different country like that, here in the Philippines or wherever, Thailand, whatever you might be, and that's all you do. He was hanging around bars, just pointing his camera at whores. Well, he knows that what's to make the viewers. I mean, he's not stupid, Scotty. He's stupid in certain ways, as to what the hell he's doing out here and, where's he gotten so far, that kind of situation. But he's smart in the sense that he was doing this stuff because he knew that all the lowlifes out there with their pants down to their ankles wanted to see the women. He knows what sells on YouTube, as well as a lot of other vloggers. Oh, he seems like a depressed person. I think he doesn't sleep well. He doesn't sleep well. And that, in part, there's a lot of elements that make you not sleep well. That's in part can interfere with your sleep pattern. Then what does he do all fucking day? There's 24 hours in the day. What do you do all day? Just hang in a room and watch other people's shows? I don't know. Even I don't do it that much. If I'm on the internet, I'm looking at other stuff too. Oh, nice and cool in here. If I'm home, I'm not doing anything. Yeah, I'll get on here. Okay, who's got a show on? What are they going to talk about today? Me? What? Really? No, of course, that shit don't surprise my lily white ass. Well, I'm not responsible for Scotty Boy. Sounds like a fucking high school kid. Scotty Boy, he talks in, what do you call that, third person? Scotty Boy. It's like he's an outsider talking about himself, making reference to himself. That's not normal. Secondly, on that, he, calling women babe-a-roonies. Everybody's copying off him now. I'm in the Philly Willy instead of saying he's in the Philippines. That's not an emotionally intact person, my opinion. No disclaimer needed. Who talks like that? Philly Willy, babe-a-roonies. The guy is extraordinarily immature. I wonder what his life was like in the States. Or I guess that's where he comes from, or Canada, I'm not sure. What the fuck did he do? He said he taught English for 20 years. Was that him that said that? I believe it was. I feel he has a childish mentality. Yeah, it's pretty obvious to me, and it's obvious to other people too. But he's got other people talking like him too. I mean, I make fun of Slim with his that's crazy thing, and it's that's crazy. Or really. I do a lot of that because it's fun. And maybe that's what they're doing too with Scotty. Let's be fair about it, They think it's funny. So they want to talk like him. Well, I'm doing that with Slimy, so I'm just as guilty, I guess. I'll take credit when it's due. I do it all in fun. Whew. I'm glad I got the air conditioner on in the living room. I'm in my bedroom now. Just a ceiling fan on. It's still pretty warm. So, I mean, I don't know. It just seems to me you got to have some direction in life. Something, anything. I mean, while you're alive. If he's not taking care of himself physically and his diet, he sounds like he's been drinking for years, and who knows what's trouble with his liver. He says he gets headaches a lot sometimes. That's some kind of indicator of something, you know. Oh, I don't know. Is there something new hairstyle comb over? Something new I didn't see? I don't know. I've always mentioned on my show that I thought he had the weirdest fucking hair. It looks like a fucking, you know, hurricane wind blew his hair to one side. He always had the oddest looking hair. It's the first thing I noticed with him. I also noticed I'm a very, you know, I pay attention to detail. If you don't know me, then, well, if you do, you'll know I do. And I don't know, his eyes, his mouth, something about that. He just has this oddity thing going on. He's very odd. He's an odd character. No, the way it comes over on one side, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The way it's coming over to one side like a windstorm. Wind was hitting him and blowing his hair all to one side. He's just an odd guy. But shit, dude, that's what we have on here. A bunch of, you know, anomalies. A bunch of very odd people. What they look like, how they act. They're all here in the Philippines genre. Why are they all here? Maybe it's like it's all over. I can only make a judgment from here because this is where I go, the Philippines genre, but they're all so fucking weird. Look at Ricky. Supposedly with all his fucking money, he can't fix that big space in his teeth. Then you got Snicko, who's got the gnarliest looking teeth you've ever seen other than Barry. And he don't have the money to fix those teeth? He'd rather take trips or spend thousands of dollars on his front lawn, which winds up dying anyway? These people are oddities. They're just oddities of nature. You can't generalize, Frank, but the majority of these oddballs frequent the Philippine genre. Well, they sure do. So I'm talking about the Philippine genre. Genre. Some of them still don't get it right. They call it genre. Popeye does too. So does Snicko. And I heard from a few others too. It's not genre, Jandra. Like it ain't Sandra, like genre. It's genre. They don't even get it right. And they make fun of me with a lot of shit. They can't even get that. Popeye, who knows it all, right? He can't even say the word right. Well, most of the people we find here in this genre in the Philippines are nutcases. They're oddballs. Okay, it's one thing to have a sense of humor, and I do. And I exercise my sense of humor quite often, actually. But I'm not fucking insane. Some of these people just act fucking insane. Like, if they're not on meds, then maybe they should be on meds, not make fun of people that are on meds for something. Maybe they should be taking them, or maybe they're not taking enough. That's what I say on that. We got 17 strong out here. Yeah, I'm not gonna be out here long. I want to watch a movie, and if her daughter is watching some kind of a Korean drama, I'm gonna turn that shit right off. Not about generalizing, but I go by what I see and hear mix. That's what I go by. That's all I go by on YouTube, and I try to make it clear to all my viewers and people, the trolls that say Frank lies all the time. Lying about what? What have I lied about so far? Other than saying I was in Mocktown when I was in Hawaii. Okay, that was one incident, but it was all a joke, and they took it hook, line, and sinker. They still talk about it today. Stuff like that. Or my really great drama with the Shine 'em Up Gilder episode. Oh, that was like phenomenal, as Jim says. Phenomenal. That's it. Let's see. Mike says, even if you look at Mick Fish, a man of his money, supposedly money, Bull holed up in Vietnam with the other millionaire. That is very odd and strange lifestyle. But that's his choice. That's his choice. I find oddities in all of these people. But I just didn't like about Mick what a fucking liar he is. When he came to meet me and all that shit, it was all to try to get me to get Barry to drop his case. He came up with a wild fucking haired story that on a small end it was that on the trike home, what was he saying about that? I never took a trike with him. Him and his friend, let's call her that, for not knowing anything else. And to be fair, they took their own transportation home, another trike or something, as I remember. They weren't on there with me. What kind of shit was he talking about on there? I smelled or something, or I don't know. See, I understand why him and Big E are friends. I totally understand it. They have two things in common. They're both tall. They're both big guys. Okay. And Mick had quite a stomach, as I remember, before he started working out. Big E tries to, but I don't think he achieves that goal. It has to do with his diet and stuff. But I don't know. I mean, that's whatever. It doesn't faze me in any way. But it's like that saying, birds of a feather stick together. They're both big guys. They're both trolls. Okay. And they both try to use their money as a tool to kind of like let people know that, hey, I'm better than you type of situation. Oh, 10 more days will be 1,000 days incarcerated with Barry. Okay. Mark. Wow, that's a long time. It's too bad. 1,000 days. Damn. You think he learned his lesson? I don't think so. I think he's going to be even more cantankerous when he gets out. But I can't say what's going to happen. He will get deported. We know that about him anyway, for sure. And if he still owes all that child support in Alabama, I think immigration is going to get him at the gate when he enters America. And now that would not surprise me. Do I know that's going to happen for sure? No, I don't. I think the probability of that happening is pretty high. Remember, it's 20 years, I think, in Alabama. He's under 20 years of owning that child support. And maybe there's interest in there. I don't know. But they're going to get him for that. So he'll figure, well, I'm going to stay out of Alabama. But they might hit him at the gate. They might take him and extradite him, wherever he lands, take him into Alabama. Of course, I don't know this for sure, but it makes sense. Mick says, and both narcissists too, Frank, very dislikable characters. Well, I don't know. In the beginning, I didn't know what to think about the McFish sandwich. I didn't know what to make of him, really. But then when he started to make ill comments about me in the beginning, I've actually not on Messenger, but when somebody's live show and I was commenting to Mick, he wasn't bad to me or nothing. And he wasn't bad to me when I met him. He wasn't bad to me and Gil and the kids at all. I started to figure that maybe Mick was a good guy. Maybe he's good in a lot of ways. I don't know. He wasn't to me as everything panned out. He's always making rude comments about me or Gilda. No, excuse me. Let's be fair about it. He did say some good things about Gilda and the kids. I have to be fair. But see, I tell the truth on my show. If you're listening, Mick, you'll see that I am telling the truth. One less thing to talk to me about. But, he treated us to one of the meals. I don't know which was breakfast, lunch. I forgot what it was. He was nice. He wasn't rude and crude to me. It just was afterwards on the messenger that he was still kind of, hanging on to this thought that Barry should be out. He shouldn't be in there for that. But you know something, dudes? It's really easy to say that because you see, that's not happening to the McFish sandwich. It's not happening to him. Because the fact is, and that's a fact, if he was in my shoes with Barry's girlfriend situation, if he was in my, well, no, let's go back to Barry because that's where it goes to. That has nothing. Well, it might be related in another way, but it's about Barry and the situation of him being incarcerated. I guarantee you, these guys try to, show their manhood and, boots on the ground type of people that don't fuck with me type of attitude. I'm too big and bad for you. But like in Barry's situation, he knew damn well that everything Barry did. Then what? Thinking that like Barry doesn't deserve to be what he is, that all Barry deserved was to spend, in his own words, as a day in jail and then deport him? But what Mick Fish Sandwich is forgetting is that he had 5 counts of cyber libel. He didn't want to keep on mentioning that. It's always about his immigration status. He should have been sent home. But he doesn't want to mention about that. How about the 5 cyber libel charges against him that he pleaded guilty to? He doesn't want to mention that. No, he don't. Yeah, I met Miko on the fucking ferry. Mick says, but both those characters are bullies and try to use their money to influence. Yes, they do. That's just a fact. That's just a fact. We all know that. We've all seen it. We all know that. There's not one person on here that don't know that, seen that, heard it, whatever. That is for sure. But if you think you're going to try to change these people, it's never going to happen, man. It's just not going to happen. It's impossible. Once they decide that they don't like you, they just continue on and on. They do the same shit over and over. To me, they'll talk about me. And if anybody knows me real well, and I've been on here such a long time. I don't mean on today's show, but that too. But they've been following me, and a lot of these dudes have been following me through all the years. They know what I'm like. They know I'm not a bastard. They know I'm good-hearted. They know I pretty much have my shit together. They know I'm in a solid relationship. They know Gilda loves me. They know I love her. They know I have some stabilization in my life. We got a house. We're grounded. They know all that stuff. They know I didn't do all the shit that they accuse me of and they allege. They know all that. But it don't matter. Because it's not fun unless they say I did things opposite of what the reality really was. It wouldn't be fun. Good on you for, no, I can't be bought. I don't care if I'm down to my last peso. I'm not going to give in to anything that I don't believe in. It's never been me. I've never been that desperate I'm going to do that kind of shit. I build myself up. Always have. Shit, I bought a house in Seattle. It wasn't that far after a bankruptcy situation. Within that same year, I bought a house. Mortgage, of course, payments. That's almost impossible to do within a year after a bankruptcy. I've had a couple of bankruptcies, in fact. I'm not afraid to say. It's been said on here. They looked it up. I'm not hiding anything. I didn't have my shit together. Bottom line. I don't need to make excuses for it. I didn't have my shit together. But I did afterwards. And I went in, straight as an arrow. Got the house, the whole bit. Lived in there for about 6 years. I went from there. Eventually, I went from Seattle to Hawaii. Had a house in Hawaii, mortgaged, yes. Made profit from it. I did everything straight way. Everything I planned, pretty much worked, I think. Yeah. I feel with these 2 characters, they try to influence others to thrash, so in many respects, that shows weakness. I've never needed anyone to fight my corner as with you, Frank. Fighting who's corner? Oh. I'm not looking for somebody to fight in my corner. You're talking about Aloe? Aloe is not, I'll mention it to you because it's been mentioned. Excuse me. Aloe is not fighting in my corner, not really. He may say things in something remotely positive about me, that at least Frank's got his shit together, stuff like that, which is true. But, don't forget Aloe's past. I have a good memory. Kid glove situation with Aloe, Keep it copacetic with Aloe. Because you really don't want to be on Aloe's bad side. I'll be right up front with you. You don't want to be on Aloe's bad. I don't care how anonymous, he's anonymous. Aloe could be a bastard when he wants to, and he's proven that with me. But he comes on my show as a gentleman. He has not caused any problems. That's why I allow him on here, despite what happened in the past. There's other people that are real bastards that I would never let on my show. If I see them on, I just take them off right away. I mean, you are your own man, like myself. Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah. You got to fight your own battles. And if you think you're going to get help here on YouTube, if there's so many people against you, you're not going to get any help. Like Barry's situation, he should have been bailed out of his situation. He should have had all the money from the high roaders that claim to have all this money. They probably do. I'm sure there's some contribution to somebody else, though they deny it, but I won't get into that. But they had the money, and they're the ones that saying, well, free Barry J. He shouldn't be in jail. Well, how come they didn't help him out? Why didn't they do that? Probably helping his girlfriend out, I wouldn't be surprised. Because, they prefer women over men. But, I mean, you never know. I don't know everything. I don't know everything. So I can't say. I can't say for sure, There's certain things I can say for sure. There's certain things I really can't. But nevertheless, I did get my point. They could have paid Barry's court fees, but because I'm connected to it, because he owes me $250,000 pesos, is one of the reasons they want to help out. They don't want to see me get any money. That's what it comes down to. But I also said many times on my show, if they got that much money, that's lint money in their pocket. That's like lint in their pocket. That's not a lot of money. How many thousand is that? It's not a lot. Okay? If they were that gung-ho about Barry and they felt that he should be out, he's been in there too long, that's all they say. Sticking up for Barry in that respect. They know he's a waste case. They know everything he's did. But they're over there arguing the point that he shouldn't be in jail. Oh, come on. He admitted guilt. Duh. Hello. Okay, I didn't force him to say he's guilty. He was guilty, period. He wasn't lying about it. He knew he was overwhelmed with evidence. But they should have had him out by now. If they really support Barry or they give a shit about his girlfriend, which I'm sure they do, I'm more than sure they do, if she still wants Barry in her life, then they should be helping her help her get Barry out. If they don't want to put the money in Barry's hands, you got me so far? They could take a chance if they trust her to put the money in her hands, and she can allocate the money. See how I'm making sense here? She can allocate the money for Barry's release. Okay? He's saying, Mark says, I don't think they have that much money, just the appearance of being well off. No, I have the feeling that they have they have money. I have a feeling that they do. If not, they're doing a pretty good job of hiding it. I mean, Biggie goes out for these fancy 5-star hotels and dinners, whole family. They take him on trips. And I really don't think his company is paying for all of that. There might be incidences where maybe his company is paying for them to come to a country. If he's making that much money, he's that important to the company. He's just an HVAC salesman is what he is. There's nothing high nose about his position at all. Nothing at all. But he claims he's been there like 30 years. He makes a lot of money. I actually looked up his position, and some of the best money they can make is $150,000 a year. But then he claims, well, I've been doing this for 30 years, so I'm going to make considerably more than that. I don't know, maybe. Again, I'm not going to give out false information. I could speculate. You could speculate. We don't know for sure. Okay? I reckon he has money. I reckon that McFish sandwich has money. Because I think he's involved with farming and horses and cattle. I don't know what the hell. Something to do with down on a farm. Get away from L.A. Not I'm gonna beat you down on the farm. That's from the Little Rascals. Yeah. There's a lot of people that have money out there you don't know. There's a lot of people that are broke as a skunk out there too, that are pretending to have money. I don't pretend to have a lot of money. Because I really don't. I don't know what you call a lot of money. I'm not going to give you a figure, but I never pretended that I was super wealthy or anything like that, or even wealthy. Even by Philippine standards, I never said I was. Never said I was. You remember his place in Lapu-Lapu was a dump. Oh, Big E's place? You just think it's just the appearance of being well off. But no, what you're saying is that they're pulling this off pretty well, is what you're saying. Trying to get people to believe that they're better than thou and better than everybody else. Those are narcissists. When you act that way, you're a narcissist. You're cocky. You're self-centered. All of that. Mixed Fish Sandwich's family owns a big... Yeah, that's what I said. Owns a big ranch farm in Delaware. There is money there, all right. Yeah, you can make some good money on ranches. If you got a big ranch, you got good connections to sell the stock and all that, the meat and all that. Yeah. Well, like Big E said many times, that Mick is the wealthiest on here. He's got far more money than me, is what Big E said. He probably does. I would venture to say that. And that's why I don't understand something. You got that kind of money, and you're coming out with all this shit about wanting Barry free. I still don't understand it, except for the point that they don't want to see me get any money. When Mick himself, the fish sandwich, said, and he said that on somebody's show when he did a live, it was on Kevin's or somebody's show, and it was a couple of months back. I remember this, and he totally fucking denied it. He said, just to get me going, to pull my chain, is what it was really all about, that the woman, I'll keep her name out of it, was there with him, had paperwork waiting for a signature, that I was going to offered collaboratively $1 million pesos, which is about $18,000, to drop anything on Barry. That's what he said from his own mouth. He's listening. I'll tell you, you're full of shit. That never happened. I mean, it happened. That's what they said, but it never happened the way the fish sandwich said it. Okay? What do I consider a lot of money? $500,000 US? Consider that a lot of money? Oh, that's a lot of money. Oh, sure that is. Do you understand that the average schmuck in America probably has less than a couple of thousand if he's lucky in their bank account? They're all in debt, credit cards, everything, mortgage. They're buried. And with the economy and inflation, you're lucky in America if you have a couple of thousand in the bank. That's a fact. I listen to enough shows to know this, when they're talking about things like that. A lot of money. Shit. 30,000 could be a lot of money. 40, 50,000, 25,000 could be a lot of money in this country. You know, if you're on a fixed income and you got anything seemingly significant in the bank, you're lucky. You're rich, basically, here if you got $500,000 US in a bank here in the Philippines. By Filipino standards, for Philippine standards. You think a lot of these YouTubers have tons of money? All the popular ones you listen to on here? No, they don't. You think Popeyes loaded with money? Well, what I think on his situation is, I think he has money in the bank because he doesn't do a lot with his life. And he gets a couple of pensions. And he owned a house because he threw his mother under the bus with a quit claim deed. Okay? That's a fact. What do you pay for that? $10? He got the house off his mother. He threw her under the bus for $10. She was getting old and sick, and she could have used that money for extra medical things and whatnot. But no, he threw her under the bus. That's what he did. He got that fucking house from his mother for $10. It's called a quit claim deed. Look it up. He got away cheap, or he'd never be able to afford the house. But no, I think Popeye has a stash. I truly believe that. He's just cutty put. He's just cheap. You can't bury yourself with the money. Well, give it to his daughter. Nice to do, sure. But he's not the kind that wants to spend. Do you ever hear him actually donating to anybody's cause? He never does. Way back to Nika for this, for that, for this, for that, everything that was going on here. He never went in his pocket for anything. He might have said he was going to do, but he never did. He wants everybody else to reach in their pockets. Then he comes up with a statement several months ago. I'll put in $10,000 of my money to get this creep either killed or deported or something. Yeah, that's what he said. Who are the three most top money guys in general? If you want to go by what they say on YouTube, it would be Big E, McFish Sandwich, and Don C. Those are the ones that their claim to fame is that they supposedly are very successful in what they do, that they got a lot of money. Those would be the three. Doesn't mean I'm correct on that. Because I don't know what's in their bank account, and I will never know, and they'll never know what's in my bank account. They might be surprised, unpleasantly surprised. They call me broke all the time. I'm the only one that knows how much money I have or how little I have, either one. That's one thing they can't get into is your bank account. They could do research on you till the cows come home. But there's no fucking way they could get into your bank account and find out that information. I don't think they could even hack your bank account. It takes some pretty special people to do that. And although Don C is into AI and all kinds of different whatever, I don't think he has the qualifications and the knowledge to be able to hack somebody's bank account. I just don't think so. There's only one exception. The Florida man donates to is the teacher. The teacher. Oh, yeah. Okay, don't mention no names. Yeah. Yep. Because he was always kissing up to her. And I remember things too. Thanks for bringing that up. Yep, you're right. He's the only person he would ever donate to for her cause. Because he was smitten with her is what he was. He liked her. Oh, yeah. His dick was standing tall, if he was able to get it tall. He was smitten with her, that's for sure. A very good observation on that. Do you know something about Bogart and Denzel Washington? Oh, what about them? Bogart. What about Bogart? Humphrey Bogart. And then Popeye was saying that, no, I don't know who Denzel is. He lived in Mount Vernon, and he went to an extension school of Mount Vernon High. And he actually went to two places. They're trying to tell me I don't know anything about Denzel. Yeah. Shit. I used to go to the boys' club, which is now the Boys and Girls Club. In his modern day, he fixed the place up and made a lot of donations. I know who he was, but he wasn't famous at the time. That's all it was. Popeye made a big spiel about that. Mick says that himself and Mick Fish were smitten. Frank, no doubt about that. You mean smitten on each other? Hey, man, you know, in this world, dude, in this world, everything goes. Now, would I be surprised about something like that? Well, guess what? I really wouldn't be surprised. Now, I'm not saying that that's happened. I'm not that stupid. I'm going to say something on here. I will just say, unequivocally, well, that, you know, anything is a possibility. You just don't know. You just don't know. These big, burly, supposed he-men, and you don't know. You can be big and burly and all that shit, but it doesn't mean that you're straight. No, there's a lot of people that are not straight that are big and burly. Okay? So I don't know. I couldn't answer that. Again, you can speculate till the cows come home, but you're never really going to know anything unless you actually know. I have no clue. I know it seems that way sometimes, the way they support each other. I understand what you're saying. I get it. But no, I can't give you no answer to that. I'd love to say something, but I can't. Got to play it safe these days, obviously. Oh, with the teacher. Oh. Oh, well, I don't know that either, you know. And I'm certainly not going to say nothing about her. I don't know, they were saying I was talking all kinds of shit about her. I have never talked bad about her. That's where they pissed me off. I mean, lie if you have to fucking lie about something, but God damn it, man, don't say shit like that. I never had anything against the lady you're talking about. I even tried to donate to her cause. She didn't want to take my money. So I don't know. What am I supposed to say? I'm not against her in any fucking way. Except that I would appreciate if she could be thinking more independently on her own. Because she was influenced by the McFish sandwich, for sure. And the other guy. Because, you know, she don't talk good about me. I know that. I've seen some comments on live shows when she was on. But I met her in person. I didn't give her shit. That was very nice when I did talk to her. And, you know, for a little bit she talked to me, she seemed very nice. That's all I could tell you on that. I always thought you treated teacher with utmost respect and decorum. I believe I did, but, you know, this is YouTube. They're either for you or against you. Of course they're going to say nasty things, because they want her to try to do a case on me or something. You know, Popeyes always saying that. Oh, the way Frank talks about her, the way he talks about this person. I talk about a lot of people on here. Doesn't mean I talk that bad about them. I discuss their shows and what they said. If it was goofy, or if they made a critical mistake, or if they said something that maybe they shouldn't say, everybody talks about that. Every other fucking channel, everything is gossip on here. I gossip too. I'm doing it right now. You're doing it right now. We all gossip. It goes with the territory. But as I said, my gossip comes from what I hear and what I see on somebody's show. That's not lying when you say something that you've seen. But they call me a liar, a big liar. And people that don't even know me call me a liar. Why? Because they heard it from somebody else. It's like that kid's game. I don't know. Say one thing in the air of somebody, it gets bigger and bigger when it reaches the 10th kid's air, and, you know, it gets out of proportion. People that don't even know you, never met you personally, so on and so forth. That's like a domino effect. That's how it works on here. I always find your gossip comes with receipts. I think I know what you mean, buddy. Yeah, meaning I can prove it if I'm talking about somebody. If that's what you mean, yes, you'd be absolutely right. In other words, I could back my shit up if I had to. If they only knew, and I'm not going to say all the people are, but if they only knew how much evidence I have on these people, if they only fucking knew. Because of all the unrest and all the shit that's going on YouTube, I had to be a good documenter. I had to be, for my own safety, I had to document everything. And it could have been in the beginning when a lot of shit started, where I went to the local police station, made a blotter report on some people. I covered my ass is what I did. And if you're going to be talking on YouTube a lot, any social media, you're going to have to cover your ass one way or the other. Hate to tell you that, but you're going to have to. Because some people could ruin your fucking life, like somebody is trying to do right now, but we're going to see where this goes. Because the fireworks are only beginning. They're just beginning. I'll give a big show one day. You want to see fireworks. We're going to see where this goes. She had no fucking right to make that report. She was pushed into it, guaranteed, though. Whether it was the high rollers who deny any responsibility with that at all. But because I don't know for sure, I'll put a disclaimer to that. I don't know for sure. Is there a probability that it has something to do with it, with money or something? There's a probability, but it's not true science. It's not proven. So therefore, I can't just come out and say, yeah, that you caused all this problem, or it definitely was you, or it was you, or it was you. Okay, I can't. I'd like to say that, but I can't. Did they have any influence on her? Oh, sure. Oh, absolutely. I can say that with no disclaimer whatsoever. I'm sure she was influenced in some way or the other. Yeah, go after the bastard. Go ahead. I would not be surprised with that. No, you can't leave any stones unturned, man. You have to protect your ass on here if you're going to be doing shows. And I'm getting at that point again. Because no matter what I do on YouTube here, it's going to be criticized. And I could handle it. And 10 years plus years, I think I could handle it. I think so. You would think, right? Think. But still, it just gets to me on another level. Because here's the thing. It's really hard not to talk about your personal life on here. Because you are living a life and you have your, ready-made family here and all that. Your girlfriend, his kids. They are part of my life. They're an integral part of my life. It's really hard not to hear in the background. She may say something. It's hard to hide that. So maybe I should just do shows when nobody's around. Let's just not talk about them at all. But you see, they are an integral part of my life. I'm making that point. I'm not embarrassed of them, so I don't really try to hide them. If they happen to come into view of the camera, if she happens to say something, I'll allow that. But that's about it. And that's really about as far as it goes. She don't have her own show or nothing. She's not a YouTuber, man. Period. Okay? So, that being said, they have no right to be attacking her the way they do. They have no right at all, but they do, and they will. Hold on. Uh-oh. Yeah, hold on a minute. Well, it's about that time to get off because I'm on 2% battery anyway. The timing is just right. But I appreciate some of the information. And, keep me abreast about the situation with Slimy. But I still don't understand how she's not involved. I just don't understand it. I really don't. But I think I really am getting to that point again. I remember when I was off for 3 months approximately. Oh, I meant it. But I gave in. They were shocked. Like I said, they thought I was dead, incarcerated, or deported. Either one of them they would have accepted and just danced about. I'm still here. I still go to town. I walk by policemen. I go to Cebu. I go here. I go to stores. I'm very recognizable here. I'm not walking around with fear in my heart. It's just another day to me. That's all it is. Another fucking day. That's all it is. His goons, Morgan Freemason. Morgan Freemason. Morgan Freeman. Is Morgan Freeman a Freemason, by the way? That wouldn't surprise me. Well, that guy's got more money than sand on a beach. Anyway, it's been real. Appreciate the dialogue for you guys this time of day. Anyway, I'm surprised anybody was on. But I have to take care of chores and shit. But that's another thing too. I'm just a little bit too loose with the mouth in regards to a lot of shit that I'm doing with my day. Shouldn't be anybody's business but my own. That's why I really shouldn't be on YouTube. I'm just too honest for my own good. I know people say, frank, honest. Yeah, frank, honest. You're right. I am honest. I tell you exactly how I feel. I don't hold back. I don't hold back on anybody. I don't care who the fuck you are and how much money you have. Oh, Morgan white women. Okay. And I don't hold back. If I got something to say, I'm going to say it. And I think you know I do. But I'm not going to let somebody get away with a lot of shit either. I mean, serious shit. Trust me on that. Whatever you think it pertains to, just use your imagination. Jay is going to get himself in trouble. He already is in the beginning of trouble. An affidavit was turned in to DOJ regarding his fraudulent presentation of a fictitious false document having to do with a resolution that's never even happened. Wow, smiley faces. Wow. I don't know. Some of you guys really get off on this shit, but it's kind of becoming old hat. Sure, it's good to see people who deserve certain things get their just reward. But even that's getting old, because there's so many of them. You know, pick and choose. I mean, you know disaster's going to happen with some people and, you know, their present, you know, health conditions and weight, size, habits, you name it, being troublemakers on YouTube. I don't know. I just get tired of hearing the same shit every day. It's not the same topic matter. The cost of living. I don't know. Everybody just, and I do it too, talk about other people, you know. It gets kind of old after a while, I must admit it. I need to worry more about myself and my family, you know. I think I'm at that point where, I don't know, it's kind of wearing off me. There's so much negativity on YouTube that it's overwhelming to a lot of people, not just me. Oh, I've been able to persevere all the bullshit all these years. I could do that quite easily, but I don't know. It's just getting old. You know what I mean? I'm getting old. The negativity's getting old. The same old rehashed, old hash type shit on here. People are so fucking frantic, they don't know what to talk about anymore. So a lot of people make up stuff. You know, they got to fill in the airspace, if you know what I mean by that, and got to keep everything moving along and make their money. And it all adds up to nothing when you think about it. You see people out there just going nowhere with no direction and no stability in their life. And I'm thinking, I don't need to hear all this shit. I don't need to see all this shit, you know? I've seen a decade of this crap, and it just gets old. People just, you know, bent out of shape for one reason or another, and it's just depressing. I don't need to be depressed. I don't really get depressed that much. I sing. I mean, I'm actually, I don't know, to a certain extent happy-go-lucky, but sometimes it's a downer to listen to all these shows, the same fucking people all the time. Who's talking about who? Who's blaming who for what? Who's making up bullshit? Who's lying? Who's making allegations? You know, who's better than the other vlogger? Who's living a better lifestyle? You know, and then watching a bunch of jerk-offs, man, you know, just doing nothing with their life. And I mean nothing. They don't have a woman. They don't have a permanent place to stay. They're just haphazardly running all over the place trying to create a show. That's where YouTube becomes your whole life. Afraid to tell you, but YouTube is not my whole life. I may make a lot of shows, okay, but I take care of business first. I spend time with my family. When I have spare time and a movie on or something and I'm bored, that's when I come on here. Truth being, that's when I come on here. But even that gets old. It's not that I don't have anything to talk about. I'm one of the few people on here that actually has a lot to talk about. I could come up with a topic matter in a matter of milliseconds. That's never been a problem with me. It's just that, you know, it's like you're talking to somebody autistic that's kind of like in their own world, according to the level of, how much autism they have. You're not getting through to people. Sometimes it's really hard. Oh, yeah, you're going to remind people what mistakes they're making, like they're going to listen to you. You give them good advice, like they're going to listen to you. Why? I don't owe anybody anything on here. I don't get paid for my services here, shall I call it. I just don't. I'm not monetized. I don't care about that. I can go stone broke and not care about getting my channel monetized. It's just the same shit every time I turn on. You got the rich boys. There's all kinds of guys that are living off some kind of money. Always have the money for something. They'll go build somebody a house somewhere. One guy has a restaurant and spent about 60,000 American dollars on it and wasn't making no business, but, wants to build a house for somebody else. And that's nice. That's nice. Not everybody can do that. Some could. But then it's the same old shit. I don't care what, I mean, even Amazing Philippines, and I like Rod. He's just, he's just a henchman or a booster for JRC services for his real estate. Everything's about money. As good as you think the channel is, then they start coming in with their sponsors. They're sponsoring somebody. Everything is about the money. It's not even a topic matter. Well, they come up with topic matter that, has been, talked about, if not 15,000 times before. But you got to realize you got to say something to have a show. And yes, there are people that make up stories on here. Then you got your victories, okay, like what's happening with Slim, plus all the, the lowlifes that have passed away that were major trolls. Yeah, we could celebrate that. But I don't know. Do you really want to celebrate somebody's death? Even in a sense that I didn't like some of these people. I'm not that cold. I'm not stone cold. I may sound like I am sometimes, but I'm not stone cold. Their life is gone. They never see life again. When they were alive, they probably would have never changed. They're probably a pain in the ass to people or, a louse on the skin of society. But, death is very final. So I really actually don't wish death on anybody. But there are people on here that if they did pass away, I mean, I wouldn't shed a tear about it. I'm serious about that. I'm not going to name names. But no, I'm not that morbid. I'm not that calloused and cold. Oh, I could be when I want to be. You could trust me on that. But I do things in my own quiet way. You don't think I do that, do you? Because Frank gets everything out. I get everything out, right? That's what you think. But that's what I might like to make you think. I do a lot of things silently, or I don't discuss certain things with people on here. That's been my little, model of what I'll do. Silence can be more deadly than, just being out there all the time and just blabbing it all. What I'm going to do about this, who I'm going to go after, whatever. Oh, that's so tiring. It's absolutely so fucking tiring. People just attacking each other all the time. There's so much negativity in this world. I just don't need this. Too much negativity. No matter where you go, off social media, on social media, just too much. I don't know. It's just, it gets to me a lot. I'll be honest, it gets to me in the sense of, the negativity on here. I don't hear much positive things on here. Just everybody celebrating when somebody, goes through some kind of a horrible circumstance or dies or gets ill, or they wish you're ill, they wish you're dead, they wish you'd get off YouTube, or, they just don't wish well on people. There are happy people out there, believe it or not, and I'm one of them. But nobody's going to wish me well. Hey, Frank, you got 10 years coming up on, February 2nd or something? Yeah. Same woman. I haven't been running around the streets. I don't hang around Angeles City. I don't do all this ridiculous shit. I'm retired. I'm settled down. And I'm very grateful for what I do have, not for what I don't have. And what I do have is quite a bit. And excuse the expression for lack of words, but I count my blessings for what I actually do have. And I always will, you know? There's just too much negativity on here, man. I don't know. I think, especially when I really think that when COVID came, that was the turning point on people. That's what I think, my opinion. They had so much time on their hands. They were so frustrated with everything that was going on, worried about getting COVID or getting over COVID or loved ones that perhaps died of COVID, or mostly is the fact that they had so many limitations in their life, you know. You can't go out, you know, they don't want you to go to the store, or you got to wear a mask everywhere. If you got lucky to go anywhere, they found themselves trapped in their houses under government law. And, you know, if you didn't obey, well, you know, there were prices to pay and, you know, all that stuff if you didn't listen. And it just got to a point, and you know, the poor people out of business, people who had businesses, the horrible things that happened during COVID when people had to close down their store, and a lot of them never opened up again. I knew numerous stores actually in Cebu City that closed down. You know, right near Horizons, there was two places. Was it the Sunstar Cafe? They closed down when COVID. And then Coffee, Bean, and Tea, that place right over there next to it, they closed down and they never opened up. No, a lot of places. It was a sad time. It was a concerning time for people because they had businesses that they spent a lot of money to put together and they were taken off, and then the COVID came, and I really think the COVID changed people, if not just physiologically, but certainly mentally. And I think, I don't know, just a bad came out of people. I think people became more defiant because under government rule, we'll get used to it. You know, voted for Trump. Don't worry, I'm not going to concentrate on Trump. But you voted for him. Okay, and if your world is being turned upside down, then, you know, don't blame anybody. Blame, you know, these world leaders that are corrupt and causing all this pain to people, losing money, causing inflation, making your life so fucking hard. It used to be a great thing to have that dream to move to the United States. A lot of foreigners, but now he's making it hard for foreigners to come to the United States. And not to mention the fact that they want to come to the United States to make more money because the jobs pay more, but unfortunately it gets outbalanced by the fact that the price is so high and they can't afford, even if they're making decent money in the United States, they can't afford to move to the United States. And those expats who deliberately moved out of the United States or whatever country, you know, they came here, but then everything's catching up with them, really, if you think about it. Prices are going skyrocket around here or in the Philippines, all over Southeast Asia. You got discussions all the time. Oh, what's the best Southeast Asian country to go? I don't know. I hear Cambodia is probably the cheapest. But, you know, that changes too. But then there's problems in Cambodia because, you know, they're fighting with what? Who's it with? Thailand or something? Yeah. There's so much unrest in the world. But, you know, to subject yourself to this day after day and doing numerous shows like I do, yeah, I will question my own sanity. I'm not that lonely, and that's not why I do this. There is a certain element that you want to communicate with people who understand your language, your slang, which a lot of Filipinos don't. It's your way of reaching out, communicating with people, you know? And it's a way of some people to pass their time who don't have a wife or a girlfriend and don't have a permanent place to live. But I never understood the fact why people just come here and I call them saddle tramps, really, you know, old expression. And the reason I got that name, I remember that, and how I discovered Seattle, because I met some girl in California, and she said, oh, come up to Seattle. And I did. Oh, she had me initially stay one night at the house. And, you know, right away, you know, the mother knew her daughter. She was kind of a runaround. And, you know, her name was Bonnie, but she told me herself that I don't know. My mom thinks you're a saddle tramp. That's where I heard that first. Meaning I'm just this kind of long-haired guy that's kind of bumping around, getting laid, and all this shit. It really wasn't like that. But, I respected her thoughts on that, what she thought about. Because she didn't know me from jack shit. A lot of people make, you know. Oh, you stepped on. You almost stepped on her. Who make these assumptions with everything. If you have long hair, you must be some washout, you must be some bum, you must be, I don't know, whatever, until they actually know you. But then they see that you're not. I had some other gal in Seattle that, she told us to run around too. Well, until, I showed her that I had some talents. And so be it that, she liked photography and I showed her some of my work. All of a sudden she had a whole different view about me. Oh, this guy's just not a fucking bum looking to get laid or something. I mean, this guy, he has some talent. Oh, those are nice photographs. You took them? Yeah, I did. Oh, did you go to school? Yeah, I went to college and da-da-da-da-da and all this stuff. And she was really impressed with me. Of course, she wasn't the right woman for me, but, she's seen another side of me. And unfortunately, we don't see other sides of people on YouTube. We don't get to see them because we don't know what they really do off camera. Some people are like chameleons, and they could have a horrible personality online. Maybe they're decent people offline, but, very doubtful. I think you pretty much get what you hear and see on here, for the most part. For anybody that could classify themselves as a troll, And it just gets old, man. Now, how'd you like to wear the same shirt every day, like Fila? Okay, you know what that's all about. Well, some people are getting their just reward. But does everybody deserve this just reward? No. There's some people that accuse people of doing things they never really done. That hits pretty heavy with me. Knowing, for example, in my situation, I never did what was claimed. But, then you have to go to distance to prove it. And I never felt I had to prove anything in my fucking life. Never had to prove anything to anybody. But the more you're on YouTube, you always feel that I gotta prove something. You don't have to prove anything to anybody on here. But I got caught up in that shit. Oh yeah, always a rebuttal or something. Oh, you're wrong about that. No, that's not right. I wasn't a draft dodger. Why do I even have to explain myself to anybody? See, this is what happens when you get on here for a while. People will call you names and accuse you of this and that. You did this. They'll even make up stuff, elaborate stuff. They'll even do elaborate editing to make you look bad. This is what you have to put up with on here. Now, something, if I was making tons of money every month on my show and had all kinds of subscribers and all that shit, then you could find a reason to stay on here. At least if you're going to be attacked, like a lot of them, they persevere all this stuff. They'll like being attacked because it means that you're watching. And then they'll get on your case a lot and rile you up so you can watch them more and more people, in other words, create more drama. And they make more money every time that look at Slim. He was making a lot of money from all the shit that he was doing on there, And there's a lot of other people. Ricky was making money one way or the other on donations. There's some other people, that were making money, that were playing train wrecks. Like Barry was making money every now and again, just from being a train wreck and being who he was. And people will utilize those little skills, if you want to call it that, or little tactics to make money, And, the more controversial your show is, the more people watch. And it's all the denominator is money. Everything is money on here. They got sponsors, or they'll try to get sponsors, or they're going to sell products on the side, They're not even making sense with half the shit they talk about on here. It goes from one ear out the other. And, it's like, here we go again. Same old rhetoric. Popeye, the same shit, same shit, same shit, same shit. Nico, the same shit. Never going to find a real woman, same shit. Washing his grass, same shit. Ricky, same shit. He's living the life, he's killing it, when we know he's killing himself, and that's where we could laugh about that one. These are not perfect people, and there isn't any perfect people, neither am I, but some people try to be above it all and try to make people believe that they are living the life, and we know they're not. Just listen to them. It goes deeper than just a YouTube show. A lot of these people, it is definitely part of their personality off YouTube, I'll guarantee you it. It's not just a put on, you know? I can't deal with people like that. That's why I ousted, Brevis away. I didn't want a creep like that to come around my house or my family. That's why at the beginning I ousted Barry out because I didn't want a creep like that coming over all the time, especially unannounced. These were creepy fucking people. And sometimes you might make decisions and say, no, I don't want to deal with this. I'm not one that I want to make friends with foreigners. I just don't. It's okay to talk to them on here. You don't have to hang around them and shit, because there's trouble. Like people move to Dumaguete a lot. There's killings there I've been reading about, all kinds of shit going on. You got Slim doing his stuff with young women. You got all these creepy people, foreigners who get together because they want to get all the Dumaguete women. So people that plan to move to the Philippines, I'm going to move to Dumaguete. I hear everybody's getting laid over there. It's like one big fucking party. Well, what I understand, it's not really one big party over there. In fact, some people find it to be a very dull place to live. And who the fuck wants to live around all these foreigners? You might have stayed in your own country if you want to be around foreigners. I don't want to be around a lot of foreigners. Oh, I know a lot of foreigners here, but it's not like I visit their house all the time. There's a couple of people I visit now and then, and have a neighbor too that, anytime I want, could pop over there and rap with him a while, and no problem. He likes me coming over, but that's about this. That's about the sum of it, really. I just don't. It's our world is sick, and why do you want to jump in the fire, in the pit of all this sickness, which is YouTube? I don't know, man. It's just gone too far on here. People get really brave on here. You got Jay Abo, a disgusting human. Let's call him a human. A worthless piece of shit, drunkard, chain smoker, nasty attitude toward women. We got a lot of them on here. They don't go anywhere because of their personality, of course, what they're all about. A woman could sniff out a guy like that, sometimes literally, because he probably smells so much, and they could tell whether this guy's a good guy or not. No matter what kind of act you put on in front of him, you're going to be found out sooner or later. It's stupid. It's like a woman who used to hear them stuffing their bras all the time. She meets a guy and she don't have large breasts, so she stuffs her bra. Or more modern day, they have bras for that. You don't have to stuff cotton in there or whatever they used to do years ago. But once her clothes comes off, you're going to see that she doesn't have any big breasts at all. She's small-breasted, so why did she bother? Well, she did that to attract the guy, which I think is kind of unfair in a way, because the guy wants to see all your glory. Fuck all the makeup and the 3-inch long eyelashes and all the fucking lipstick and all this shit. If you can't be happy with what you look like, what makes you going to think you're any better by putting on makeup? Because that's not who you are. I think most women look like clowns that wear too much makeup. Look at the idiot women that go through all that shit with their lips. They put fillers in there. They look like a fucking clown. They got the fucking lips of a fucking grouper fish. Looks like a grouper. Like a fucking grouper. Why do they do this? Supposedly attract the opposite sex. But sometimes that could deter the opposite sex. Me, I like a real woman that doesn't feel she has to wear makeup all the time. Doesn't mean my girlfriend doesn't wear makeup on a special occasion. She does. On a day-to-day basis? No. Barely ever does anything, really. And that's what I like about her. Just be yourself, but it's hard to be yourself on YouTube. People will not accept you for who you are. That's the way it is. They decided they don't like you. That's it. And some of them don't even have a reason. Just that, well, I got to go along with everybody else. I got to be part of the big boys club or wear the big boys pants. That's all it is on YouTube, and you guys know that. You're kissing everybody's asses. And I don't kiss anybody's ass. And just because Aloe comes on my show doesn't mean I'm kissing his ass. He hasn't started any trouble with me, and he's been pretty good. So I leave it at that. I don't honestly care what people think about me. And neither one of you should care what anybody thinks about you. I think it should come to a point, if you don't like somebody, if you're bold enough to just say it, hey, I don't like you. In fact, I hate you, or whatever it is. And move on with your life. Move on with your channel. Say what you have to say. Don't follow people around and stalk them and do shows about them and copy everything they do. It doesn't go anywhere. If it's not affecting the person that you're trying to affect, then it's a bust. It's a waste of time. But you see, a lot of people have a lot of time on their hands on here. In fact, too much time. I thought I did, but I was wrong. I was wrong when I listened to some people on here. Like I said, I do a lot of shows, but I do stuff in between that. I'm not sitting there waiting for somebody to come on, like Popeye. Probably got remotes all over the house. Bing, bing, bing when Frank comes on. Bells are ringing even in the fucking restroom. I'm not that fucking sick. I haven't reached that point, and thank goodness I haven't. But I don't know what I'm trying to say here. Am I getting off this thing? I'm considering it as a dish show. I don't know. I've had my fill over a decade. I think I've accomplished some of the things I really wanted to do, and I'm very happy about it. I'm happy to see certain people gone, and I know that sounds cold, but these people meant nothing to me. They were nothing but trouble for me. So when they passed away, you could imagine I did not shed a tear. And when others it will happen to, it's not when, it's if. And I could name names, but why bother? You know who they are. They'll be gone too. And I won't shed a tear when that happens either. They're nothing to me. They don't bring food to my table. They just bring a lot of hate, and they try to test to see how resilient I am and how much I could take with their insults and allegations and shit, but they haven't succeeded. But they're stubborn. It just makes them want to do it more. See, I'm not getting to Frank. I mean, look all the shit I said about him and his girlfriend. He's not really reacting. Except to say that, hey, it's old hat. I've heard it 1,000 times before. You're not affecting me. You're not affecting her. So it gets boring. And plus, they can't come up with any new shit anyway. They run out of insults. You know, then they got to create something new. Oh, this is what I found out about Frank or this guy. Of course, it's not. Well, they say it all comes out in a wash, and apparently it does. It all comes. I see that Barry made a posting somewhere, some derogative comment or something, but apparently he's still there. All comes out in the wash. Now, we need some fresh blood on here. God, we certainly do. Need some people with new material. It does get old after a while. If you listen to my last show, you know what I mean. Thanks for the hearts. No, I really meant what I said last show. It's not that things are not moving and grooving. Things are happening, you know. Situation with Slimy Boy, you know. Well, I guess it's something that we're seeing some progress on here, at least in the sense of certain justice being bestowed upon certain people. Pardon me, you know exactly what I'm doing right now. Look at it, 18 already. Jesus Christ. Cherry, cherry lady. One of these days I'll get the lyrics together and I'll actually sing you a full song. Can you handle that? Okay. Turmeric. This is going to be one of my power shots this morning. Thank you. Thank you. While I prepare my proverbial my tea. Cherry, cherry lady. My heartbeat. Do 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 do. Oh, I'm missing one thing. There's my 13. There it is. There's my 13. Okay. Hold on here. Cherry, cherry lady. One thing about that song, you see I sing that a lot because this is like 40 years old and it's still so current today. It still sounds the same. I like to say some things don't change, you know, our interest in music and how some songs have actually survived the decades and they're still as popular today as they ever were. And it doesn't get stagnant, you know, it doesn't get old, you know. But unfortunately, YouTube does. We need some fresh blood. I don't know. People need to change things around a little bit, I think. Sabong, okay. I don't know. Yeah, I meant what I said on my last show. I don't know. Not that you need to stir the pot up a bit on here. The pot's always being stirred up, you know, but there's no lack of that. But I don't know. It's when you hear the same vloggers on here talking about the same shit all the time, it does get kind of, boring. That's why I try to add some light at the end of the tunnel on here. I always have something to say, and nothing's ever held me back from what I have to say. I think everybody knows that. Because I'm not on camera. You want to see my tea? This is a very famous thing in the morning if you never follow my channel. It's my ritual. I make a special brew in the morning. Enough to choke a horse. Not for everybody, not for the faint of heart, what I put in here. This is my shtick, my morning tea. Okay? Oh, hot. Ooh, ooh. Oh, wait, what am I doing this for? Jesus Christ. Let me get my strainer. My girlfriend's daughter brought back, for God's sakes, she brought back this real matcha tea from Japan on her last trip to Japan. I'll just add that. It's going to be a powerful tea then. Oh my God, what I got in here now. Now I'm going to add some matcha to this. Holy crap. Ooh, this is going to be my most powerful tea that I've ever displayed on here. Oh boy. What am I doing? I've told them about my fresh from Japan matcha tea. Man, let's do it right now. Holy shit. Come on, shame on you, dude. Let's get this stuff out of here. This is going to be one powerful ass tea. And look at this container. It's a metal container too. I don't know what she paid for this. Yeah, they just came back from Japan. Oh, I got my reclining chair. Minnesota. Oh God, you're in the middle of a war zone. Minnesota. Holy shit, man. Okay, what we're gonna do is, I want you to see this stuff. This is his poem. This is the actual tea leaves. Coarse. It's real coarse. Real coarse. Oh gosh, I'll just do that. We'll add a little bit of this in here. Let's just let it steep. That's what I'm gonna do. Let it steep in here. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Look at this stuff. It looks like marijuana, doesn't it? What a potent smell it has to it too. Oh my goodness. Das crazy. Yeah, let's just do that. Since I have the cup of tea ready, the hot water. Let that kind of steep in there for 10 minutes at least. Now you're talking about some really good chemistry here. That's one way of doing it. I didn't plan this out. I just forgot all about it. I had that. She was nice enough to think about me, and she always brings back a little something for me. Ain't that nice? This is real matcha tea, matcha green tea. Oh, I can't read a word on this damn thing. Nice container. Nice box. Isn't that nice? I thought so. Cherry, cherry lady. I don't know. One of these days I'm going to remember lyrics, but yeah, I was being pretty serious on my last show. Oh, look at this. My watch says that. This is such bullshit. These smartwatches. Okay. It says that I had 8 hours. What a joke. Wait, hold on. 8 hours and 53 minutes sleep. There's no fucking way. Well, first of all, you go to bed and, how long does it take you to fall asleep? You got to factor that in. The smartwatch, it's not really that smart. It sees inactivity, so it goes, okay, then, you must be sleeping. But how long did it take you before you fell asleep? I mean, there's no way in the fucking world I'm getting almost 9 hours of sleep in. I don't know what good these watches are. It's good for taking steps or something, it'll give you your pulse or something, but it doesn't do much. I wish I had 8 hours and 53. 8 hours and 53 minutes. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Oh, I wish. What was the other information on? There used to be things on here whether I had REM sleep or something. I don't see that on here. It shows my heart rate, the lowest was down to 52 beats per minute when I was sleeping. That's adequate, yeah. Actually, you need to fall asleep, to really fall asleep, you need about 65 and below beats per minute to actually fall into a sleep, to be more conducive at that particular heart rate. Now, these things are not accurate. They're not accurate at all. Ooh, I'm getting my matcha. That's going to have to stay there a while. Pull this fucking spoon out of here for what? Matcha tea. I'm gonna have my matcha tea. Yeah, baby. Now we're talking. If you're gonna do it right. That's what I say. All right, what's in the news besides the continuous? There's God, it's in Minnesota, yeah. What the hell, man? Be careful. Those agents will kill you. Yeah, I've been following all that stuff. Pretty incredible. Wow. We're becoming a police state, everything. It's just crazy. Das crazy. And speaking of das crazy, I don't know what the update on Slim is. I guess he has been officially arrested. Officially. Apparently nothing's happening with his girlfriend. I don't know. They said that's actually his, some said it's actually his wife. I don't know. They don't mention the details of that. Some people say, oh, it's his kid. Can't you see the receding hairline like Slim has? Well, it's a baby. You can't really tell. I mean, and I don't know. The baby's supposed to be Korean or something. Slim is not her first, I don't know what you want to call him, first man. Yeah, I like, just like Vitaly, I like to see Slim's attitude right now. He's in custody. But I don't know. Don't he get bailed out? He's got money. Can he bail himself out and go back home? I don't know. I don't know all the details. I guess you have to follow the Dumagete daily news or whatever. I think that's probably the only place you're going to get updates on that. Finally seen the video when I was looking for it, the video when they came over. They started at the gate, and he had his face looking through the gate, and the guy was waving his papers at him and all that. I imagine he's thinking, oh, that's crazy. Oh, man, we got characters on here. But then again, you already know that. That's crazy. Really? Oh, really? I can see the baby starting to talk. Oh, really? That's crazy. Daddy, that's crazy. Now, he does remind me of Vitaly. He's got all the earmarks of Vitaly. I don't know, his looks, his style, his accent, what he does on his videos. Yeah, apparently there's supposed to be a 15-year-old that he defiled or whatever, a 15-year-old girl. That's what I'm hearing. And, oh God, if he did, what if she gets pregnant? Then he's really going to be in a world of hurt. Oh well, all comes out in the wash. It certainly does. Haven't heard anything else. Not really. Sometimes quiet is good. Now, we need some fresh blood on here. I'm just not excited anymore. What I see on here, all the regulars, it's the same shit every fucking day. I'm the only thing that brings any excitement to this fucking genre at all. I don't know how you guys would survive without me. I really don't. God, what you must have went through when I was off YouTube for a little bit. God, I feel for you. Being independent, like independent news channels, Say what's on your mind. You got to say what's on your mind. Let it all hang out. Watch what you say legally, of course, on here, but I think we got to exercise certain freedoms, but not to push it so far that you're actually going to hurt somebody or just lie. But the truth always prevails. It always does. And everything comes out in the wash. I mean, look how many people passed away. Look how many people are not on YouTube anymore, ran away, or, certainly 10 years or whatever I've been on here. I've seen them come and I've seen them go. Even Big Kevin is not doing many shows. Even Ricky is limiting his shows. There's always something going on behind the scenes that you don't really know. Maybe some things you don't want to know, but I'm still going to keep this matcha in there for a while. It's expensive shit. I want to get every little piece of chemistry out of this thing. I'm going to start using my moringa leaves. We got it out back. I don't even use the moringa. Moringa. Sounds like a lovely Hispanic name, actually. But you got to roll with the tongue. Moringa. Not say moringa.
Moringa. Moringa has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? I met a lady named Moringa from Nicaragua. Just a roll of the tongue makes a big difference. All you need is your reclining chair. No, 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 no. All you need is love. Do, 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 do. All you need is love, love. All you need is. I'm very happy to say that the protests that are going on have been very peaceful, but it's been just proving how Trump's regime is pushing on and, blast bombs, pepper spray, pepper balls. Now there's not 2,000 ICE agents in Minneapolis, but now they added 1,000. Now there's 3,000. Oh. Well, rest assured, this is all going to come to a climax at some point. Trump is getting attacked from every angle now. His popularity level has shrunken to nothing. Where people from his side are going over the other side and blah, blah, blah. And all the crazy things he's doing is now making... I had an interview with a really staunch supporter of Trump and MAGA. And this guy said, no more. I can't go along with his policies and what he's doing. And there's a lot of people are feeling that way. Yeah. I had definitely been following this. That I could tell you. No president in history has ever tried to achieve the power level that he's trying to achieve and acting like a child. Well, if he doesn't get his way, he's going to show you. It's kind of an attitude on YouTube, too. If they don't get their way, they're going to show you. I'm going to continue doing shows on you. I'm going to be talking about you. Well, you have. And in some ways, it only benefits me. My popularity level. I'm just going to keep this steeping in here, Not nice of her, isn't it? This wasn't cheap either. Even the container on here. This is not cheap tea. Next time, I'm going to grab some of those moringa leaves outside on the bush we have out there. Moringa. Now I'm going to be saying moringa. Okay, what else is going on? Everybody's falling apart on YouTube. Everybody's got an issue in a tissue about something. If you heard my last show, I'm even challenging myself, saying, why? If you're getting so fucking bored of YouTube, you got a choice to make. I like to kick things up on here a little bit just to, get people sparked off a little bit to engage, good conversation. Kind of change things around on here. You know all the players on here, and you listen to their shows, and what do you get out of it, really? I don't get anything out of it, except a bunch of people making up stories so they can continue vlogging, and a bunch of people just seemingly directionless. One thing good about Scotty, though, I'll give him credit. I don't give him credit. He realized he's a doofus, and he even says it in so many words. I gotta give him credit. He's got a good following, too. And he pretty much admits he doesn't have any direction. Now, I got to give credit to people like that who admit that. He don't know what he's doing from day to day. See, that's what really amazes me. Morning. I'm still letting this thing kind of steep in here a little bit. There we go. Oh, Sinolog Festival coming up. Well, you know, I'm not going to be anywhere near Cebu, but we have all these activities over here too, though. I go to them sometimes, you know. There's always some event over here. God, what's going on with that damn landslide in, what is that, a dump site, whatever, a landfill in Cebu. It's supposed to be about, a few people got killed, and there's about 27 people missing. Then I'm looking at all this stuff on there. Fires. So many fires going on in the Cebu area all the time. I don't know, I got a sneaking suspicion that it's the landowners trying to reclaim the land because squatters have taken over a lot of these properties. And I swear, they'll do this at the risk of somebody dying. They'll set the place on fire or hire somebody to do it just to get the squatters out. With no regards that maybe, you know, a baby or anyone really. You might be killing somebody in the process, but I don't know, they do things differently out here. They're pretty direct, you know. They want you out of a property, they'll do something to get you out, like destroy your abode. They want to reclaim the land because a lot of developers want the land, very valuable land in Cebu City. Very valuable. But you got to get the squatters out. Then you board off the land until you start building. But you think they don't pay people to, you know, commit a little bit of arson? Oh, of course they do. Goes on all the time. Even at the risk of somebody's life. It's just amazing how callous some people can be. How uncaring. Yeah, need room for the new high-rise building. Exactly. You know how valuable that land is? Jeez, man. But yeah, I mean, I purposely think in the real slum areas of Cebu and even in Manila that these fires are being purposely started. So many people's lives get affected because they now got to find a new place to live. But you notice, I don't know if you follow this all the time, but every time you turn around, there's some kind of freaking fire somewhere, some area of Cebu that's going on. I'm sure it happens in Manila, but I'm just referencing Cebu at the moment. Look at this tea. Oh my goodness, I can't wait to hit it. I gotta thank her when she comes through the room here for buying this. Well, you know, here's the thing. I don't know. They're making high-rise buildings and stuff, but and building condos and shit. But the fact is, a lot of these new buildings and condos are just, they're empty. I mean, how many condo buildings can you have? We don't have that many people coming in through here or buying condos as you think. Then, you know, what do they do with the old buildings? I got to give the people who do, who not well, that knock down these buildings, you know, credit how they do it because they're so close to other structures and everything else. A building can only last so long. They even have to retire buildings sometimes, you know. What's amazing, like in New York, like the Empire State Building, constant maintenance. That's why it's standing so long. Everything has a shelf life, even the Empire State Building, the Chrysler Building, all those older buildings. And they're constantly retrofitting and whatever they do structurally. But there's some structures here in Cebu that just need to come down because they're so dangerous. But then when I hear about all these, like, you know, landslides, I think to myself, well, you know, the people who were affected by it, why would they live in there in the first place when they know it's on a hill and how much rain the region gets all the time? I would never live right in front of a steep area, a hill. And eventually, you know, the soil's going to loosen up, you know, and any vegetation you have on there is going to come down along with rocks and soil and everything. And why do you put yourself in a situation? Well, because people will live anywhere that they can live, and there's room to live, you know. They will take the chances. If you ever been to Baguio, you'll see those in town on the big hillsides. You see all these houses kind of almost like hanging from the cliffs. I mean, it's just like amazing. They paint them all different colors. It looks kind of colorful, you know. But they choose these areas knowing that it has the potential of that shit happening. You know, why would you take a chance like that? I don't know. People do weird things. New high-rise buildings. For what? I mean, there's so many existing buildings in Cebu. Utilize them. And what's going on with the Regency Towers, though? That place really went to shit. When I first came to Philippines around that time, I did stay there with somebody, and it was nice. The rooms were nice, service, and all those years, they always had the lights on overnight, and I don't think they're still doing it. Somebody, because I'm not there at nighttime all the time until I visit Cebu, and I don't think they could afford to run the lights. You know how they got the lights all over the building, flashing and in sequence, and I don't think they're even doing that, because I don't think the Regency's making any money anymore, the Regency Towers. If anybody knows about that, let me know. But service went down, and of course when the COVID came, that's just ripped the place apart, you know. It used to be kind of a nice address to stay at. Well, when I went there, it was still a nice address to stay at, you know. But you go in like front of their entrance these days in Cebu, and it's so trashy looking. It's so trashy looking. They got part of the building that exists there that's not being used. I don't know what it was, but it's empty. It was some extension of the place. I don't know what it was. But, you know, windows broken or whatever, and it just looks so gaudy. The whole area in front of there looks really gaudy, and it doesn't, you know, have that inviting feeling like, you know, this is a quality hotel and blah, blah, blah. I noticed that when I was there last time. I wouldn't stay at the Regency anymore. I don't know, the room they gave us the last time I've been there, it was about a year ago or so, I think I was there. It was just kind of nasty. It's a shame. I gotta thank her. Oh, she went to the restroom. I was gonna thank her for the matcha tea. But, you know, I don't really, you know, here's the thing. I don't really care about how fancy the accommodations are. I'd rather put my money toward whatever I need to do out there. But as long as it's a clean, comfortable place, it's not loaded with cockroaches, I'm good. I don't need a 5-star. It's just a waste of money. Nina.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you for the matcha tea.
Oh, yeah.
That was very thoughtful of you. Yeah, I'm making it now. I already put my green tea in there, and I said, oh, wait, I got the matcha tea, so I decided to do that. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, very, very thoughtful. Thank you very much. Yeah. See that? I got plenty of harmony around here. Kids are very respectful. Yeah, Sao. Here's my Sao baby. You come to see your daddy. Sao. You're due for a bath, maybe even today. You're due for a bath. You are due for a bath. Look at that face. Look at that face. Look at that face. She loves her daddy. She loves her daddy. Look at that. Look. Oh my goodness. That's what it's all about, folks, right here. See that? One thing about dogs, I gotta say, they just give you so much unconditional love. You don't get that from humans, man. You don't. Not everybody fighting with each other on here, and you feel it in your bones, you know. And there's my lovely on her phone. I thanked your daughter for the matcha tea. In fact, I was making my tea already. And I forgot about the matcha. So in the middle of the lesson, I took it with the strainer and I put it in there, letting it kind of steep in there, using it for the first time. But I thanked your daughter for being thoughtful about buying that, you know. Yeah, I do that. Sometimes you got to be appreciative of the things that people do. You didn't ask, they just knew that you like green tea and something. While they're out there, they pick the stuff up. They're in another country, and there you go. But yeah, I think we need some fresh blood on YouTube. I think more likely, I think if people just, well, here's the thing. It's the greed factor, okay? Hold on. Is everybody here that, oh yeah, you know, go get a YouTube show together and you can make some good money. Well, some people do. And I'm nothing against that. I mean, to supplement your income, I have nothing against that at all. If you need to do that, you need to do that. I mean, look at Scotty. He's just surviving on his income on there, and other people too. That's what they're surviving on. Mike, retirement Philippines. And others, you know. Jimbo. And not to mention Steven from, I guess he has a different name now. You know, hello, all you lovely people. Something's journey, his Philippines journey or something. He changed it from his old title. I don't know, some things don't change. It's very refreshing when you hear one of these, you know, fairly well-known vloggers, and they actually talk about something that they didn't make up. I tell things as it happens, as it comes. You know, I don't waste my time making up shit on here, because I'd bore myself. But it's always refreshing when I see somebody, now, you know, well, Jim from Asian Adventures, he's trying to change things up a little bit here. But his reputation just follows him. You know, that's the problem. Now he's back with Dexel. I mean, it's a joke. So she's following him around like a geisha, like a, I don't know, seen the Japanese movies with a woman kind of lags behind him, following him around, Now she's going everywhere he goes. These two at battle, a big war, pawning their rings. Yeah, they pawn their rings. I don't know, is Jim going to demand the money back from that, or I guess he pawned his, she pawned hers, whatever. Well, she had to pawn her rings because Jimbo was basically putting out for the food. You can't live on banana blossoms, and I've never heard of that in my life, actually. Banana blossoms are edible? That's a first for me, I gotta tell you that. That's a real first for me. Never knew that. Then they, do what every self-respecting Filipino does. They'll do laundry to make a few pesos to stay alive. But, you gotta do what you gotta do, I guess, man, Oh, hello. Oh, not much. It's just a very mellow show this morning here. I did a show yesterday where I basically said, man, it's getting to the point of complete boredom on here. It's the same old shit all the time. It's just taxing me, I watched some of your videos. Some of them funny, yeah. Oh. And when you decide to get active, you get active. And I do see your videos usually I do, when you put something on. No, it was just real laid back this morning, just a really laid back show. Mentioned a little bit about a few people, but, of course, Slim's situation and all that. I was very surprised that his girlfriend didn't get indicted or something, or I don't know. Because, I posted that video, and I call it child abuse. I mean, and I know a couple of incidents I thought really was child abuse, shoving that bitter lemon or whatever it was in the kid's mouth. You could see his expression. You could see it on the thumbnail. And they were laughing. She was laughing. It was funny. And the other time with the salted egg, kid was choking, and that was funny to them. And her and Slim were just laughing their asses off. The baby had a grimace on his face like, oh my gosh, oh my goodness, Share the stream. Okay. Good. Yeah, seriously, man. To me, I'm sorry, but that's child abuse. She's not, look, here's the point. She's far from innocent. But I guess she's getting away. I don't know. With my knowledge, she's getting away with it. So what happens with Slim if he's going to be incarcerated or deported? What's going to happen to her? Is he going to continue to finance her and the baby? And I still don't even know the real story. Is he really married to her? Is that his baby? I heard different. That's not his baby. That's some Korean guy's baby. She got around. That little petite thing that laughs all the time like a fucking hyena. You think she's on drugs or something, which I don't think she is. But I think there's more fear in Slim than anything else, than devotion. As I said, you don't know what goes on behind the scenes when his camera shuts off. That's going to be up to the authorities to see what's exactly on his SD cards and everything, Yeah, the one got, Slim. I'm surprised you don't follow this situation. Oh yeah, he's, in his own sense, he's kind of like another Vitali in some ways. I mean, he sounds like Vitali, kind of looks like him, acts like him, does stupid things like Vitali does, accent and all. All right, let me see if this matcha tea. Isn't that nice, aloe? My daughter's older daughter came back from Japan. She thought about me and she brought me this really good quality matcha tea. Yeah, it is. It's cool. Yeah, you see this stuff. It's coarse. It's coarse. This is the real shit. Looks like dried marijuana stems or something. Very potent smelling. Oh my gosh. So I made my tea this morning. I forgot with my regular green tea. And I said, oh my God, what am I doing? I got this par excellence, So I decided to get my strainer out. I put some in there. So I'm now just kind of steeping that in there. Should be okay now. It's been in there a while. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm not getting the full. But yeah, that was very nice and very thoughtful of her to have me in mind and buy that for me. Well, she's in the other room. I'd have to ask her. Yeah, I'll find out. She gets to travel around not just because of her job, but, she does take vacations too. And cool job. She's like she's a CPA. Does all her work on computer. But she has to go to meetings either in Manila or Cebu. And sometimes they send them all out. She's like a manager. I don't know what she makes per month or anything, but she probably makes some good money. She don't seem to be broke at any time, God, my back is kind of aching. Man, I still ain't got my results back. I went for a fucking urinalysis, and they were probably closed yesterday for some unbeknownst reason. They don't need a reason to close, They're supposed to send it via email to me. They always do. My urinalysis results and Gilda's A1C. Still don't have it. Gee, what if you needed this in an emergent situation? You needed to get these results. I mean, that's just, that's just the way it is out here. Not only me, but everybody talks about it, the bureaucracy. Nothing happens fast. Nothing ever will happen fast out here. Look at that complaint put against me. That was 18 months ago. As I said, nothing happens fast. Yeah, certified public accountant, yeah. Oh, well paid for, I guess. I think it's an American company, actually, that she works for. She's like a manager, And I've met the employees. They've been here at this house. I've met them. They made trips here. They kind of came with her, and all nice people. God, there's one fly that won't leave me alone. Yeah, my lower back. I don't like when I get feelings in my flank because I'm always thinking. I get paranoid. I'm thinking, oh God, man, something happening with your kidneys. That's why, I went for urinalysis to start it off, see if I have an UTI or something. I was going to get an ultrasound, but I'm going to put that off until I see what's going on with my urinalysis. But you got to keep abreast of all this stuff. You have to really, kind of be up on this kind of stuff. Because if you got something going on, it could get worse if you don't tackle it. Yeah, she gets to travel. I mean, she's going to be going to America at some point. I don't know when that is, but she's going to go. I know it's in the future. She's going to make her first American trip. I'm sure she's looking forward to that. Or not, I don't know. All that's going on there. But she will. She'll get there. She has a boyfriend that she barely sees because, he works overseas all the time, too. Just got to see him just recently. She was going to come over with the other kids, but she didn't. But then as soon as, he went upon his business, boing, all of a sudden she's showing up at the door. Oh, I didn't know you were coming. I don't know, these relationships, they share a condo. They have a condo in, where is it? Well, it's the Cebu area anyway. No, actually, I know that they have I think it's a pre-sale. I don't know if it's built yet, but I thought no, she stays over at his family's house when she's in Cebu, but I think they're buying, kind of a pre-sale deal. Yeah. Loser says, bummer, Vitaly and Slim together soon. 3 weirdos. I don't know, there's not been too much talk about Vitaly. But he's still in there. Oh boy. But I'll tell you what, you know what, in regards to Slim, I can't predict what's going to happen, what they're going to do with him, but, you know, I'm thinking, and this is just my thought, that they're going to compare him to Vitaly, the accent, everything, where he comes from, because they're coming down on these true undesirables, big time. They may also make an example of Slim as a result of what happened with Vitaly. Now, my understanding is that he had sex with a 15-year-old girl. That's my understanding. And I don't know if it's the one, if you heard this, but one of his victims was at the famous waterfalls he goes to over there. She was drunk off her ass, and she was just like actually conked out under the waterfall, laying there under the waterfall. She was drunk off her ass. I don't know if you heard that one. Alice says, Vitaly apparently is religious now. Became religious in there. Those places change you. It's hard in there. Well, to tell you the truth, if I was in a situation like that, which I hope never happens, but I'm not going to turn religious. That Slim guy comes off as a Russian version of regular guy. He has some elements of that too, yeah. Well, I don't know, regular guy is kind of... Hold on, who's... Oh, the water. All right, the water.
I think so. You go outside. I think another.
Okay. All right.
Napa.
Okay. Pardon me, that was the people coming to get our empty water bottles. Let's see. Oh man, a lot going on with that guy. I'm surprised you're not up to date on this guy. Oh, geez. Oh, I was hoping that would happen. That there's enough reports on him to make them act upon it. Oh, that's a potent tea now. Oh. There we go. That's the matcha leaves. Looks like fucking spinach. So that was with Lipton's green tea, regular, with the matcha on top of that. Man, I'm going to get a buzz from this. Not to mention the ginger, black pepper, turmeric, and cinnamon. Boy, that's a hefty tea in the morning, isn't it? Unfortunately, these elements I put in there act as diuretics. And it makes you pee a lot. Yeah, they're like natural diuretics. I didn't know that. Probably answers why I have to piss so much. Yeah, it stimulates your bladder and all that. Kidneys, whatever. No, there's a lot going on with that guy. He's a real creep. How he treats the baby, all this shit. I'm just so surprised they didn't take her in too. But then they'd have to deal with the baby, who's going to take care of the baby, and I don't want to see something that happen to the baby. Is it bad enough he has to be put in a foster home? No. But she had some antics with the baby I thought was crude, and what they were shoving in the kid's mouth and choking, I mean, there's, plus the fact that the kid is like, probably 2.5 times its fucking weight. And you look at his arms and legs, all the big creases, like you're probably not familiar, Aloe, with the advertisements in America, with the Michelin tire man. They got this kind of this caricature of this human-like looking thing, but he's made out of tires. And you'd have to just see the old advertisements of Michelin tires. Oh, you do? You're familiar? Look at the kid. He looks like the child of the Michelin tire man, That's abuse. The kid's eating all fast foods and shit, man. You don't know what's going on with this. There's a lot of elements to this guy. Yeah. Some people say, no, that's got to be Slim's kid. Because look at Slim's receding hairline, and the baby has a receding hairline. Well, it's only a baby. I mean, but it's supposed to be maybe something. You said that the kid is actually Korean. I don't know. I didn't see a resemblance to Slim. I don't know. Anyway, what's going on with you, Aloe? You should have knocked on Philippines Antics' door. Introduce yourself or something. No, I know you wouldn't do that. You just don't want to be discovered, but I've seen you in action on your latest videos here and there. The old Aloe coming back. I don't know, you're a scary dude. You're a scary dude. I say I don't want to be on your bad side, but I actually have been. You've been on my bed. For a guy that's totally anonymous, you put fear in a lot of people on here. It's amazing, and it's also funny at the same time. Yeah, I know. I kind of figured you out, man. It's all good, man. Some things I'll forgive and forget, I may not forget, but I forgive. I can be forgiving. We all get carried away on shit on here. I do too. I'm not, I don't leave myself out of the equation. Today, it's too early to figure out what's on today. I mean, I'm pretty broke here, man. I'm just trying to survive, Aloe, Pretty fucking broke. I had a short show yesterday or so, which, it had to do with, forbid that you're in pain out here, that you just can't get the good stuff. You have to be in a hospital to get it, man. And I just feel sorry for a lot of people. I know a guy out here, and he's from Oregon. He's been out here for many years. He's married to a Filipina, has kids and all that. He has a house over here. And he had to go through back fusion, spinal fusion. He's always had trouble with his back. And he was reaching out to try to find medicine for his back. I said, man, I ain't got anything like that, If I did, I don't want to be in a position where I'm going to transfer drugs from from myself to another. I just don't do that. Shit, I had 4 hydrocodone left here from how many years ago? I was tempted to give them it, but I said, no, I don't want to do that. How big they are on drugs around here. But here's the thing, and it's foreigners and local Filipinos alike out here, man. You got cancer, you got some kind of debilitating back problems, disease, and you're suffering a lot of pain. Well, you're going to have to become religious. And you will probably become religious. Because the hospitals are only going to give you the good stuff, the morphine and fentanyl in the hospital while you're in the hospital. But to stay in the hospital, that costs money. They will not let you leave the hospital with any of these powerful drugs, that are under certain classifications, So, it's a horrible situation. And then, like what Fazio did, he had a lot of pain from whatever. And he was popping down those fucking ibuprofens like they were M&Ms. He would have died of a liver failure anyway, between his secret drinking and whatever. But I remember he was taking the higher dose ibuprofen, NSAIDs, anti-inflammatories, sometimes 5 times a day. You have a limit of 3,200 milligrams per day on that stuff. Kind of a sort of a black box warning in a way. And he was putting that shit down like there was no tomorrow. And that kills your fucking liver, man. There's no question about it. Oh, I don't have much going on today, no. Not really. It's just business as usual around here. Just another day of paradise. My dusty little island, you know. What are you up to? I don't know if I'm being simulcast tonight. I guess the point, I don't even check anymore. I don't know. If you heard my show last night, whatever it was, I sounded really out of it. And I really was. That I don't know what I expect from YouTube to be so different or enlightening or and the same old people, same old players saying the same old shit over and over again. It just gets to a point where, come on, I need a new something to listen to. But I don't listen to everything on, the genre here. I mean, I'm on YouTube for a lot of different things. Not just to listen to the trolls on YouTube, although the fucking losers and shit, but, I'm more looking at other stuff than I am in the Philippines genre here. So much more. You just ordered a sandwich. Okay. Where are you now? Are you still in Phil's? Philly Willy, as a regular guy likes to say. Was binge watching Black Rabbit. That's about it. Oh, you're talking about Black Rabbit. Nah, I've been running zip on finding shit on TV, A typical scene, I'm sitting in my chair, and, I'm like surfing. I got the, if I should die, they'd make a monument out of me sitting in my recliner with the remote in my right hand, hold up in the air. See, when I hold it up in the air, it means I haven't found something I'm interested in. When I set the remote down, it means I found something to watch. But otherwise, I'm surfing, hanging 10, watching out for the sharks, and I just don't find a lot of shit. That's why I'm always open for suggestions, and you made a few for me that turned out okay, and, oh, she's still out here. I don't know. If you build the balls someday to come by here, I could make it an agreement with you. You could hold my camera the whole time you visit. Seriously. And I promise I won't tell who you are, reveal who you are. You don't even have to give me your real name if you met me. And you can make sure that my camera's not on. If you're ever up to doing that, man, I would comply. I'd comply. Because I'll never reveal you. And you could even hold Gilda's camera, too. I mean, for the whole time that you visit. I'm serious. That's a good deal. Not exposing who you are. Something to think about. I think it's time that the two pioneers of YouTube got together and actually met, despite the past. I think it's time, sir. Time's running out for me, both as a YouTuber and as a living human being. It's starting to get up there, dude. Not as old as Popeye in mind and body, but I'm getting up there, man. Got to bring things to fruition, Meet up. Sure, we can share a lot of stories. But the deal would be, the cameras would be put away. There'd be no hidden button cameras on me or any shit like that. You could even get an electronic device and just kind of, like they do at the security gates, and see if I'm carrying any electronics on me. Had to get to that point. Something to think about. It's been a long time. And now the question I have for you, have you ever met, which I don't think you did, have you ever met any of these YouTubers face to face, Big E or anybody like that? Have you ever met any of these people? Is there anybody you actually met on here that knew who you were, what you look like? I think I know the answer to that, but I figured I'll ask you. Yeah, that's what I thought. That you were hiding in the background, deep throat, in the darkness. And I think you're pretty good at that. I would imagine you would be. I mean, why not? Nobody knows what you look like. Anyway, consider the request I made. Upstairs, there's cameras away, nothing, no hidden cameras, nothing like that, nothing. Nothing to reveal who you are. You didn't have to tell me your real name if we met. And the shadow knows. Only the shadow knows. You are an interesting character. I'd love to meet you. Don't worry, I'm not going to go ape man on you or nothing like that. I'm not violent. I got my shit together. I'm not going to hold anything against you. I should, but I won't, you know. I'm not that stupid. You might beat me up. And I don't want you on my back as a bona fide enemy. Because you're a crazy motherfucker. I mean that very, with good heart, you know. But Popeye hates that. Oh, Lord. Because, you know, Popeye always thought you were like, that he was part of your team. Well, he thought, anyway. Sandwich. Boy, that sounds good. An actual sandwich. I don't have sandwiches. I get lazy. I don't even make like a nice, maybe an egg salad sandwich or something. I enjoy that. Except the mayonnaise, you know. You got to put mayonnaise in there. I'm not big on mayonnaise. I mean, I like the taste, but all the shit in there. But, yeah. I'm just a regular guy. Well, I eat my oatmeal every morning, so it makes me very regular. So I guess I am a regular guy, a true regular guy. I'm enjoying my oatmeal, though. That's what I put it. It makes it so flavorful. Which reminds me, while I'm talking here, I'm going to take out my blueberries and let it defrost. So while I have blueberries, I want to utilize it because I haven't had them for a while. Truly haven't. Because I haven't had any and I hadn't been to Cebu for a while. And there's nothing locally where they're selling them, so
What's she doing?
I'm just going to defrost my blueberries. You're making some hard-boiled?
Huh?
You're making some hard-boiled eggs? Oh, not much in here. It doesn't need that much, really. That's all I'm defrosting, just enough for nutrition, you know. You know, it makes a difference. You know, the one thing you know, we all, there are guarantees in life. You know what the guarantee is in life? That there is no guarantee in life. That's a guarantee. I actually do take every day special. I actually do. God, so many people even here on YouTube have passed away. And, you know, obviously it had to do with their lifestyle and all that shit, of course, and being obese and drinking and all that shit. But they kind of did that on their own, you know. You can't always feel sorry for these people because, you know, you choose your lifestyles just as well as I choose some of the things I do. But, you know, one of them anyway, that's not healthy. But like I said, what life is
Life is basically finding a balance. That's what it is. It's a balance. Find the balance. Do the best, with what you got. And try to improve upon it if you possibly can, That's the way I see things. I try to see things on the positive side as much as I actually can. But sometimes I'm reminded, well, a lot of time, I'm reminded of the injustice in more current affairs, the injustice that's been done against me. Always on my mind. You're always on my mind. You're always on my mind. Talk about fossils, Willie Nelson. Jesus, Christmas. No, I don't appreciate shit like that. I mean, people like Slim going down, Barry going down, other people, that's justified. You know what I mean? That's justified. But you pull that kind of shit on me, which is not justified. Of course I'm upset about that. A word I never really use, but I've been using it. I am livid about that whole situation. So is my girlfriend. But everything has a beginning, everything has an end. I'm just seeking justice. I'm not seeking revenge. There's a difference. There's a difference. I mean, that's my nature. I just can't let something or somebody get away with something as egregious as what's going on with the situation. It's hard to, you can't let it drop because it's not over. You want this to be over no matter what's going on, and then do what you have to do to justify, a little bit of justice. A little sugar thrown on top of it. Victory sugar. Some things are just not right. And a lot of actions, are not justified. Certain actions. So you want to get even with somebody and you want to get revenge. Not justice, but you want to get revenge. There's a difference. My situation with Barry was not revenge. Oh, I assure you, it was simply justice. How many times am I going to say, man, I fired those warning shots, even with Jay, I'm just a regular guy, not Scotty, but I'm a regular guy just trying to live my life out here in peace. I'm not looking for trouble. I don't seek trouble. Trouble finds me. But I don't seek trouble on here. I do a lot of great shows on here, and which I'm sure a lot of them are appreciated, but you're not going to get that appreciation from trolls. They'll turn around everything you say and turn it into some, toxic soup or something, But when I think about it, and I think about it all the time, every day, I don't have a bad life out here at all, Mr. Allo. You seem to have your shit together, whatever you're doing in your life. I think you said you're pretty much living on residual income from, rice farm or whatever thing you got going there, That's pretty cool, man. We're not all in that shape. I'm not. But, it is what it is, It's one of those situations. You plan well, and I think I did, for the most part. Got another beautiful day. People got to be more positive on here. Appreciate the little things, man. Or some people say, well, you don't travel around a lot. Well, right now I can't travel out of the country, but I go anywhere I want in the Philippines. But, like I've emphasized so many times, it's such a hassle. It's such a fucking hassle to travel anywhere in the Philippines. How many modes of transportation you got to take, things like that. And the cost of traveling around the Philippines. I mean, you could travel to other countries with the prices they charge you just on, traveling around the Philippines. And you've been around the Philippines all over the place, Alan. I think you know about that. It's expensive. I'll complain about just getting from here to Cebu. When I went to Cebu recently, kind of told you the story of how I was in Hagnaya, and let me see, we were coming back, like stuck in Hagnaya, and nothing was happening. I couldn't even find a Grab taxi, not even a bus. They were all full, like sardine cans. I'm surprised they weren't, sitting on the roof of these buses. And they do that. I've seen in provinces, jeepneys and other forms of buses. And they do that in India a lot. Oh my God. You see all these scenes in India. The buses are crowded. They want to get on. And you see like about 30 people on top of a fucking bus. That's crazy. That's crazy. Bangladesh. This is one traveler, I forgot his name, but he has a popular show, millions of views, I think. This guy goes, he goes to the depths of hell. He's gotten attacked many times too and threatened. He just travels around the world. He goes into slum neighborhoods and all this shit. I forgot the name of the show, but I'm sure it's pretty popular. I'm sure a lot of people probably know. But this guy takes a chance. He goes to some of the worst places in the world and he puts his life at risk just to have it's an endeavor. I mean, he's doing something that he wants to do, which I got to give credit to the guy. But he's taken his life in his hands. Some of the places that he actually goes to. Now, I wouldn't do that. Oh, hell no. And he's alone. Chance in getting ripped off of his cameras and money, his life. And he's had a lot of situations where he has had some dangerous situations going on. But you see, there is some beauty on making money on YouTube because it kind of allows you to travel and go to all these places. And if you have a really successful channel like this guy does, and others, it allows you to travel on the earnings you make from your YouTube channel. And possibly any donations and stuff like that doesn't hurt. That's kind of cool. If you're young enough to do that, you got enough sprite to do that you feel pretty confident with yourself that you're not going to get killed or something. But, nothing's written in stone, But they take chances by doing that. But I find them interesting because you get to see some other cultures that you may never see and how safe and dangerous these areas really are. Because he goes right in the hood, okay? He subjects himself to the slums, to the small cities, the big cities, and he kind of gives you the information of what it's really all about. As a very daring vlogger, I gotta say that, but I couldn't do that. Not even if I was younger, I wouldn't even dare do that. My white face would show it. Now, it's different. If you got like, darker skin, a beard and all that, you could fit into a lot of different communities, But, I'm like Casper the Ghost. I would stand out like a 1,000-watt light bulb. If I were to travel in some of these other countries, I'd be a target. No question about it. But no, I have nothing against people making money on YouTube. And people like Scotty and people like that are surviving on this. That's what they're doing. I don't know what Scotty did. I think he did English teaching, believe it or not, for 20 years or something. I heard something on that. So he's pretty much reliant on, as others, on the income from, for example, Paul in the Philippines. I haven't watched him for a while because, I don't know, I get kind of disgusted watching Paul. It's the same old fucking shit. Clickbait. Oh, I'm so tired of clickbait. I want to scream. He uses that a lot. But, everybody's got the tools of the trade. They know how to operate their channel. They become experts at it. Get women on camera, that works. Get controversial guests on your show, interviews. Now we got one girl, there's two of them actually, they're Filipinos. One probably copied off the other. And what they're doing is they're trying to be these heroes, and they're going around looking for foreigners that are in distress on the streets. It's not because they're that caring, and maybe they are, but it's all about the money, and she's making a living doing that. Oh, what a great person you are helping these people, but you know me, I'm going to interject on there, and I say, yeah, it's nice what you're doing, but why don't you, there's plenty of Filipinos, your own countrymen, that are in dire straits. Why don't you help them out? Yeah, that guy's channel, he's incredible. Yeah, I can't even think of the name, Aloe. I can't even think of the name. He's good. He's good. He's good at what he does. But getting back to that Filipina chick, it's so obvious to me that she's just trying to make a living doing this stuff. But I always pose the question, well, we try to help everybody. No, because the only thing I've seen on her show, and there's another gal that does it too, is that, they're going after the foreigners that are in distress. And it's nice that, they're helping them out. But what's the denominator of all this? To make money on the show. To try to become what's that religious figure? I forgot the name. But I said, why don't you just help the Filipinos? There's plenty out there. Oh, we do, but no, not from what I've seen. No, not from what I've seen. So it's popular to help the foreigners out, expats, and running on bad times. Well, the fact that she's helping people is a good thing. I see both positive and negative to what she does. And it's good that even if it is for her show, that she is helping people. I try to see the good in what people do too, besides the obvious things they do and why they're doing it. But it's nice that she does that. But I do see a pattern. The pattern is they're all expats. They're all on the street. They had hard times, got taken advantage of by a Filipina. Things didn't work out. These are guys that they show before and after. But the guy looking so sporty, nice haircut, well dressed, and then, juxtaposed against the current situation where they're laying in a fucking alleyway in the street. How the hell does it come to that? How the hell does it come to that? Is though my question. I don't know. But then again, we could all be in that position. People don't realize that. Shit could happen. And it does. God, must be my posture, because on my left side, I feel a little sore. And I'm hoping it's just muscles and not my fucking kidney. I know, I'm getting ahead of myself there. I'm being paranoid, but people think a kidney stone is a little thing when I had that procedures. It's not, because them fuckers could do damage to you too. That's why I wanted to go for the ultrasound, but at least I went for the test for UTI, and I'm still waiting for the results. And I'm waiting for Gilda's results on her A1C. Oh, he says, oh, you're just hoping there's something wrong. This way you could say, oh, I told you so. Don't eat this kind of food. I said, come on, what are you talking like that for? I said, I love you. I care for you. I'm not looking for that to be a bad number. I don't know. Typical Filipina. I'm not looking for the bad with her. I'm hoping her numbers are good, Right away, it's like, oh, you're just hoping that it's a bad number so you could, say, oh, I told you so, told you so. I said, no, that's not it at all. I care about her. I don't want her to have bad numbers on the A1C. But I figured, let me pay for this. Let me I'm always doing tests for myself. I said, I want to do some tests for her. And she's on high blood pressure medication too. I don't think she needs it. You know? That's why people continue being on certain medicines they may not even need, which could cause more problems than good, You get too dependent on this shit. Because somebody says you had high blood pressure. Or taking statins when you don't need them. Other people taking statins. Well, there's a way of around that. Oh, anyway. Yeah, I do keep up with the news on here. And, it's not like I'm running around jumping up and down when one of these... I did jump up and down with Barry's situation. Well, not really jump up and down, but I was happy the way things turned out. I didn't have to extend this case forever. It would have gone on forever. So we had to make that decision. Just let him make his stand, and plead guilty. And he is. He knows he is. And the evidence was too overwhelming. So there you go. It worked out. But, it's not something I want to get involved in all the time. I'm not, court crazy or any shit like that. I hate court. I just want to get all this shit over with, period. That's the best statement I could make on there. Whatever direction it goes, and just handle it from there. I get tired of this shit. Alice says, nearly 1,000 days incarcerated. Imagine that. Damn. Yeah, you're right. Damn. Well, he's like a classic example. It's going to go down in YouTube history. He made history, and I made it happen. Look, I'm not this big burly guy. I'm not a violent guy. I'm not anything like that. But I think some things justify itself. You have to... Sometimes you got to do things that maybe you don't really want to do, but you find yourself forced actually to doing. And I think this is one of those situations, Well, I know it is. They want to feel sorry for him, but they forget all the things he's done. It's not just what he did to me. I did a lot of people favors, and not to mention all the women and organizations or businesses, whatever, he's took money off and people, and I did them all a favor. No thanks. Kind of a thankless job, I don't know how many people have actually... Well, there's been a few that's thanked me for what I did. But it is a thankless job. And fuck the trolls. They're happy as a clam that he's incarcerated. They're not going to come out and tell you. They don't want to give me the satisfaction. That's what it really comes down to, okay? But they're happy about it. And it's not like I was like that happy to do it. I just, there was a turning point, okay? There was a turning point where I had to do something. I think you probably understand that. You had to get both barrels out, locked and loaded, instead of pulling a Brevis thing with the locked and loaded. I did actually lock and load, and I fired both chambers. I mean, it's not something I want to do all the time. Barry belongs in jail, Brett said. And I think he does too. The funny thing about YouTube is that people don't see you as a hero, what you're doing. They see you as the villain. Why? Because they're afraid of that happening to them. They know what they do on here. They know what they say on here. They couldn't fathom the thought of that happening to them, so they got to lash out. So when you do something that's good on here, they turn it around like you did something horrible.
I did something that was necessary. Let's get that straight. It's not something I want to do all the time. Like I said, I'm not the town sheriff on here. I wasn't elected to the position and I don't want the position. I do things as it pertains to me. So I'm not everybody's town hero where I'm covering their asses for them. They're too cowardice to cover their own asses. They want everybody else to do the job, do the dirty deed. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here to just vlog. There's nothing, well, I could say there's nothing extraordinary about my channel, but I'd be lying. There actually is. Because I got the balls to speak out about shit. And yes, I understand it's a waste of oxygen. It's a waste of my time and my age and all that shit to even listen to the crap on here. And that would be true. It is. So if you really heard my show last night, I think it was last night before I went to bed, then I was just getting pretty sick and tired and bored of the whole shit on here. Then maybe there has to come a time when I put most of my shows on private. If it gives you an idea that I'm lining up for something here. When I start doing that and I put all my shows on private, I'm kind of winding down on here. Against my better judgment, I'll come on and do a show, but you say, it's in your blood, Frank, it's in your blood. You gotta put a show on. I don't know if I feel more responsible for the people who listen to me than what they're gonna go through if I wasn't on here. I shouldn't have to feel that way, but what else good do they have to listen to on here? Besides the same old fucking rhetoric from the same fucking people, man. Brett says Popeye is a senile old man. Is he simulcasting me right now? I have no way of checking. Well, they're all disappearing, man, slowly but surely. Is it going to jail, or they're dropping dead, or whatever? Sometimes you don't have to do anything. Just, listen. Be a fly on the wall. That works for me. And the 3 months I was off, that was a fly on the wall. I got more enjoyment from that. Instead of being a participant in all this madness on here, it was nice to be a fly on the wall. And just watch people just beat the shit out of each other. I mean, figuratively, of course, but one day, it might be actually the real McCoy, I always said, just get them all these fucking haters, get all these trolls in one big field or parking lot and choose their weapon. And just beat the shit out of each other, get it out of their system once and for all. Can you guys hold on a minute? I'm in a precarious position here right now.
Oh my goodness. Sorry, pal. Sorry. Nature called, and it spoke pretty loudly. Yeah, my stomach is feeling a tiny bit queasy because I had all that shit in my tea. And even though it was gingerman, it's supposed to settle your stomach, it was a little bit queasy because the different herbs, whatever that was in there, you know, matcha tea and all that. That's why I'm gonna have to make some oatmeal or some shit, some protein. I'm gonna get some eggs or something. Because actually, if you're gonna have that kind of tea that I put together, you need to have something in your stomach. What you eating? Egg white?
Coconut.
Oh, that's coconut. A coconut. I'm probably gonna have to make my oatmeal. Oh, they didn't finish their food. Why didn't they finish? Not even ginger.
I didn't put the gravy.
Oh, you didn't put no gravy in it?
Yeah.
There's a half a pack in there somewhere. No, well, if they don't eat, they don't eat. See, you can't force a dog to eat either, you know. When they get so goddamn spoiled, and they do, and they get so damn spoiled, you gotta have the right spoiling my dogs. They deserve it. When I see all those dogs on the street, or even how people take care or don't take care of the dogs out here, you know, I'm doing my dogs a lot of justice. They deserve it. They don't live as long of a life as humans do, you know. Okay, hold on, folks. My morning routine. Yeah, Popeyes a senile old man. Yeah, that he is. I kind of wonder if, I wish I should give a shit, really. If Barry's girlfriend is still in touch with him. This so-called, you know, relationship. Or did she wise up and move on? Which, you know, she should, because, you know, let's face the fact, there's no future. He's going to be deported. We know he's going to be deported. That we know. People hoping that's going to happen to me, but as I said, don't hold your breath. It would take a long time for that to happen anyway, because, you know, there are avenues to address a situation like that too legally. So don't hold your breath. Yeah, it's a pressing issue. It absolutely is a pressing issue with me. Of course it is. I'd be lying. But like I said, you just got to handle things. Push forward. Push on. Push on, soldiers. Push on. March on. Still waiting for my recliner chair, Aloe. I think I deserve it from you. You know I do. You know I do. You know I do. Hey, I'll put that on fucking YouTube. It'll be a sensation. Aloe buys Frank his recliner chair. That would piss people off. They've been talking about this forever. The chair gets a chair. The entitlement. Picture this, Aloe. Picture this. Broaden your horizons. Cherry, cherry lady. You know what I like about my show? If I say so myself. It's a show about nothing, but about something. Kind of like the Seinfeld show. It's a show about nothing, but it's about something. You get up in the morning, brush your teeth, That's something. That's a show. That's a show. Do you get up and have tea in the morning? That's a show. Yeah. That was the whole concept of the Seinfeld show. A show about nothing, but about something. Everyday things you do. That's a show. And a lot of people actually do that on here. You know, Scotty boy, you know what's going to happen to him. He's going to live in some shit shack somewhere temporarily. Lives out of his backpack, and that's a show. Oogling at these whores in the street, using words like babe-a-rooney and all that, catches on. Everybody has their little shtick, what they do with their shows. I don't really have a shtick. I just vlog. I talk about whatever's on my fucking mind at the time. It's never stopped me before, never stopped me again. You gotta be real, and there's no reality on YouTube. Let's face the fact, there's no reality. Brett says, Popeye, yeah, I know, he's always doing polls. God. Asking if Aloe gets a mod wrench on your channel. I might just give him it. Aloe, you want a mod wrench? And you can do whatever you want with it. You can destroy anybody who posts on my channel if you want. I think I'm going to give Aloe a mod wrench. I might do it right now. Let's see. Report removed. Aloe, you are now a moderator. Standard only. Aloe, you're now a moderator. I'm empowering you. Because I could. There you go. That's an honor, by the way. You got a wrench. Dude. If you want, you could just take all these people off. You got the power. You've got the power. Aloe is now my official moderator, and I don't do that. People say, well, why, Frank? All the shit that he's done to you. That's my prerogative, it's my prerogative. There you go, man. It's all in your power. You can take everybody off you want that comes on here. You can do whatever the hell you want. I don't care. That's a first, folks. The guy that was so adverse to me gets a wrench. Imagine that. Hey, this is for real. This is for real shit. Now you're going to hear a lot of talk. Wow. I hear it now. Frank made Aloe, of all people, a moderator on his show, and I don't do that. I don't give wrenches. I'm not in the habit of giving wrenches. I thought it was kind of phooey kind of stuff. But I'm going to empower him. The year 2006 is full of surprises so far. Yes, it is. You got a wrench. How surprising is that? And I'm not going to take your wrench off, by the way. And I says, you got the power. And if you want to take off, somebody on here, you got the power to do it. Of course, I hope you use your discretion, as far as that goes, okay? Yeah, 2026 is full of surprises. Aloe with a wrench? Who would have thought? Who would have thought? From me. Yeah, I gotta get something by stomach. Look at that powerful tea I had this morning, Gilda. Makes your stomach feel a little queasy. You gotta have something solid in your stomach, You're getting to enjoy this oatmeal because I make it flavorful. And it satiates you too, your stomach. It just, yeah. That's going to become big news. You realize it's going to become big news now, Alan. You realize that, right?
There's a certain responsibility that comes with having a ranch. You do realize that, right? Okay, Bill says I'll come back in 2027. Well, I don't know if I'll be here physically or any other way in 2027. Who knows? Anyway, he can do whatever he wants with it. You don't like a statement on here? Bam! Get rid of him. I have empowered the jester. Ooh, man, that doesn't happen very often. But I did. You tough like me, you will make it. I don't care about this show. They can get me off with YouTube or something, or they'd probably be doing me a favor, actually. Because I know one thing, if I get taken down on YouTube, I'm not going to try to regroup again and come back on. I did in the past get off and all my shit, by accident. I got rid of a lot of, wound up deleting myself. All my shows. But, if something like that happened where I got thrown off YouTube, I said, you'd be doing me a favor. So work real hard on that, folks, because there's no coming back. I'm not going to try to form a whole new channel and go through all that shit again. I can see Popeye now. Oh, is Frank kissing up Ella's ass? No, I'm not. Sometimes I do the impossible. Sometimes I do things that people don't expect. That's the fun of it. Who would ever think? Oh, I see it now. Be the talk of the town. If I get that recliner, be even a bigger talk. Okay, Bill Myers says, I heard that the guy with the selfie stick out of the window is in big... Yes, he is. That's old news. Old news. They're going to get him on a couple of things. But apparently his girlfriend has not been arrested. I personally feel that she should. She's all part of it. She played along with him. I mean, she saw that he was meeting up with these underage girls. She knew that. She watches his videos. She's part of his videos. But as far as I know, there doesn't seem to be any repercussions for her, which I'm actually very surprised. Actually, I'm shocked. But you also have to think about the baby. The baby needs its mom. Even if she does, in certain ways, kind of not really attend to the needs of the baby in a proper way. The diet, all that shit. Laughing at her own kid because they shoved the fucking lime in the kid's mouth, practically choking. Now, she thought that was funny. I didn't. I didn't. Okay. Oh. Okay, got something in my belly here. Much better. Well, this oatmeal is either helping me or killing me. One or the other. I got to get my blueberries. No guarantees in life, my friends. No guarantees in life. You just do the best you can, either as a show or as for your own physical well-being and mental well-being. You just do the best you can, because that's all you can do when you think about it. It's not only become depressing what I hear on YouTube here, but all this bad news that's going around and what's going on with Trump and all that shit and his regime, his Gestapo warriors and all that. What is happening in this world, man? What the fuck is going on? What's going on? What's going on? A lot. Too much, actually. Trump wants supreme power over the world. I want the world. Talk about somebody being on a power play. Existentially, I mean, shit. I don't know, man. The sniper missed by that much on 2 occasions, by that much. Bad aim. We wouldn't be having all these problems right now if the guy learned to, kind of check out the wind velocity, making adjustments. It's funny how people try to hide stuff, not just Trump, but on a local level here on YouTube. Jimbo, his transition from Cambodia back to Philippines. He tried to use a lot of, like Trump does, a lot of distraction things. Making excuses, of why he's back in the Philippines. And when he was in Cambodia, he was just hating the Philippines, hating Filipinos, hating the culture. But when he found himself so goddamn lonely and finds out that the girl that was hanging with was just using his ass, he put his tail between his legs and he went back to the Philippines. Well, everybody knew that was going to happen. They all knew that was going to happen. I know. Some people are very, very predictable. And he was predictable. Now she kind of hangs around with him no matter where he goes. Now he's trying to change things up. I'm going up mountains. I'm going to take a ride over to so-and-so and trying to change things up to try to cover all the buffoonery and all the bullshit that he pulled on his channel. It's another distraction. That's all it is. It's just a distraction. That's all it is. It's not easy being green. Quote Kermit the Frog. It's not even that easy for me to maintain my channel. I mean, it's not like with all my popularity, it is kind of bizarre. Maybe the metadata stuff or something, I don't know. I should have a shitload of subscribers and views. I don't. Maybe it's on my own doing. On a local level, I got a lot of popularity. It doesn't mean I have the numbers. It's very strange. But you only need so many people to listen to you. And of course, the wider the audience, the better. But then, what's the purpose? What's your goal? Are you trying to get monetized to make money? I mean, what is your goal? To have any audience at all is actually, a great thing, But there are people out there listening to you very attentively, That's an accomplishment. It's not all about numbers necessarily. Oh, my word gets out. It's shared. To voting channels, to all the videos I make. Popeye doing the simulcast, and you gotta laugh at that. You really do. You gotta see things as they are, not, I don't know, there's so much humor in this. Fucking fly. I'm going to annihilate this fucking fly in a minute. Where's a fly swatter? All I got is a little geisha fan here. Okay, stay on my finger. Go ahead. The fly, ouch. Hit myself. More damage to my hand than I do to the fly. I still didn't get him. The Fly. Vincent Price. You remember that movie, The Fly? That was a good movie. So, what was the context of that? The guy's trying to do a transporter machine, and he goes to the machine, but the one thing that, you know, he didn't check out was that there was this extraneous fly that got in that chamber. Remember that? So, when his body and his molecules kind of like dissipate to go to the other location, that fly became part of the DNA of the guy. So henceforth, to get this fly that had a human head on it, if you remember that scene, some guy sitting on a park bench and that fly comes along with a human head on it. Help me! Help me! Help me! You remember that? Man, that was incredible. Help me! It's kind of like Jay crying out, leave me alone! Leave me alone! I can't take it anymore. That was rich. Never lived that down. I won't allow it to be lived down. Okay, well, my numbers are going down because I'm not getting too heavy into the drama, really. That's kind of the way these channels run. You got to have some drama. If you continue talking about YouTubers, you know, the interest will build up back and forth. People come and go, but that's what drives these channels. Let's face it. Controversy, drama, hate, all those lovely things, you know. But what really gets me is that how much time they devote to me. Well, they got families, maybe they have children, maybe they actually have a life, but you wouldn't think so by the amount of time that they spend on YouTube. Nevertheless, making a judgment on me, what do I do with my time? But I tell you, they seem to have a lot of time on their hands. So in regards to Slim, whatever's going to happen to him, I'll keep up on that. I'll keep up on that. I want to see where they're going to take this. They're going to release him, and he's going to be out on bail. What's going on with his woman while he's in jail? Is he going to ghost her? What is he going to do? Because that is an interesting story. That is something interesting to listen to and see how, see where that goes, Okay, I'm going to put this in the sink for now, dear.
Just put them.
Yeah,
I will cook.
okay. There are some things that are worth listening to, though. Everything's becoming wishy-washy. I mean, look at 8 Miles from Home. He took a complete turnaround on his channel. No, not 8 Miles from Home. Them too, but Overstay Road. And a lot of people complaining that you're becoming boring. Ouch, that did hurt my hand. That's becoming boring. Yeah, you agree. It's becoming boring. Become very domestic. I don't know what's going on. He's going through a change of life or something, but even his viewers are saying, we like the old Overstay Road. And he's going through some changes. Changed. I don't know if you consider it good or bad. He still thinks he's the king, but I think he's been dethroned, really, on his show. He's an alright guy, as it is, but you can only listen to so much on his show. It has everything to do with Fatima and the antics of Fatima and her relatives or kids or whatever, and it becomes very mundane after a while, Excuse me. It becomes very mundane. So I do listen to some of his shows, but I can't finish them, And there are shows out there, same thing, that I could tune in on them, but I just can't sit there and listen. Like Steven, hello, we lovely people.
We changed the name, actually. What is it? My Philippines Journey now, which is already was in, somebody was, I forgot what, something similar to that. He calls his name now. And I can't listen to all of it. I really can't. Just like a Popeye simulcast or whatever. You know what you're going to hear. You know it's going to be about you. And he's just using the same info over and over again in old videos, and nothing really new to his repertoire of hate. Nothing really new at all. It gets boring, even if it's about me. And if I get curious, what's he going to say about me now? He may not believe me, but all I need is the first words he says after he's recording my simulcast, putting it out. Well, there you go. His famous line, well, there you go. I've never seen anybody that bad that's trying to find, the degree he does, to find so much fault with me. And he's always tripping over himself trying to find fault with me. Everybody knows everything in the show is all blatant lies. I'm a draft dodger on this, on that, on this, on that. But I think people are they humor him because they know he's a whack job, I think they kind of humor him. It's just a place to go where other trolls like to go, and they all gather together. Like I always use that, expression where they put wood on the fire and let it grow and grow, and they dance around, all the trolls dance around, chanting, put more fuel on the fire, and they live for that stuff, even if it is Popeye. But as I always say, too, that they're not laughing with him, they're laughing at him, and for good reason. And I was watching some, false valor shows. There's a guy, or a couple of people that go around, they corner down in the street these guys wearing the vest and medallions and all that shit, making believe that they served. And some of them have served, but they greatly exaggerated their role in the military, and they get caught, and they don't know what to say. They make up a whole lot of shit. Well, the guy who's doing it was actually a Navy SEAL who saw action. He served 2 terms, whatever you call it, and he, he knew how to disarm bombs. He knew how to do this. And when he asked questions of the guy, there's a certain tool, a caliper or something or whatever, I don't know what they call it. And the guy didn't. The guy said he was a Navy SEAL, the one he caught, And the guy just got all embarrassment from people on the street, from people that watched the show. I don't understand why they want to glamorize what they did in the service. And if you served in the service, that's fine. You did your job. Be proud that, if you're a military type guy, be proud that, you served the nation one way or the other. But don't, all this bullshit about, being out in the field or implying that, making implications like Popeye did. And I said, I can't forget that one show where he became somber. You don't know what I've seen. And I was laughing out loud. What did you see, Popeye? You were just standard issue, man. The only thing Popeye did is probably to exhibit aggressive behavior when him and his fellow security guards were, beating up drunks. Of course, he wouldn't have done that on his own. They carried a gun, and he felt like he was so powerful. Yeah. Bill says, most people that serve don't talk very much about it at all. Exactly. Because they don't feel they have to. Some of them don't want it. They want to forget, or they don't feel they need all that merit and hoopla. Hey, I did this, I did that. They know what they did. If they served, they got hurt, their friends got blown up, whatever. They saw a lot of action. They were actually in the field. Now, that does, and I want to make something perfectly clear here, too. That doesn't negate what people have done that weren't in the field, because, as they say, as Hillary says, it's all, it takes a village to raise a child, but it takes a whole conglomerate of different people doing different jobs to make the military work. And whether you agree with what they do in the military or not, it has to function with people that are pencil pushers and things like that. They all serve a purpose. I had a different idea about that years ago, but then I thought about it and I said, no, I don't knock the people that didn't see any action, because Somebody has to do the paperwork. Somebody has to do the computer work. Somebody has to cook for them. Somebody has to clean for them. It all comes together. And it does. So I'm not going to knock him for that. He felt that he did, this, I don't know. He's like an inglorious bastard is what he is. But if you thought you were a Navy hero or whatever you were, you don't have to talk about it. You don't need to, unless you're trying to impress people. And that's what Popeye likes to do. There's nothing impressive about what he did. All right, he was in the Navy for X amount of years. Okay. He got to go on the boat and play Navy man. He was no Navy SEAL. He wasn't even a first class, fireman. He wasn't whatever position. He was a cook. My understanding, he was a cook on the ship. That was his purpose. He was a fucking cook. And then he got the job of also doing security at the gates. And boy, that made him feel empowered. I want to be, exactly, Bill. I want to be, right. I'm not going to and I don't. When I talk about different things in my life, I don't overplay it. I don't overplay it. I don't exaggerate the things I've done. Nothing I talked about is exaggerated. If I say I went to college and graduated, I did. They make a big stink about it. Oh, about your grade point average. How about this? How about that? I did that. How many people got to own a home in Hawaii? Not many. I could go on and on with a list, and I don't feel I really have to. Because we've talked about this shit before. I not really have to prove anything to anybody, man. I just live my life and let them live theirs. But I don't exaggerate anything I've done. If I said I did this or went there or experienced this, that's exactly what happened. I don't glorify anything. I can make up stories. When I went to White Sands Monument in New Mexico in a big field of gypsum, I could have said I came across an alien spaceship in New Mexico now. I didn't exaggerate. I said I came there with a taxi cab, believe it or not, from the town. Come back in 2 hours. I was out there taking pictures. Sat there. I have some pictures of that somewhere. And this white gypsum sand, I could blind you. And there's no people around for as far as the eye can see. That's all I said. I could have said I met this lovely woman in the desert. I never said anything like that. I don't overplay stuff. Yeah, too old to play stupid games. Right. There's not that much hyperbole. And, the things I talk about on here, there really isn't. If you examine my shows, and I'm sure you do. As far as me telling lies all the time, that is so far-fetched. And I have to go back to that scenario and say, hey, I only talk about what I see and hear. I mean, that's not a lie. That's not a lie. But they'll say you're lying. We know what you did. Right, George? Right, Jerry? They know everything. You're right, George. They know everything. Well, they think they do. There's a lot about me they don't know. Could be good, could be bad. Mostly good. They think they're an expert on Frankie B, but they're not, I assure you. I do things behind the scenes I never talk about. Some of it's regarding YouTubers, some is not. But I'm probably the most well documented as far as what I do, documenting things. I'm up in the upper echelon with that. I don't miss a trick, but I do it for my own good, for my own safety, okay? This way, if shit hit the fan with something, I could say, well, here, take a look at this. They're wrong. Look what they did. Now it becomes their effort to survive in my military zone, in my field of justice. It's what you got to do to protect yourself on here. I know, sounds crazy, but if you're going to become a vlogger on here, you got to have your ass covered. And if people are not helping you out covering your ass, you got to cover your own ass. Right? Watch what you say, for one. Oh, I've learned my lesson on that too. I'm very careful what I say on here, if you haven't noticed. I'll stop myself sometimes when I think I'm going to say something I probably shouldn't reveal or something. But you learn from experience. Cherry, cherry lady. It's funny because that band, the guitar player in it, he's probably the most personable person in it. Back in the day, he had this kind of blonde hair, perfect white teeth, blue eyes, always was smiling and everything while he's playing the guitar. He made the band. I forgot his name, the guitarist. He's still around. He still performs. He does some guitar work in bands, Of course, the lead singer on there does, he's always touring. And it doesn't get old. His music doesn't get old. I tell you who does irritate me, and I don't know why. Is Taylor Swift. Oh, she's good at what she does. She's very personable. I think she's reasonably attractive, long legs. She plays up on all that. But the one thing you guys got to know, you listen to this music, but what you're not listening to, humans don't have a voice like that. They double track, triple track your voice. Nobody has a voice like that. You want to find out what somebody sounds like, do it like a cappella. No music accompaniment, no sound technicians. And if they sound good without all that, then they are good. I think she does have a good voice though, but what most of you don't know is that their voices are being enhanced by sound engineers, okay? You wonder what they sound. It's all smoke and mirrors these days. Practically anybody can become an artist, anyone. They don't even use real instruments anymore. Everything computerized. I've seen how they do it too. They record a track of some percussion, some drums. It's not real drums, it's electronic. And anything else. They'll add in their singing afterwards, at certain intervals. It's not real music. And I'll tell you what, I was watching a show. All it was some snippets of some songs in the 80s, some really good shit. What was in there? I don't know, all kinds of bands, Duran, all kinds of people. And then I said, wow, even the 80s was good. They had some good music coming out of the 80s too, not just the 70s. They really did. Some really unique bands. Even some of the European bands was like top notch, When did Europe come out? I forgot when Europe is a good band. There's a lot of bands. They're still around. Fuck, look at Rod Stewart. He's still doing it. But I think these people are coming to the point of retirement because... But one thing you don't know about Rod Stewart, he has a personal trainer, and that son of a bitch, he works out every single day. For endurance, for a lot of things. Well, he's got the money to do it every day. Every single day. In fact, I think his diet has been radically changed through the years for longevity and for health, and too much money to make. He can't give up that easy. Now, Phil Collins, that's all over for him. Excellent musician, excellent drummer, excellent singer. Isn't that great? That you could leave a legacy? And what are the trolls? What's their legacy going to be on here? That these people, these musicians, they come up with songs that everybody remembers even 40, 50 years later. They leave a legacy. What legacy do these hateful fucking trolls leave? A legacy of fucking hate. And a lot of them don't live to see their full age, with the potential of what they'd live for because they do stupid things. Stupid things get stupid results. Either their mouth gets them in trouble and they get the shit beat out of them, or somebody kills them, or they have a nervous breakdown, or their health just gives out from being obese and drinking too much. They all pay the price, and we've seen it happen. Okay, I've been on here for a couple of hours so far, so speaking of exercise, or implying, I got to do a few little of my routines this morning, now that I got something in my belly. Except one thing, I don't have any protein. I don't know, I have a mozzarella cheese stick, maybe that'll help. I should make some eggs. We've got plenty of eggs. Yeah, I do certain routines in the morning. I could time everything from when I take a shit, when I get up in the morning. Believe me, it does become rather routine what I do in the morning. It's very consistent. You can set a clock to what I do. Bill Meyer. Other than that, I have not been keeping up with everybody's shows on here at all, except the chatter about Slim, mostly, and I was getting really tired of listening to Steven, just getting to the point of exhaustion with him. I think his last show he did, it wasn't a made-up story for once, but mostly, the majority of the shows that he does, even Mike's Philippines Retirement, it's just all made-up shit. I mean, how long could you listen to that? I don't even go to Paul's channel anymore. I should probably go in there. That's right. I gave a wrench to Aloe. That's going to be big news all over YouTube now. I said I give him in perpetuity. I give him carte blanche. And if he wants to remove everybody on my show, he could do that right now. And I wouldn't care. I know, you crazy, Frank? Aloe's been like one of your worst enemies on here. Look, nothing wrong with my memory, okay? He's been cool on my show. That's all that matters. I don't need to make excuses whether I got Aloe on here. Give him a wrench. Irony, whatever you want to call it. Or a slap in the face to a lot of people. He's been cool on my show. Nothing wrong with my memory. He was pretty heavy duty on my lily white ass, I'll tell you that. And I tell Aloe all the time, I didn't forget. But he's been cool. Aloe does have another side of him, though. Well, I know he does. But you also don't want to get him pissed off either, because whether you met him or not, Aloe has been over the houses and met a lot of people, but not in person. They never even knew. They never even knew he was there, because they don't know what he looks like. Aloe's got that one up on all of us. Except for the watch. I mean, I'm not going to, I'm just not going to get myself all bent out of shape with Aloe. Nothing wrong with my memory, I assure you, but he could be humorous too. I like his sense of humor. It kind of matches mine. In some ways, He could be pretty intense when he wants, but I could be pretty intense too, It says, I think we're getting closer. Can we, of knowing who Aloe really is? No, but I said on my show today that if Aloe really wanted to meet up, I mean, he could take he could take our cameras away from us. He could check my shirts, whatever, if there's any button cameras or anything on there. He could actually hold on to my electronics so that he doesn't get on camera. If he really ever wanted to meet, I mean, he's in the Philippines now. If he ever wanted to come down, we'd welcome him. I'm not going to try to beat him up or anything. That maybe it's time. And I wouldn't say anything to anybody what he looks like or anything. Because I know if I did, I'm going to be under the attack again. So, when you're under the attack of Aloe, it's pretty intense. Oh, I mean, Aloe never really intimidated me, really. Not really. In the beginning, he did. But then years went by, and, I always said the same statement. Aloe is Aloe. Aloe is Aloe. Can you come over for some rice? Nah, he's got enough for the kids and the family here. Unfortunately, no. That's all. You being a wise guy, Ed. What do you want to do about that, Aloe? No, Ed's sort of okay. We'll leave him be. We'll leave him be. Imagine having Aloe as your moderator on your show. How many people give Aloe a wrench? Not many. This is a first. This is a first. And it's going to be talked about, especially by Popeye. Oh, Frank, you're just kissing his ass. No, I'm not. I don't kiss anybody's ass. Actually, I don't. I'm not kissing up to Aloe. It's just basically a truce flag is all it is. We've been both very adverse with each other. Let's put it that way. Sometimes you just put up a truce flag. Aloe knows you well, Ed. Oh God, I opened up a can of worms. I have a local guy here, and he's a nice guy, and he's got spinal fusion and all that. I've known him for years. We just never really visit each other. He stays home alone all day while his wife works at the produce stand. They had some land. They sold it off a lot, but he's always in pain. He's a guy that was trying to get some pain pills off me, but I said, all I have is over the counter. You know, you could buy that stuff yourself. I had just one prescription stuff. You're not talking about like, hydrocodone and shit like that. I don't, But there's a prescription medicine that I said, oh, fuck, you could have that. I'm not going to give you it all. But it's not a certain classification of drugs, nothing like that. I think you could try it. If you run out, maybe go get a prescription for it for yourself. And I understand when people are in pain, help them out what you can, but don't do anything illegal. Don't transfer any classified drugs to somebody out here. That could be your demise. You've been on YouTube for 18 years. I must know you very well. Probably do. Of course, I know that's not your regular name. But, oh well. But, I think with me and Aloe, I think it's the truce flag is up. That's all it is. It doesn't mean Aloe's not going to turn on me on Discord or somewhere. It doesn't mean that at all. There's always a good chance that he will. But I'm just kind of feeling it out, If somebody's treating me right and shows a little respect for me, I said I will give it back despite the past. I work that way. You can't change what you said in the past, but you can work around it. Well, I've been on over 10 years for me. Aloe probably has a family like other people do. And you try to attack his family, you have to fear the wrath of his sword, even though you never met the guy. Aloe does things in mysterious ways. He's very stealth about what he does. I know that if I did something really disastrous with Aloe will find a way to get even. I've been through it. But he's been a gentleman on my show. I don't have to make excuses for Aloe or even giving him a wrench. If he's showing respect to me, I'll show respect back. That's the way I operate. And I know most people come on my show and talk to me are all trolls. I know that. I'm not stupid. I just tolerate some people. Some people I don't tolerate. If I don't like them, I just get rid of them. That's all. It's not a big deal. Push of a button. Oof, poof, poof, poof. They're gone. I'm going to leave that last stick here for you, dear.
And then you eat it.
No, I got two. I'm eating one. I'm not greedy. But like I said, if you heard my show last night, you could hear it in my voice. That things have gotten so old on here that, it's, I don't know, maybe it's just permanent retirement time for me. But I'm always a kind of a guy, and I admit it. I got to get the last word in. That's just who I am. There's always something left to say. I can't just leave in peace. I always have something to say. That's just who I am. I can't help it. That's why when I say I'm getting off YouTube, right? And I show up again. I mean well, but something just drives me to come back on and address what somebody said. Sometimes I can't help it. Anyway, this guy I was talking about. Now, he's a nice guy. He's home alone all day. He's about 75. Got a really bad back. His wife works at one of the produce stands. And now since, we made contact, he was trying to see if I had anything painkillers because he's in really bad pain. I said, no, I don't have any kind of stuff you're looking for. And certainly not without a prescription. Couldn't help him with that, but I understand about pain. And if I had something, I probably would give it to him. Wouldn't announce it. You got to stick up for each other sometimes. Pain is pain. I did a whole show, not a whole show, when I talked about it. You're a babe in the woods out here, man. If you've got a condition, a lot of pain, and the only way you're going to get relief is to actually put yourself in a hospital. And while you're in the hospital, they'll give you all the pain meds you need, but the minute you get out of the hospital, you're not walking out of there with a prescription bottle. You're not walking out of there. No. You know how strong they are on drug laws out here in this country. Nobody dares to take a chance like that. And you're a fool if you do. Only when you're in the hospital. That's it. That's as far as you're going to get. They're good for that, though. I know, because I've been in the hospital for the kidney stone thing. And the minute I went in there, boom. Yeah, they knew I was in bad pain. But man, when they gave me those shots, IVs, whatever, injections, all was good with the world while I laid on my gurney in the hallway because they didn't have a room yet for me, which is typical at the hospitals. Relief. The best relief in the world is not taking a big shit, but relief is when you got pain, brother. And you take something to relieve that pain. All is good in the world. No matter what's going on in your world, it's all good, no matter how much bad is in it. You get rid of that pain, you could actually think, not to be just so concentrated on the pain you're feeling. Relieve that pain. I feel sorry for anybody. But there's all kinds of pain. There's physical pain, there's emotional pain. But physical pain could be, actually emotional pain could be just as bad too in many ways. But physical pain, a lot more direct. But as I said, out here, you're just not going to get these medicines, man. And I do feel, how many fucking Filipinos in this country are suffering from cancer, from all kinds of different shit. And they don't get no relief. They maybe don't have the money to get the medicine. Even if they did go to the hospital, you have to pay for the hospital visit. And some people don't have the money for that. Even just for an emergency room visit, which could be costly. And to get that medicine, but you're not walking out with that medicine. It's basically putting a Band-Aid on a serious infectious cut that you got, You're just putting a Band-Aid. It's temporary, but then you leave the hospital, you're still going to be in pain unless they gave you medicine for a particular problem that was causing that pain. That's a different story. Okay? That's a whole different story. But there's nothing better than pain relief, man. Oh, no, do I have to go up there today? Speaking of, I got to get my lab results, and they're supposed to send it to me. They weren't open yesterday, but they got to be open today. Because I got to get medicine, antibiotics if I have a UTI. You don't want to let a UTI go. Trust me, you don't want to let a urinary tract infection go. You'll destroy your kidneys. You don't play around with shit like that. Hell no. And even, the money to go see or whatever, beg, borrow, steal, whatever the fuck you have to do, get the money to have some tests done, get the results, get the medicine you need, but don't let it just lag like that because you're going to have more problems than you did before that. So yes, the Philippines, unfortunately, on the checkmark list of some of the bad things about the Philippines, besides being all the good, is that, well, even in America, you're just not going to be walking out of a doctor's office with some strong, heavy-duty type painkillers. They're going to make sure that you need that. They don't want to lose their license, or for the clinic, or for themselves. And why do you think, first of all, a lot of doctors will work for a clinic or a hospital? And, there's a lot fewer general practitioners. Because they don't want to lose their license, because you have to have some heavy insurance. It could cost you $1 million a year. It's according for, what do you call insurance, in case you fuck up. So if you work for a hospital or clinic, they're going to cover you if you fuck up. So we have a lot less general practitioners out there. Well, we do have them, but they're working in a clinical atmosphere or a big hospital. But anyway, you guys ain't talking too much here, so I'm going to go. I got some shit to do anyway. So, been a pretty good show. But listen to what I had to say in that last show. Very somber mood at the time. And I'm thinking, man, if this is an example of what our society is coming down to, and this is just a snippet, the Philippines genre, are these people really doing this shit with their life? They really have that much time on their hands? Has YouTube become their savior? Are they depending on this money from YouTube just to live out here in the Philippines? What if they got their channel taken down? They'd be in a disastrous situation. It happens. Some people have cotillions of subs and then they get knocked off for whatever reason. And then they're have to start on the chalkboard. You'd have to start from fresh, from scratch. How are you going to get back all these people? That may take a lot of time. Then, your monetization, you're losing money every day you're not on. Wow, man. All right, Al. Hang in there, man. Thanks for stopping by. Mr. Moderator, sir. Watch out for this guy, folks. He means business. You go get him, Aloe. You get him good. Okay? Okay. More power to you. Have a wonderful day. Hope your sandwich was good. I'm still hungry. I had the tea. I had the oatmeal. I think I need to make some eggs, scrambled eggs or something. A boy like me requires his protein. This old man, Yeah. All right, man. Hang in there. Take care, folks. Ed, Aloe, whoever's on here. I'm sure we'll hear more today about your crowning on my show and other things, I am sure. And let's keep track of what's going on. All of the interesting things on YouTube. Throw everybody to the river, just updates on Slim. That's pretty good. I'd like to hear more on that. I really like to see people going down that need to go down. Not just anybody. Just because maybe you call me names, I don't necessarily want to see you go down like that. But if you've been a pain in my ass for a long time, a thorn in my foot, then I'm all for it. I will celebrate in my own way. Justice. Not revenge. I keep on telling you that. Nothing to do with revenge. It's just justice for all. I'm here because you're there. Bye-bye. Okay, now that I got your attention, I'll wait for a few more people to show up. So I don't want to read this again. I've made some scribbled notes on this. There's a lot of issues going on with him right now. Convoluted, see, I don't know. It's just, we'll try to get this all out. Yeah, he's in trouble. Let's put it that way. Okay, wait for a few people to show up here. I know this is not the most ideal time to be on, but, we'll leave this video on so you can see it later. Okay, let's give it a few more minutes. And this is the latest information I have on him that's been made public, and there may be a few other things he's being investigated from, and I don't know at this point yet what they might have found on his SD cards and his other electronic equipment. So that's not made current yet. Okay. And I could only tell you what I know or researched, and yeah, it's pretty much a big laundry list here. But it looks like, he's a good candidate to face deportation as an undesirable. And as an undesirable, yeah, it takes a lot to be called an undesirable. And he fit the billing of just all of the statutes and the laws out here that would be considered an undesirable. Okay, so we already got 4 people here. I could just kind of drag this a little bit and wait till a few more people show up on here, if you don't mind. So let me drag it out and have a drink of water here, because I made some notes here, so I'm not going to remember everything. If I can read my own writing, that's another thing too. But I'm just writing things down quickly. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling a little bit under the weather today. Kind of tired. And I'm not sure why. I still haven't got the results back of my urinalysis. I'm suspecting that I got a UTI. I'm just suspecting it. But without the information, I can't get medicine. And that's just the way it is out here. So I'll talk about this before I go into Slim, the new news. Yeah, it's like I said, nothing happens quickly out here. If I need antibiotics, then I need antibiotics, but I don't know. There's so many different issues of what's going on regarding that, because one thing could cause another. Actually, as Gilda's listening to me, I'm going to be doing away with the green tea and all the shit I put in there for about a week, because the green tea itself with caffeine, and then you add other stuff in there that can act as a natural diuretic. So I'm going to do a test, because I may not even have a UTI. So what you have to do is don't be your own doctor, but do your own research before you freak out and think, oh God, I'm having some other problems again. And I'm research and trying to narrow things down. But we'll get to Slim in a minute here. No, this is not clickbait. I don't clickbait, okay? So we're going to get into Slim in about a minute or two here. Folks, let me tell you something. A lot of people just don't fucking learn. There are so many laws and rules and regulations, for living in this country. And most of these people don't follow it. And most of these vloggers that are making money on here, they're not reporting their taxes. And that's a crime. I'll bet you that most of the popular vloggers, and that's another thing that's against Slim that we're going to go into. Oh, be surprised what I have to say. So stay tuned. A couple of minutes, we'll get into some of the information I know on Slim. My research team, has dug up some information. Frank has a team? Oh, bullshit. You never know. Well, I'm just a smart guy that knows how to research. I don't know. Maybe I do have a team, confidants. Maybe I have somebody in there that tells me everything that's going on. Well, one never knows, does one? So much going on in the violations that all these vloggers are doing on here. And they just take it like it's nothing, especially if you're in the Philippines and you're living in the Philippines. You gotta watch everything you're fucking doing out here, man. And a lot of these vloggers, these cold trolls, they're doing a lot of shit. And believe it or not, there's been eyes on Slim, actually, because the community had certain concerns. And a lot of these things were reported when Slim didn't even know he was under an investigation. See how that works? You never know when you're under investigation. You don't know. Barry didn't know he was under investigation, but look what happened to him. Look, I'm just trying to make a point here. Okay, Mix. Do you think Slim can get out of trouble with it? Well, I don't know about the bail yet, but I'm good in about another minute. I'll be honest, I'm having a fucking cigarette, okay? When I'm done with that, I'm in. I'm going to read you what I got. So stay tuned. More to come, Mordecai. Yeah, I'm pretty good at investigating stuff. And there's going to be some things and you're going to say, what? What the hell is that? Really? Really? So in about a minute, we're going to get to it. Stay tuned. Info plus. Okay, we're going to begin. Well, that's the quickest cigarette I ever had, but I don't smoke much, I told you. Okay, shall we start? Okay, this is the information I have, and it's not all totally current and up to date, but it's pretty good. Okay, where do we start? How about right now? Yeah, I believe he's in the Bigvtrouble. Okay. Vlogger pro-life travel, is likely being held in Bigvtrouble, right, on the label of an undesirable. Listen to this. Conspiracy and obstruction. He's on a sentencing phase. Okay. Now, he's living with his wife. He claims his wife, and he still haven't documented that yet. Still hasn't been documented whether that kid is his, but we're going to get into that too. There were complaints by viewers who reported Slim. Now, Slim's defense on that is that, like he's being set up by all these complaints and all that shit. Well, look at all the shit that's happened to me. I can understand how he thinks like that, but his mind is not thinking very well. He's so many violations that he's too ignorant to understand what he was doing or care about the views and all that shit. Okay, his charges are, some of them here, the charges, is inciting to sedition and fake news and anti-government content. Listen to this. Grave threats related to social media posts targeting high-ranking officials. He's in trouble. Immigration violations under the new Privacy Commission guidelines. Filming people, on a smaller scale, filming people without consent, including use of a fake driver's license and tax evasion and reckless driving. And distracted, what goes with the reckless driving, distracted and dangerous driving to complaints to DSWD regarding his neglect or physical risks to his child while driving. And I'll continue. Failure to use child seats, reckless driving, on watch list, visa status, being investigated for potential deportation for activities that violate his conditions to stay in the country. Paternity skepticism, that baby is not his son, as in a video that he entitled, "He's Too Beautiful to Be My Child." Despite the clickbait title, he maintains he's the father. There are issues with his visa. Well, he said that the child is too beautiful to be his, is what he said. So I'll go over that again. Despite the clickbait title, he maintains that he's the father. There are issues with his visa status, tax payments, and the validity of his marriage. He's been trying to present himself as a married man, a father. He did a complete turnaround on his show and deleted all the underage girls' videos. As you remember, he deleted all that stuff, and now all of a sudden he was taking his so-called wife and baby out, trying to look like a family man. A little too late for that. So I believe he's in the Bigvtrouble. He might run into Barry if Barry's there. I don't know which one he's in these days. They could become good friends. They might have a few things in common. So he has a numerous amount of potential charges, violations. Oh my God, the violations. So the guy is a big scammer. He was using a phony driver's license. And of course he wanted to pay off the guy
who, if you remember in one of his accidents, and they were talking about this too, about how it was complaint that he was driving around recklessly with his selfie stick out the window, causing problems and concerns for the local community. And in one incident, this is not just a truck he wrecked of his own, he backed into, he crashed into the back of a truck, wrecking his own fucking Ford Raptor. Okay, there's another incident and another one where a Filipino was kind of sideswiped on his motorcycle. He did some damage to his leg, where he allegedly, paid the guy off to avoid any legal matters because, well, he was driving without a real license. Do you think if found guilty, he will be? Oh yeah, they're putting him up for deportation, is what it sounds like. Yeah, he's already done enough violations to do that. Now, whether he's got bail or anything like that, I really don't know about the bail situation. And we really don't know whose kid it is. We don't really know if he's actually married. So it could be possibly, allegedly, that he's been lying about all the above. He comes from Estonia, and he probably has a record in Estonia, just like, Brevis, who had trouble in California, and why he, immigrated into the Philippines. Everybody has a reason and rhyme why they do stuff. And they always seem to be running away from something. It seems to be true with a lot of these vloggers. Well, deportation is the goal with the immigration, but if there are certain charges against him, he might have to serve time in a Philippines jail before he'll ever be deported. Just like, kind of sort of similar to Barry's situation. Yeah, and Barry's situation is kind of complicated, but kind of simple in a way. He doesn't want to pay the doesn't want to pay the court the fines or pay me the money, so they're holding him there, as he puts it, against his will. But then there's things that are happening to me right now against my will. I'm going to check those squash boiling against his will. Well, kind of the same thing that's happened with me. I'm not being allowed to do my stuff that I'm supposed to do, and it's not because I don't want to, because it's all administrative. It's out of my hands. I'm not purposely not doing the things I'm supposed to do, if you know what I mean. It's totally administrative. It doesn't sound fair, does it? But there's really nothing fair when it comes to legalities in the Philippines. That's something you got to realize before you want to move here. It's some serious shit. Even the most minor things, that he's not supposed to be filming people, and Scotty's not supposed to be doing that either. Something, things just catch up at you after a while. That's what happens. Will he serve any time? There's a possibility he will. It's according to what charges are going to stick to him, okay? Right now, we're just going to call them allegations, but it was pretty well written out. There might be actually more. So there's more investigations to do to him. Now, we don't know what they found on his SD cards to complete the picture, but there's some serious shit going on with that. Because it is believed that one of these girls actually reported him, and he had intercourse with one of them. And I don't know if it's the one that was drunk in the waterfalls. She was knocked out, took advantage of her. Allegedly, I want to use that word. We don't know. As the days go by, more information comes in. My sources tell me, okay. So everything above that I've mentioned, he will fall definitely under, as they say, under the classification of undesirable. A real undesirable. Not an alleged or, someone who just wanted to get even with somebody. And I'm also surprised they don't mention much about his so-called wife or girlfriend, because that so far they haven't classified anything that it's a real marriage or that it's even his child. But he did do a video on there with the title, it was clickbait, but, I can't believe this is my baby. He's too beautiful to be me. He's too beautiful to be my son, which sparked a lot of controversy on that particular video. Mike says, I think he was naive. He left it too late to expand. One dance too many. Barry was in the same situation. Fazio gave him good advice to get away,
but it fell on deaf ears. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You know, like I say on my show, that everything comes out in the wash. It has, even about me. I think the majority of my viewers believe what I have to say, that all this nonsense allegations against me from trolls and so forth is exactly what it is nonsense. You know, sometimes you build up velocity and speed like a snowball coming down a fucking snow hill. The snowball gets bigger and bigger, gathers, mass, and becomes a little more dangerous and treacherous to anybody below. And this is what they try to do on YouTube, is to build up somebody to be somebody that they're not. And if you guys have ever been following me from the beginning, I think you know a lot about me because I'm actually a very personal person. Maybe it's just too personal. And I think you could differentiate between the bullshit that's talked about me and not. Some may not want to admit it because they just want to fit in with the big boys and wear the big boys' pants. But I think most intelligent viewers on my show, they know the real situation with me, and all the bullshit they said about me is exactly that. It's bullshit. But that's how it happens. Now, Slim seems to think, and his defense on this was as quoted that basically it was a kind of a conspiracy to make him look bad. He was attacked by a lot of trolls and all that. But the evidence, will speak for itself, and the complaints that were made against him. Look, you either did something or you didn't. That applies to me too. You either did something or you did not. Okay? He was illegal in a lot of ways. Everything from child safety to things in the car. They didn't mention about, how they were taking care of the kid or not taking care of the kid properly, almost choking and eating fast food and all that. That's not in what the information I gathered, but it could be part of it. And I don't understand. Well, I know that DSWD has had a lot of complaints, so I wouldn't be surprised. This is in its initial stages, that some of that is also going to be investigated too. And I wouldn't be surprised. When it comes to children, they do their investigation. I think Slim is like a lot of these trolls that feel that they can get away with just about anything and do anything they want in order to further their channel and make money and get the views and subs and click and all that shit. But it goes into a frenzy and they get carried away with to do. Hey, this is working so far. I'm getting all these views and subs. I'm doing good. I'm making more money. That's what happens. You just, you get too cocky with what you're doing and you don't realize that eyes are always watching you. People are always listening to you. They hear what you have to say. They see what you were actually doing physically. And it all comes down and crashes down on him. Base outside PI in Vietnam stopping the scenario of incarceration. What's that about? Based outside PI in Vietnam stopping the scenario of incarceration. You're trying to say you're in Vietnam. Okay, let me see. I didn't read the comment before that. I'm sorry. Mix says, Slim and Barry J hadn't the smarts to get out of Dodge. I'm no fan of the Californian, Big E, but he smelled danger and PI authorities when his wife and her family were causing trouble and set up. I think I know what you mean by that. Okay. Read previous. Okay. You're not a fan of the Californian. I think you're referring to, Big E. But he smelled danger. Oh, so in other words, what you're saying is what a lot of people thought, that he couldn't stay in the Philippines, and that's why he went to Vietnam. That was talked about a lot on here, to avoid danger, because if something continued to happen with the situation he had happening at the time, allegedly, it could have represented more danger and monetary outcome from his pockets to remedy the situation. He couldn't stay in the Philippines, is what you're trying to say. Allegedly happened. And yeah, I get what you're saying. That's why the individual loved the Philippines, and now he doesn't talk very highly of it because he knows that he can't reside there, because if another incident happens with his or whatever, that it could prove to be quite dangerous and quite pocket emptying and all that to him. So I do understand what you're saying. Okay, that makes sense. I've always thought that anyway. Exactly. Okay. He had the intelligence to act. Yeah. Yeah. Got your point. We don't have to mention anybody's names, but if the shoe fits, they have to wear it. But you see, the point I'm making also in here, not just pertaining to Slim, but it's everybody. And they just all think they could get away with so much shit on here, man. That's why I watch everything I'm saying lately. I'm very cognitive, of what I'm saying on my shows. Because you have to be, because there's always somebody after you for something, trying to find fault with you all the time, and making people that are very green, newbies, hear this stuff and they think that, oh, if they're saying it on here, it must be true. This guy's a child molester, draft dodger, and the list goes on and on and on. Why? Because they don't know any better. They're just listening to other people. And that's how it spreads. It's like a virus. Things go viral within the community here. And people who don't really know what's going on and don't know the history, they make their own assumptions that, well, this guy don't sound like he's a good Joe. Yeah. That's how it works on here, man. That's why all this talk lately of me just completely getting off. I mean, no uploads and all that shit. I'm trying to right now put all the current information out, what's going on with Slim, and just rap about a few things before I wind up tying it up on here. And people laugh at me, he'll be back, but they weren't laughing when I was off for 3 months. They really thought I was off, dead, incarcerated, or deported, or whatever. They don't try to think the good of people on here, but we discussed that 1,000 times that what goes on in their real life they don't want to show or talk about because some of the things that many people like myself get accused of, are the things that's actually happening in their life, or they're not living the life that I'm living. And I don't live an extravagant life. I live a good life. I got a decent home. I don't have to pay rent. I got a fantastic woman. My health, as I know it, is holding out at my age, and I think I'm doing okay. Other than the shit that, that sharp sword they're trying to hang over my head for false allegations on a complaint by Barry Jordan's present or ex-girlfriend, which all of you know out there is all bullshit. You know both of them. You got to know both of them. Okay? One supports the other in what they do and what they say. Okay. Mike says it's like a boxer coming to end with just one more fight. The clever and shrewd boxer knows the time to stop Slim, and Barry J are paying heavily price for it. Exactly, man. I'm the king of the last words. If I'm the king of something, I'm the king of having my last words in. I imagine on my deathbed, I'm going to have my last words in. If I don't, I probably would have pre-recorded something for my partner. I try to cover all bases. Because some people, when they croak, I hate to use that word, when they die, or the new terminology these days is when they become unlived, preposterous. Dead. Call it what it is. Dead. They died. They didn't become unlived. And this is the only time in 2025, actually, did I actually hear this word. Never heard of it used before. They become unlived. Maybe in Gothic times or something, I don't know. Maybe they use that terminology. There's something to that. But I've never heard it before. It's, the new, the now generation, the woke generation. They got a classification for just about every goddamn thing. The woke generation. I think they're all asleep. Had they voted for that president, they gotta be drugged or drowsy when they were voting, or just uninformed. Whatever. On Trump, don't let me go on that. So much more on that going on too. Lots of stuff. Let's say, he's screwed just like Barry is, just like Slim is. Okay, Trump is screwed. Trump, he's screwed. Don't worry about it. Well, they're going to throw away their MAGA hats or keep it as a souvenir and sell it for big money in the future, which they'll probably make good money in it 20 years from now. Yeah, if the moths haven't got to it by then. Did I read that already, Mix? It's pertinent to say It was my understanding that Big E was under pump from wife and family and legal issue that could have caused his incarceration, but he acted with speed and got out of Dodge. Okay. Everybody has their opinions, and you're allowed to have your opinions. I try not to elaborate too much on these issues so they can't use a lot of shit against me. So I've kind of wised up a bit, because you have to if you're going to do a YouTube channel, because they're trying to find every fault with you. I've heard it all, like I'm some danger or something to Yats, or saying all kinds of horrible things about her. I haven't. I have nothing against Yats at all. Let's get that straight. More bullshit. Why would I have anything against her? Because of the company she keeps? I wouldn't hold that against her either. It's her choice. I even offered her money for her cause. I mean, where am I doing wrong with her? But I don't want to get into that either, really. But getting back to Slim, yeah, he's in kind of a deep shit pool right now. And that's not even all the information, because they're still spending time evaluating what they found in his electronic equipment. And some of the shows that he deleted, they could still pull them out. Will they spend the time to do that? I imagine under the administration right now, what's going on with immigration and all the shit going on with foreigners, that they will go the extra step. They probably have enough on him now to deport him, but they're going to hold him until they complete their investigation. I did see the video when these agents came to his gate, and all you could see is Slim's face that they tried to block out on there. Okay, so that was encouraging to see that. So you'd be surprised how many people take notice. So in the area and surrounding Dumageddon, people not only from listening to YouTube, but there were local people there that were aware of his dangerous acts. The way he was driving with the selfie stick. And some of the people that created a lot of talk about him, that he was driving erratically. Not to mention the store owners that, he's coming over there. He tells people he's a married man, but he's going over there, oh, is your daughter home? Or, I'm looking for so-and-so. Or what house is it? Can you tell me, I don't know, let's just use the name, Sarah, whatever. Can you tell me where Sarah's house is or whatever? Okay. And, it's Coconut Wireless in the Philippines. They talk a lot. Who's this foreigner with the accent that's asking for this chick? And he looks older than the chick is. And maybe knowing that this guy's married or something, what does he have to do with this girl who is potentially or allegedly underaged? Yeah, relentless. Yeah. What's that? I always say, stitch in time saves 9. If Barry J got the motor dinghy and got away, he wouldn't have been incarcerated to go to present day. In fairness to Fazio, he saw the danger, and knew you were relentless. Well, I saw the danger too. I seen that all. Fazio this, Fazio that. I gave good advice to both of them. Fazio didn't listen to me. Now he's dead. Gone, never to come back, never to do another video. All you got is his recorded videos to look back on if you really were fond of the guy or just found him a lot to be entertaining and amusing. You got the videos, enjoy them. Because that's all it's going to be. And just to let you know, I think YouTube only allows without any activity, only a YouTube channel for 2 years, I believe. And your channel will come down. So if you've got a lot of shit on Fazio, you want to listen to him, record whatever he has. I'm sure Flying Circus has everything because he's in love with Fazio. And that show will come down. Now, Slim's show is still on, but of course it's lacking the real juicy videos of all the girls that he got together with. And I heard that he was relentless. There's a lot of things that allegedly went on. So he cut out a lot of stuff when he went to the falls. Only showed you what he wanted to, but he did show enough. He would actually touch them in their body. Do you remember the one where he had the gall to walk up to a pregnant girl? And you don't do that in the Philippines. You're not even family. He was petting the belly of a pregnant woman to feel the baby. You don't do that here. You don't even touch somebody you don't know. They could take that quite offensively. Oh, so you got the baby. Ah, that's crazy. Ah, so nice. You don't go. I mean, if the father was there, I don't know, he'd probably say something to it. Hey, what are you touching my wife's stomach for? You piece of shit. He didn't hold back on anything, this guy. Mick says that Slim had numerous people advising him for the last month on the messages, but he didn't listen. Well, like many of these trolls and stuff and troublemakers, they think they're above the law until something finally happens. They think nobody's watching them. They think nobody's listening to them. They think people don't know what's going on. They think people are not writing down information. They don't think people are documenting their actions. But I got news for you. They all are. They do it to me. They do it to everybody else. All the time. I'm going to see if there's something to eat here. What's she making? Yeah, you could advise anybody, but look at Barry. Never took anybody's fucking advice. I even warned him.
Wait na, drink your
What do I got?
ice.
Oh, I'll go see him. What's for lunch? Something smells good, but I don't know what it is. Squash. What is that? Oh, what does she have in there?
What's wrong?
Actually, it's noodles. Actually, it's ramen, whatever. But
Yours, ramen.
with the
Miss,
egg,
asa sa kay?
with the egg in it.
Yeah.
And hey, where's the photographs?
Ano to, Juan? Ano nga ramen?
Katuloy mong bala.
Chicken ramen?
Oh, steaming hot. We got the hard-boiled eggs in here. And,
May sabon? Wala.
and what is that?
Saan?
The squash.
Oh, that's squash. And what's in it?
With coconut milk.
With coconut milk.
Squash with coconut.
Yeah.
That sounds interesting.
Malunggay.
And malunggay.
Sabi lang mo na, pero kagawin.
Oh.
Lagi, dami kita yung buto.
Well, we'll have
Tanawa.
to taste that. You put
Taste.
that over the rice.
Yeah.
Sabi kita kung masaya buhat ko.
Taste the...
Ginataang kalabasa.
Wow. Okay. Might be worth trying. I was just going to end this in a minute. Okay, I think I'm going to end this live stream out of respect for me having lunch and not having to talk about all this bullshit while we're having lunch. They never stopped me before, but I want to be a little more respectable. But keep in mind, folks, as I always say, it all comes out in the wash. And if you don't think it does, you're just fooling yourself. All the crap and allegations made against me will come to fruition with certain people in due time. In due time, it will. It's a serious situation when somebody puts a complaint on you with the immigration to try to get you deported when you don't deserve to be deported in any fucking form or way. All I could say is put yourself in my position and see how you feel. You'd be pretty pissed off, wouldn't you? I'm handling it pretty well about this, considering. But you'd be pretty pissed off, too. And you definitely want to take action on that. I know you would. What, take away from your family? Because she's fucking upset that I got her boyfriend incarcerated? He did that shit to himself. I helped him along the way, but he pleaded guilty. I didn't tell him to plead guilty. Did I tell him that? Mick says, people are always documenting. Do you recall the guy that used to record everything you bought? Oh, yeah. I forgot who that was. The guy was writing down every fucking thing that I bought. Yeah, who was that? God, it was everything in review. Everything I bought. Look, do you understand the sickness that's on YouTube? Now do you understand how I feel? The sick motherfuckers that are on here, they're all fucking sick. They don't have a rhyme or clue about anybody's life. They just make up things about people's life, what they're not really doing, or what they say they're doing. If they have the time to do shit like that, that's just amazing. It's sad. Well, you know what I'm going to do? I may want to continue this. You may not like this. You can just come back. I'm going to put the phone in my room here. I'm going to keep this on. And you guys are, I'll read the comments afterwards. I'm going to have my lunch, if you don't mind. Instead of me ending the show
We'll talk about more. We'll give you an opportunity to have a format to talk here. Talk among yourselves. Don't be afraid. Say whatever you want. Somebody will come in and make a comment, you know. But I'll be back. If you want to hang in there, you do. If you don't, it won't take me that long to eat. Holy shit, I just had one of the best soups I've ever had in my life. Surprised never tried it before. I'm being serious, I'll show you. It's the soup, made out of squash. And it has some ginger in it and rice. And I'm gonna tell you, Lovely's here.
You want more rice?
I'll just have it out there. I don't want, don't worry about it. I'll tell you what, this is one of the better soups. Pardon the dog, somebody's just come over, that I've ever had. This is so healthy and so tasty. I can't believe it. Holy cow. Oh, also added the maluika. Well, some people call it moringa, but you really call it out here
Malunggay.
malunggay. Holy crap. And listen, you guys, and what did you do for the sauce? I mean, what's this sauce made of?
This is sauce?
The sauce.
Ay, coconut milk.
Oh, and coconut milk. Holy shit.
First time you ate?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. There's that special plant. There's the squash. Man, this is so good. I'm going to drink the soup. I'm going to drink the lip. Holy crap. Oh my. Oh my. Now that, I'm telling you, man, no exaggeration intended. That was really tasty. So I'm going to be having a lot more of that in the future. Wow. Yeah, mixes, that shows pure sickness, yes. Oh, crap. Well, that's a full belly between those noodles I have, but that's just too much carbs with the noodles, but hey, whatever. Oh, cats, come on, man. Oh, one grabs it, one gets away. Well, oh, one gets disappointed. Oh, they got him. Holy crap. I don't know how that shit will hit my digestive system, but it's one of the tastiest things I've had in a while. I always like a good soup, Holy crap. But, I'll give you information as it comes in. Because I've taken a personal interest in the slime case. Because it doesn't just pertain to him, because I'm learning a lot. And what trouble these people could get in out there, all the trolls and shit and what they do. I know, it's the same attitude. I'll say what they want. Even fucking Popeye. He's so convinced that nothing could happen to him because he's across the ocean, that he doesn't plan to come to the Philippines and all that shit. But you never know. You can't rule everything out, is what I'm trying to say. Popeye said some horrendous things about me and my girlfriend. And let me tell you, I told you, nothing wrong with my memory. What if I did get deported? As I said, I might decide to reside in Florida. I might be his fucking neighbor. Who's he going to do then? What's he going to do then? Well, that would be a scenario. That would. That would be some scenario. People would pay to see that. Yeah, well, let's not, put the cart before the horse, Play things out. It may have some really interesting directions. We'll see. But if you're going to put some charges against somebody, you better damn well right. Prove it beyond belief. Prove it beyond, and have that preponderance of the evidence, the prima facie, I never pronounce it right, forgive me, or prima facie, however you call it, which means, pretty much solid evidence to make a case. And they examine everything these days. They know if something's been edited. They've come a long way, actually, the police in the Philippines here. You'd be surprised. They've come a long way because they want to make sure that they have a case. They want to prosecute. They love prosecuting foreigners. But they know they have certain limitations. They got to have the evidence. Because everything could be challenged. You know, everything. So people that are that smug and cocky, well, Barry was like that. He was smug and cocky and so sure of himself. But where is he now? 3 years. He's still incarcerated. And whatever the current reasons are, well, he's still in there. He's still in there. He's still in there. He'll make a comment every now and then on his show. I see his White Boy Travels. That's his name, White Boy Travel, whatever. I've seen his comments now and then. He's still active on his phone. He's still there. But more to come, Mordecai, as I always say. Once he does get deported, you know, I'm not going to cry about it. Oh, I should be happy about it because I know that there's more to come when he gets released and gets deported to the U.S. A lot more to come. And maybe even worse than here. Well, he's got things being held over his head in America, that's for damn sure. So, don't be so sure. Don't be so sure of yourselves, people. For those trolls that are listening, don't be so sure. Because your shit stinks, maybe, probably more than most people. We all have to shit, and so do you. And your shit might stink more than other people's shit. You might even carry a lingering odor because you're so full of shit. But lies don't get you anywhere. You know where lies get you? I'm going to tell you where lies get you. It gets you into trouble. Then later on, down the line, when everything's become adverse to you because of your lies, then you sit there, well, I wish I didn't say that. Oh no, now I'm facing charges. I should have shut my mouth and left it alone, but people were pressing me to do it. You don't have your own mind. You don't see ramifications of things you do. Someone wants to push you, coerce you, do it, you know, whatever. Offer you money, perhaps, whatever the situation, allegedly. Okay. Yeah, you know, you get enticed by that shit, right? People under pressure. You got to do something to defend your boyfriend. Come on, you got to do something. Come on, what's wrong with you? What kind of a girlfriend are you? Okay, well, I don't have money for a lawyer, though. Don't worry about it. We'll take care of it. The high roaders. We'll take care of it. Humbug. Don't worry about it. We got you covered. We got you covered. Whatever you need, whatever you need. You're a female, you know. We got you covered. No worries. Well, it either works or it doesn't, you know. It's one or the other. It doesn't always work. Okay, back to Slim for a segundo here. Okay. From what I've read, what I got, from what I put together, I would safely say that Slim is in a world of hurt. You got to be accountable. Look, I've had my times where I got really aggravated and I said a few things, but you know what? People only have a fixed memory for something. If I said something out of line on here historically, I remember apologizing about 3 times, but people don't want to remember that. When I was really aggravated way in the past, that is. I don't let these things bother me now, but there was a time that I let my, go and just would take out both barrels, which was a waste of effort and breath and stress and everything else. But I have, if I said something, as I told you, I try to be as honest as I can. I think I have been. I think I know I have been. I actually apologized to a few people in the past for saying something out of anger. I'm human. But all the allegations made against me is all pure bullshit. Welcome to YouTube. Welcome to social media. Now also, in regards to Slim, don't forget, he's got a Facebook too. And Facebook, for some reason, seems to get more, they're going to get more views than YouTube. And Facebook is really critical as compared to YouTube because Facebook seems to take precedent over YouTube as far as things you say, violations and all that shit about the Philippines, people, what you do. So he has several social media accounts. I know he has Facebook. I know he has YouTube. and probably other platforms I don't maybe know about. But they're gathering all this shit together, man, to make it a soup. And by the way, that was a damn good soup. Some left tonight. I'm going to have that. Squash, it's like pumpkin, it's a squash. Fucking healthy for you, man. And we try to, we'll incorporate it into the dog's diet. I actually bought the squash for the dogs, but well, it's for us too. But initially, so let's buy some squash. So it's really healthy. Dogs can eat that. You don't want to give them that every single day, no, but incorporate it into their meal. Not like a shitload. Just add it to their kibble and whatever else you put in there, and it's really healthy. In fact, I'm waiting for some probiotics to come in. Not for me, but for the dogs. I ordered that on Lasada. Shaking now. What's this? Uh-oh. I'm hearing from... Shaking now. Why is he shaking? This is an American friend I have on here, local. He's been writing me here. I have to check out what he has to say. Yeah, it does show a lot of sickness. And the players on here don't have to, reiterate or just go over anything. They know who they are. It's all been fun and games to them until something happens to them. Then it's a different story. See, when people get a taste of their own medicine, then generally they don't go back to making the same mistakes. Well, Barry's an unusual case because he'll always go back and make the same mistakes again. He just can't help it. People allege that he's inbred. Disclaimer, allege. See how careful I'm being? Allege that he's inbred because of his two different color eyes, but that's not necessarily true. There's a lot of people that have, it's rare though, two different color eyes. But does inbreeding, could that cause that? Oh, absolutely. But the allegations that are made of him being inbred, it's either true or it's not. I mean, you can't say unless you know. You don't know the family history. Knowing where he lives, I mean, that could happen in the part of the country that he lives in, but can't verify it. So it's just, we'll say, allegedly inbred had something to do with who he is, how he is, what he is. Allegedly. Again, I'll say it again, allegedly. Okay, we don't know that as a fact. But I do question a lot of people's mentality on here. Oh, man. So you said that Kai's going to be dancing, Gilda, huh? At the festival? What's going on? When is that?
And complex.
At the when's that? Tonight?
Tonight.
Well, if I feel up the snuff, I may come down in support. Yeah, I might do that. Are you finally using that copy, or I don't know? Oh.
No, Lovely want to copy. I don't know that one. Ninja's doing.
Oh, Lovely wants to copy something on there. Okay. Yeah. Just kind of figure, folks, that nothing's going to change here on YouTube. You're not going to change people. Some people, there's no such thing as a change, but that has to really do with their personal makeup, their psychological profile. And a lot of these people, they probably were bullied as kids, I would imagine so. That's like one of the typical things you think of. And again, what I say about the loneliness and all that stuff, that's a big factor too. That makes people like Popeye and people like that and Jay and all that extremely, bitter with themselves, with people, and so forth. And I'm not your psychologist here. It's just, common thought and knowledge. That's all it is. I think it really plays into it a lot, their family life growing up and all that. I think it's big time, really. And they do say that the apple doesn't grow far from the tree, and in many cases that's actually true. If you were abused as a child, chances are that, you're going to display some of that as you become an adult. From, adolescence and onwards, that you will display certain behaviors that many people might not deem to be, we might quote, normal, It always shows out in adulthood, one way or the other. They can't keep relationships, for one. Or they're the causative factors of the breakup of their relationships and all that. So that happens quite often. And then they never find them. And they wonder why, because they're carrying a lot of shit with them. They're carrying a lot of weight on their shoulders, and they can't seem to get that weight off their shoulders, What happened as a child from their parents, or being bullied at school, or not being popular in school. I mean, that all makes a difference. As you become an adult, you exit your, adolescence, or you're into being a grown-up, and it just shows. People like Jay, Barry, and people like that, they're never going to, you're never going to see any positive changes with these people, because they're actually incapable of making positive change. Their philosophy is my way or the highway, but then you have to think, where have you gotten any rides on that highway? Even though you tried to hitchhike your way through life, did you? How many rides did you get on that highway? So you say it's your way to highway, but you know, where's it gotten you so far? Look at Scotty, Mr. Go Nowhere Man. Kevin, Mr. Go Nowhere Man. Steve Montelli, Mr. Go Nowhere Man. Jay, Mr. Go Nowhere Man. And the list goes on. See a commonality to this? So I must be right. Okay. Yeah. With that being said. Okay, any other information that comes forth to me in regards to Slimy? I'll let you know. I believe he's being held in Bigvtrouble until they could figure this shit out. There's everything from, driving without a license to child safety. Oh my God. Kind of knocking down government officials. You don't fuck with that. That's the one thing that you don't fuck with. Barry did a lot of that with every agency he was involved with, everything from U.S. Embassy to immigration, DOJ, to the judge, everything. He just let loose. And where did he get him? Where? Nowhere land. He's been locked up like an animal for 3 years. But do you think he's going to learn from this? I couldn't tell you. I'm doubting it. I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. Live and learn, right? That's how we learn things. Right? Live and learn. You make mistakes. You hopefully learn from it. Not everybody's capable of doing that. But my question is, how could you live with yourself when you know you did something wrong? Like, putting in a completely invalid, phony, bullshit complaint to try to get even because you're upset that your potential fiance, your future, which there never was, is in jail, and you're upset, understanding, but you don't do what she did. You don't do it. No, you don't. But she did. And that's not going to change. So, whatever transcends this situation, we'll find out. Yes, you could potentially be in a lot of trouble from this. A lot of trouble. But time will tell. Still probably a little bit too early. But I'll handle things as they come, because that's all you can do. But she might be in for a big surprise. But no, she didn't want to, so I say, I was using that word redact a lot. Redact her complaint, Well, I've given her chances to do that. Maybe she's a gambler. Go with the odds. To gamble that everything is going to turn out okay, and that I'm going to get this and that happen to me, and blah, 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 blah. And she's going to walk away free as a songbird. But that may not be the case. That's something that she needs to think about very carefully. She needs to get some guidance on this, because I really don't think she wants to see her world turn upside down as she's trying to do to me. I don't think she wants that. I think she's under enough pressure as it is from putting in that report. She's upset about her own self putting in that report. She's upset about the potential consequences of doing so. Perjury. She's upset that she's never going to be able to be with her boyfriend again in the future. There's no possible way. Even if there was, they're preventing people from going into the United States to immigrate under the Trump administration. It's an impossible task. In other words, there is no relationship. They could call it whatever they want if they're still talking to each other. They still say, oh, we're in a relationship. It's just a safe face, maybe with her friends. Oh no, I'm still in a relationship. You know, I still got a man. I still got a man. But does she? Does she? Well, I don't know. She might have met somebody else, and good for her if she did, you know? Hello, Mix again. Frank, I can't see anything happening to you as it will put egg on the face of PI authorities if they do you given Barry's situation. But see, we related to this, you know, we related to this. And it's very well documented in the counter affidavits from my attorneys that, you know, this was nothing but an avengeful situation. And they put all the information in about Barry and what happened, and that's her boyfriend, and all that crap that, you know, well, you know, I helped get him arrested and go to court and all that shit that goes with it. They read that. They can read. They have the capability of reading. He's going to have to get an honest immigration person or persons, board of secretary, board of inquiries, all that shit, to read the material properly. And why are they taking so long? It could be 100 reasons. Because of the influx of old cases they have to get around to, or possibly the, you know, indecision about, you know, making a resolution. There could be 1,000 reasons, you know, for it. And as I said, I do know one reason. And I'm still not going to talk about it. But that's just one of them, amongst maybe others. Okay. Loose lips sink ships. Ah. It's a piece of egg. It's a piece of egg. And the cat just grabbed it up. Eggs! Eggs! Hey, look, it hasn't been a piece of cake for me. But I take things every day, because that's all you, day by day, but that's all you can do. If you were to ask me if I'm upset about all this, of course I am. That would be a dumb question. Not knowing where the hell you stand? You got your life here in the Philippines, you got your partner, family, house, everything, and somebody wants to try to take that away from you? Isn't that a little gross? Is this a kind of a hyperbole? Isn't that like mass hyperbole? That you're that hateful that you want to do that to somebody? In Barry's case, that was different. He did all those things. He most certainly did. Not just to me, the government, everything. He was shitting people's faces left and right. He was doing diarrhea in people's faces. The government, the people, so-called friends he had, fucked over his friends, fucked over women, businesses. He was a grifter. He was a drifter. He was a beggar. He wanted to get through life free. He ran away, like Fazio did. He ran away from Alabama because he had all these things against him with the child support and everything else. His own son didn't want nothing to do with him all these years. There's a rhyme and reason. What's going on with that? Of course, trolls don't want to talk about that. He has sympathy for Barry. Well, they got to be on the same fucking mentality level that Barry's on to believe that this guy deserves to come out of jail. For all I'm concerned, he should be in jail for 10 fucking years. But do I get thanks for that? No, I don't. How about all the people he hurt? Do I get thanks from them? Well, maybe they don't know who I am. I don't know. There's so many people whose lives he has affected and infected. Literally. What do you think she thinks of it, you know? She's not happy. She's not happy about it. Of course she's not. She's as livid, my new word, about the situation as I am. Of course she is. You don't hear her coming on YouTube. She's not a YouTuber talking about it. But if she did, she'd have a whole lot to say. She's just not confrontational in that way. Until you really personally hit her in front of her, say something to her face, that's a whole nother story. That's a whole nother story. You never saw that side of her. I have. Other situations, not really involving me, but, oh yeah, she's somebody to deal with, I'll tell you that. No, she's not happy about it, of course not. Why would she? all over somebody who felt or was pushed, more likely. Look, here's the thing. You might find it surprising for me to hear, to say from me. I don't think that she is a bad person per se. I think she's gullible. She's a little bit naive. Well, she was with Barry, okay? And I think she was pushed into this. But she has a responsibility to the law, to me, to herself. Because if she did go to immigration and said, look, I did this out of, the concern for my boyfriend. I didn't like the idea that he was incarcerated. I shouldn't have put in that report. I'll let everything go. If immigration agrees, I'll let everything go. There will be no charges against her. None. I've said it before. I sent up those firing flares again. I know she listens to my show. Barry certainly does if she don't. And he'll send information to her. I know that as a fact. He's still in communication with her, I'm definitely thinking. But if she dropped her shit and she admitted that she did wrong, because everybody knows, you've heard the videos I put on, what she said on her video. You know all the details of what she put in the affidavit because this private information really should have been put out anyway. But they did. She got the information. She's guilty of that, and she put it out to Barry, and then it went from there, all this shit, about everything, So she's just as guilty as Barry in that respect, okay? Just as guilty.
Pagkaan na alam ko. Ay, order.
Okay. I think you people know where I'm coming from with this. I don't think there's one person out there that'll disagree with me unless it's a troll, but they know the truth. Sorry, I didn't mean this show to go on as long as it is. Talking about Slim, but we got into some other shit too, which I don't mind. It's okay. God, it's warm in this room. They got the air conditioner on the other room. We'll have to head there in a few minutes. I'm going to be on a few more minutes here, actually. For those that have been listening to me for a lot of years, I think you have a good idea who I am. Not for what I look like and stuff like that. And no, I don't look 90 years old. That's editing, of course. And I don't have orange hair. And I'm anything but frail, okay? But you already know that. But that's, that's the shit talk on here. Nobody's going to touch Frank. Don't concern. Okay, yeah, I didn't read that one. Mick seems to think, he says, I don't think anything will come. I don't know. We'll find out, right? Of it, Frank. In Philippines, too, they don't like to incarcerate elderly people. Well, elderly, I guess I am. People, and I hope you don't take it the wrong way that you are a bit older, man. That will help it too. Well, yes, in fact, there is certain considerations they make. They can make up their own rules too, but you're correct about that. I am supporting this family that is my age involved. And, as far as their knowledge is, it could affect their livelihood. I'm supporting the children through school, everything else, and other members of the family. I help out now and then. They will take that into consideration. Well, it may have to come to a point, they're still disagreeing, that'll have to come to have the day in court to put all this stuff. So, they're not just going to deport me if it happened like that, because they'll have to go to another level. The Office of Appeals, there's the secretary of the board. It's got to go through all that. So we could be talking about years down the line. I don't know. It may not have to go that far, but you got to understand the way the Philippine system works. If you are older, if you are, by all means, you are the support system for Filipinos and Filipino children. Why would they want to punish the children and the Filipino? You got a point there, and I did read that. Yes, I did read that. So what you're saying actually is factual. Yeah. Also, Gilda's kids having big jobs like, accountants, girls, that will all look good in the court. Pardon me. Well, you know, if it has to go to court, it's going to go to court. There's no doubt about that. I mean, you think I'm just going to allow this to happen and I'm not going to fight tooth and nail? Come on, you know me better than that. I think you know a lot about me. But see me in a real dogfight and you watch who wins. Yeah. Watch me in a real dogfight. I'm going to get the best of it. You know, I'm so protective of my family. Nobody just comes out of the blue, puts a report on me like that shit, and gets away with it. It's not a threat. It's a promise. Big difference. No disclaimer needed. There's ramifications. Her, you know, harboring and aiding and abetting. Oh, all that's going to come out. We've got the facts in that because the agents could be called over. They seen that he was living with her the whole bit. She was harboring him. And she can say all she wants. But in consideration of court, they look at his record, that this guy's been 7-year overstay with immigration. He got convicted on a felon. He's a felon now. He's a felon. Not a felon that went to kill somebody or hurt somebody physically, not like the hardcore felon, but he is actually classified as a felon. And they're going to look at that too. They're going to look at his record. Well, what record does Frank have? Frank doesn't have any record in this country. They look at the fact, that's right, my age, and I'm supporting Gilda and her kids. Yeah, that's a lot to think about. Yourself and Gilda are, I'd nearly say, unbeatable in the courtroom. I'm not one of these people who thinks ahead. No. I handle things as they come. I can't predict the future. It could be good or bad. But if you think I'm not going to fight this, well, then you don't know me very well. But I think most of you know I will. Yes, the fact is, upon asking the pertinent questions with pertinent people, whether it's my representation or whatever it might be, that she has committed crimes. And I could let this go. I could let this go like it never happened. She has to come forward and tell the truth. The truth. And I won't hold it against her. She has to tell the truth to the Board of Inquiries, to the investigative agents, whatever. Look, I kind of wrote this report out because I was upset. I didn't mean anything bad by it. It was just my emotion at the time. Human. I didn't want to see my boyfriend be put away or deported. And be honest with them. And they'll follow you. They'll follow through with this. They will see that there were circumstantial events that made her file this complaint. But don't forget, I've read the affidavits left and right. Nothing she said in there was true. There was no backup videos that proved anything in there. There wasn't. I've got the shit. Never mind what people presented. You didn't see everything. If they had everything, they would have the video portion of that too, of which she might have submitted or which she did not submit. But yeah, I would let it go. She has to do her part on her end. I fired the shots for Barry. He didn't listen to me. I'm firing the warning shots for her. So far, she ain't listening to me. You know, I'm playing in all fairness. I'm being fair about this, as fair as anybody could be under the circumstances. I could see her rot in hell if I wanted to. I got the determination, the energy, and even the resources to do it. And don't think I won't. And no, I'm not trying to intimidate. I'm going to beat somebody to the punch. The trolls. I'm not trying to intimidate her at all. I'm just presenting facts. Nothing but facts. You know, I'm being fair about it. My flare gun has been firing flares, firing the shots to the air, trying to say that, hey, what you did wasn't right. I'm giving you a chance to remedy it. Because I swear on anything that's good in my life that holds dear to me, that I will come forward and I will allow him to release the paperwork in regards to what she did, present it to the prosecutor's office and let them go with it. And where it goes, it goes. We could definitely prove from the agents who came there that he was living there. And you don't understand something either. Even when he lived in Mwalbwal, he was being investigated. You don't know that part. By me personally and by other agents. They were following him. Because there were other reports against him that never went to fruition. Driving like a madman on the road drunk. Okay? We had hurt himself a second time, where it is believed, actually, that it was the injury on his head that came from a motorcycle accident because he was drinking, no license, not registered in his name. That's on a local Moelbau report, and most people don't know that. It didn't go anywhere, but no, most people don't know that. Yeah, we know it now. Look, I don't miss a trick, okay? But I gotta go. I think I spent enough time on here between the couple of shows I did today. But I do thank you for listening. I appreciate your input. If I get any more information on Slimy, I'll share it with you. But I'm off for now. And I gotta go. And I gotta try to get in touch with that lab. For some reason, I don't think they're open yesterday or today. See, they're on my messenger. And you'll see a little green light on there, a little dot. That shows that they're online anyway. I haven't seen that. I emailed and messaged them, and there's no response. But it's the way it is out here, man. You could die before something happens. If you want to get an infection, you don't want it to go to your kidneys. It could be in your urethra, take care of it. You know, you don't want it to go to your kidneys. Now, by the way, I did not have a kidney infection with the... I had probably more of a urethra infection going on at the time when I had the stones. But no, my kidney was hanging in there. There was a small stone in my right kidney, the other one, but they weren't concerned about that. But, you know, I don't mean to be paranoid about it, but if you don't take care of yourself, nobody else is. You know, that's why you get a urinalysis, you get all these things checked out. And an ultrasound, of course. Of course, an ultrasound, which I'm still scheduled to do, so. Okay, guys, gotta go. Remember, I'm here because you're there. Fare thee well. And I'll give you what you need to know about certain things, but there's certain things I can't talk about. I hope you know that. And I've been holding back a lot of different shit. No, not a lot. I've been holding back on some issues regarding another situation, you know, because I can't talk about it. But I sort of have an idea what's going on, why the delay in all this. Yeah. From what I was told, and my group of my team investigators have provided the information for me, what's really going on. I got contacts everywhere. Don't forget, I happen to know somebody that's in the business with cybercrime too. He could find out a lot of information that I can't. Keep that in mind. I got people. The Nightbird. that's something I really want to watch. Hostel 3. Hostel 3. I never saw 2, I saw 1. Kind of a gross movie so far. They went and took this guy's face right off him alive. People pay for that. You don't know the whole underlying, the whole context of Hostel, the movie. It's kind of gross. I got an ambulance across the road. I think that lady over there always has some problems. I don't know if she's diabetic or something. See what I mean? Diabetic. Pardon me, I'm a little distracted. As long as they ain't coming for me. Okay, hold on, let me... Oh, cockroaches. Oh no, what are they going to subject this woman to? Yeah, there's people that pay for torture. And if you don't think that's going on in the world, I think you're wrong. It takes all kinds of people in this world. And these super rich people, they get really bored. And, they traveled everywhere, they've done everything. I don't know if that's true about Richard Gere, about the gerbil up his ass. We've heard that. How many years ago? How true it is, I don't know. But, the idle rich. You traveled here, you've been there, you've done this, you've done that. You got that kind of money, you're looking. You're looking for something new. Some people have very bizarre behaviors, or, they get kinky. And they do things that they would not normally do. Because they're bored. Well, like people on YouTube, let's go attack somebody. That kind of stuff. That never happens. You know that. I know that. Hostel Part 3. I don't know. These movies are kind of like, an accident happens on the road and you don't want to really see the results of it. But you wind up turning your head to look anyway, right? That's what these movies are made for. It's not really my choice of movies. I might watch a little of it, see, curiosity. But, nah. I didn't want to watch this shit before bed, but my bed ain't till later on. But nevertheless, you get my point. Oh, shit. I've been feeling a little out of it today. Oh, but that's personal. I shouldn't say that. Considering I just uploaded a short video pertaining to don't do this and don't do that. I think that's part of the problem. But something? I haven't seen one regular vlogger that doesn't, or any known vloggers that don't say something personal about their life or family or something like that. Well, they take things for granted. But believe me, they use everything against you. They're listening. Oh, ears in the dark. They're listening. Oh, you bet they are. But you know what? I'm listening too. Got one bad ear, kind of, but I still hear pretty good, For one good ear. All right, well, kind of exhausted on the, pardon me, slim situation. But as I learn more about that, I might share it. I was listening to something here about dogs and how they understand you and how they act a certain way around you, what they're doing when they're doing whatever they're doing around you. And it's kind of interesting, if you got pets, know your pets, what they're all about. I think a dog, it's just amazing. They haven't figured it out. You could be 5 blocks from home, but they're at the window looking for you. How the hell would they know? Well, I know that as an example. I'm coming home on a trike or something. I'm not anywhere near my door. They're already barking. They already know that, I'm on my way. And they hear a lot of motor noises all the time. How do they know it's me? Well, hearing an engine outside, they react to that, but sometimes they don't. But they always do when I'm coming home. Let's get some interesting facts on dogs. They're amazing animals. They bond with you for life. Ever have somebody over, and they're just looking at them, and they don't seem to like them? These dogs can sense if you're a hostile person. They can sense. It's almost like they can read they smell your cortisol or something, changes in the body. As well as they can do yours. They know when you're in a good mood or a bad mood. They can sense it. A man's best friend. You don't really think about it. No, unconditional love. I just been hearing more and more and more and more and more negativity about the Philippines. And to tell you the truth, that's what's kind of turning me off about YouTube. It's not even some of the things the trolls do. But I don't like being around negative people, and I don't want to be in a negative atmosphere, in negative environment, let's call it that. That's all I hear on here. And they're knocking the Philippines all the time. They're knocking the women. They're knocking the government. They're knocking just about everything. I don't know. It's refreshing when I hear somebody actually stick up for the Philippines. I got to live out here, but I make my own decisions what I'm doing. If I like it out here, well, that's all that matters. But still, you don't want to hear all this negativity all the time. And there seems to be a whole lot more of that. I don't know why. Maybe they've been out here a while and the Asian thing wore off on them. I used to hear about stuff like that, They explore Asia. Yeah, I've seen enough, slanty eyes, some of these guys that are very, they're provocative type of descriptions of Asians, And I've seen enough. Asians' pussies are not sideways. They're horizontal. In case you haven't had one yet, probably a lot of them have not, but just to let you know, it's very normal. They don't have slanted vaginas like some Asians have slanted eyes. Okay, now that we got that straight. Okay? Good. There's a lot of kinky shit that goes in this movie here. And there are very wealthy people that have these little parties, and it's, I don't know if this movie Hostel was based on some factual things in the past, but I wouldn't be surprised at all. Because, you get these rich people, and they've done everything, and they're looking for something more exciting and challenging, and that's why a lot of these people that are into, child trafficking and all this crap with young girls and all that shit, they get into this kind of crap. They got sick minds, of course. They're dangerous people. But there are clients. There are people that run this shit. There are clients that would pay for one of these children to, not to do great things with, let's put it that way. The world is not the greatest place, but we're forced to live here because we are alive. We can't leave the earth. Well, not yet. Not in my lifetime, anyway. Maybe not in our grandchildren's lifetime. I don't know. But we're here. That's the point. And, we're supposed to make the best of it. I just don't see everybody making the best of it, though. That's my observation. I'm sure it's yours, too. But maybe you're not making the best of it. Maybe I'm more important than your wife or your children or your girlfriend or something, if you have one. guess. I don't know. But there's a lot of evil in this world, and if you want to have a religious connotation to the word evil, you can, but it doesn't have to be religious related. But evil is a state of mind, a state of conscience. It's a state of if you have a soul, such thing as a soul, it's a state of your soul. We always use the heart. Well, you don't have a good heart. Well, the heart is not really pumping out emotions, it's your hormones, but we always use that heart figure. Maybe because our life is coming from it, because it pumps blood, but we use it as a symbol of love. And that's about it. I don't know who came up with that. Like, have a heart, man. Well, don't you got any soul, brother? Hear a lot of stuff that you probably can't figure out where it came from. It's worth looking up. That's why we got ChatGPT these days, Just look it up, look it up. I mean, do you ever question anything, really? Stuff that you go through every day in life that you hear or witness, or do you ever get curious to know, like, where that statement came from or where that expression came from? Well, we have the ability to look it up these days. You'd be surprised. Sneezing? Well, a lot of you don't know. When they say God bless you, when you sneeze, it really has to do back in the days when they had the plague. And if somebody sneezed, they figured you caught it and you're going to die. So they say, God bless you. And you might have just had a cold. Today we use it like every day. Bless you, if you sneeze. I never thought about it. Growing up, I say, oh, bless you, God bless you. I always thought it was weird. I never questioned it, though. But as life goes by, you learn. That's why they say there's knowledge and age. I like when somebody says on me in a comment, they're being nice. Oh, don't worry, Frank, because, you don't mind me saying you are elderly. And they don't look at that hard. But they got to mention, like they're sorry to say that. Well, I guess I would be considered elderly at my age. I just like to look at it another way. I'm just older. I never really liked the connection with that word, that I'm elderly. Well, I'm an elder. People have to respect their elders. Well, I guess I am elderly. Maybe I just don't want to admit it. But you got to start somewhere, and you got to end somewhere. You don't get any younger day by day. If you're a lot younger than me, well, you'll be here if you're lucky. That's according to what your life is like, if you want to live to be my age. And I'm making myself sound ancient by saying, if you want to live to be my age. I'm not part of the over the hill gang, not yet. When I reach 80, then I'll give in. I'll give in, I promise. Hopefully I'm not going to be on YouTube for God at 80. I'll give in. I'll give in. Say, I'm old. But I decide how old I am. Heart, mind, soul, and all that crap. Age is a number, basically. It's what you do with your age, or kind of how you carry yourself, how you think, how you act, how you dress. Younger people could look like they're a lot older because they dress it, they act it. They just come off as being older than they are. Some of them look a lot older than they are. I've seen a lot of that on YouTube. Anyway, I didn't come on here with really that much to say. The house is empty. You gotta go to the novena thing for church thing, whatever. But then there's some thing with my girlfriend's kid who's going to be, I don't know, dancing in some kind of event. I don't know what the hell. These kids sure keep busy, I can tell you that. Ooh, that's personal. Watch it, Frank. Gee. I can't tell you where they are, and I shouldn't do that. It's habit. But you saw the short I put on. says it all. It's very short. I think that's a lot of mistakes that people make. All right, so you want to have a YouTube channel, okay? But start fresh and take advice from people like myself that will tell you right up front that keep the personal shit to yourself, your income, whatever. Let them think if they have to. Let them research if they have to. But what I'm saying is don't volunteer. Too personal of information. Because I guarantee they'll use that against you. That's 100%. That's been done to me. It's been done to a lot of people. Okay. I gotta get some water, speaking. Okay. All right. Another thing I hear in the news a lot, whether they're famous people or just average, you get to be a certain age. And you need to have contact with somebody that you can contact in an emergency, whether it's a neighbor, wife, girlfriend, whatever, if you're going to be left home alone, especially if you have any health conditions. Even if you don't, have a good contact number. I can't emphasize this. Because you need help, but the problem is it's also where you live. Oops, sorry about that. Slamming the door here. How long would it take an ambulance to get to you if you had a problem? Is that hospital capable of taking care of your problem? There's so many variables. It's scary. And that's as far as experience when they're out here. It could be a lonely place, even though you have a mate and whatever, family or whatever out here. It could be a really lonely place in certain aspects of living out here. You find yourself, I know a guy who is American, and his wife, she works at a produce place, or has her own place. But, he's alone all day with his Dobermans. He raises Dobermans. He's very well protected. I bet the dogs. Big son of guns. Pretty well trained, too. Well, he's protected from people, but since, he has several health issues, nobody's there to help him, and his children are all in college. She's home alone. And I don't really think or know that he's that friendly with his neighbors. He doesn't socialize a lot. Watches TV, whatever he does all day, what a lot of us old fuckers do, Because we all live such exciting lives when we get older. But you're old and you're not dead. If there's something you could do and perform, you do it. You're going to do it anyway, but within limits. Sometimes you got to say, well, man, I think I look younger. I feel younger. I act young. But the reality is that you're not young anymore when you get a certain age. You're hitting your 50s, that's when you're really starting to know that you're getting there, bud. And when you're 60s, you already know it already. You hit the 70 mark, it's like, okay. How the fuck did so many years go by? But they do go by, and they go by fast. When my brother passed away, it almost seems like it was 6 months ago. It's just, it's just fucking weird, man. Something about when you're a kid, time goes by slow. When you're like on summer vacation from school, it seems like it's forever. You get those vacations, summer break or whatever. But to a much older person, it goes by just like that. I mean, I have a daughter that's like, 45 years old. What is that, August 15th, 82? She's like I guess 44 or 45. I'm not doing my math, but. Oh, you mean you don't know your daughter's age? Well, you know, I'm getting old, okay? I forget the exact age. I think she's 44. And to think I have a daughter that's 44. It's like, what the fuck? Gotta be kidding me. But that goes to show you how time goes by so goddamn fast, man. Then the fact that how long have I been fucking around with YouTube, right? Shit, it's gotta be a good decade at least. Of some relationship to YouTube. Has to be. Time just jets right by you, man. That's why I always say, you know, it's all personalized with yourself, but do with your life what you want to do. You're retired. You can do anything you want within limitations, you know, of physical ability, monetary situation, whatever. But you like watching good movies, watch good movies. Like spending time with your family, spend time with your family. There's only one time around you could do that. I was personally robbed of the opportunity to know my daughter and my grandchildren. Don't let that happen to you. Don't let that happen to you. It's not a nice thing. People part ways, you know. Shit happens, as they say. And they never actually marketed that. They never put a trademark on it. But shit happens. You see it on T-shirts. You see it on everything. On coffee cups. I don't think anybody put a patent on that. But it's true. Shit doesn't happen, and things happen that you don't expect. Am I going into my philosophy again? Well, partially. I'm just thinking out loud. That's all. How life could be so goddamn short, and what we do with our lives. Oh, I know it's a total waste of time, me coming on this media, on this platform. But I do anyway, right? It has to be a reason. Maybe when you're in a different country, this is what I figured out with talking to people about stuff like this. They may not want to make friends with a lot of foreigners, but they still like having a little contact. Because you're in an entirely different country with a different language, although we're lucky here because everybody at least has a grasp of the English language. It's more like their second language. Then when they make fun of people that don't speak good English, she can't even speak a good English. Like they've said things about my girlfriend. She don't speak perfect English. But that's not her first language. Just like I can't speak Visayan. I can't, Tagalog or whatever. Unless I study it, it goes around the other way too. And some people are just lazy. But, my mind is not like a sponge anymore. It really isn't. Sure, I could pick up a book and learn all this, but there's a lot of things I could do that maybe I don't do or should do, but it's the way it is. You can make excuses for it. But when somebody says, oh yeah, my girlfriend speaks better English than your girlfriend, oh, shut the fuck up. My girlfriend does the best she can, and I understand her. The only reason I can't understand her sometimes is because sometimes she talks slow and I have a bad ear. And I'll say, what? I'll say, repeat that? She's used to it, But I understand her. Well, mostly I do. About 90%. I got to throw in 10% that I don't. I got to ask her to repeat something. Well, that's expected. Oh, they'll jump on anybody for anything. You're in another fucking country, dude. They have their own language. We're lucky that they speak English at all out here. We're fortunate. There are other Southeast Asian countries that you're not going to be as lucky, like Cambodia or even Thailand. And you'll have a hard time communicating. Look what happened with Jimbo. Jimbo was hardly able to communicate with anybody in Cambodia, the perfect place for him. Well, he just picked some little shit town, but, you go in a big city, you'll find more people that speak English. If you go into provinces and stuff, no, if you go around older people generally are not going to be speaking much English at all. You just got to pick and choose where you want to live. And think, well, where do they probably speak a lot more English? Now, if you go to Malaysia, you'd be really lucky because, such as Kuala Lumpur and the surrounding communities, they all speak pretty good English. They understand it out there. You got a combination with the Muslims, you got Chinese, you got all kinds of denominations out there. But they all pretty much know English very well. So it's a pick and choose game. You're back. I didn't hear. Well, I'm shocked. You must have came in lightly because dogs didn't bark. They were resting, but they didn't bark. You didn't bark, girls. You're losing your touch. All right, you want to see who's here? Go ahead. Come on. My goodness. I thought they were good watchdogs. How many? You're here.
Yeah.
I didn't even hear the dogs bark. They didn't even bark when he said. Yeah, I saw flashing lights out there earlier, but it was like some kind of ambulance or something. I don't know. They stopped. They went past that house into the field near the bushes, and they waited for a while, calling out for somebody. Then they were there for a little while. Then they just kind of took off. I don't know what it was. But there were flashing lights, and I think it was an ambulance. So, I have no idea. When I see flashing lights, I check it out. Trust me.
Maybe workers.
Workers for what? At this hour of night?
Worker.
Huh?
Ambulance worker.
Ambulance workers. That's what I think it was. Doesn't someone work there or something? Yeah. How come I think they were calling out for somebody or something. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, yeah, somebody, they always come by over there, don't they? Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to probably watch a movie or continue watching a kind of a gross movie here that I pop on. We got to talk about this one. I mean, we really got to talk about this one. And we're on a roll. Well, we're getting there. It's not like where I like to see it. I just think more needs to be done. More. Okay, I'll wait to see if a few people show up. I really need a live stream for this, more of an upload, but hey, I'm live, so I'll do it anyway. It's just like the people are now attacking Trump, which he deserves, getting his just reward. Jesus Christ, they had tens of thousands of people in New York City protesting Trump. Tens of thousands in Minneapolis. It's happening everywhere now. Well, you know, a lot of my predictions come true. But I saw this coming with Trump a mile away, you know. All these evil people think they could get away with all kinds of shit on here. They all think they could. But my famous saying is it all comes out in the wash. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. Now, for those that don't are not familiar with Philippines antics, or if you are and you just don't know the background, well, go to. I put, and I'm sure Aloe wouldn't mind. I put a remix of Aloe's posting. It's on Aloe's channel, and I don't think Aloe would mind. And the topic is of Philippines antics. As you know, Heidi, she's like one of the biggest mouths on here. Her and George, and they got something to say about just about everybody. They go around and make a show, and they just make a career, actually, out of criticizing everyone. She sits there, because that's all she could do. She's not very mobile, because she decides to eat all those donuts and ice cream and every fucking thing else when she has a lot of medical problems. Let's just say that. Big time medical problems. But what really surprises me, and this is how stupid people are. This is exactly how stupid people are. If you got something to hide, don't do a show criticizing people on YouTube, man. That's the last thing you should be doing. With Heidi's background and felon, if you don't know her history, she robbed a couple of Walgreens drugstores in Florida. One in Port Richey, and I don't know the other one, I guess maybe the same area. And as such, I mean, she went in there with makeshift bombs. She was making believe she had a bomb. And she was handing a note to these pharmacists, scaring the shit out of everybody. Because she wanted to get some Vicodins and Percocets and all this shit and Valium. Yeah. Suffice to say that, she was a druggie. Yeah. The one that you like to watch. The one that you like to join her critiques of people. Heidi and George. The team. Both of them. They come on just about every day themselves, and I don't really hear them talking positive about anything. I gotta give myself credit for something, because, I'm not all about the trolls, and I'm very fortunate to have a little knowledge about a little bit of this and a little bit of that I share with my viewers. But Heidi and George. Heidi has a really checkered past. I don't understand how she got into the Philippines. Now, if she tried it around this period of time, she would never make it through the gates. She would never make it to the Philippines. I agree. I've read a couple of comments, at least on Aloe's show, that people said they should report her to Bureau of Immigration. Send her video, send some clips, and send the written history that Aloe put on there to the Board of Immigration. It's a must. Now, we got rid of fucking Barry, okay? We're getting rid of, and yes, I did put a report in also on Slim, by the way, besides many other people that also made reports on Slim. I'm not alone on that one, that's for sure. So he's going to be gone. We lost other creeps on here like Fazio and other people who were trolls. Trolls, call them what it is. They were trolls. Just trying to do damage and collateral damage and you name it. But Heidi, how she's falling through the cracks. Heidi needs to go. Heidi needs to go. Heidi needs to go. Heidi knows what she did. But you remember how I always say on my show, people are running away from something rather toward? And we have creeps like Brevis and people like Barry and other people that are all flocking to the Philippines to get away from, and Fazio too, that happened, to run away from something that they did in the country that they came from. And we got a big list on that. All running away from something to come out here. Then they have the gall, the unbelievable gall to come and put on a YouTube show and as such, criticizing other people when they have a checkered past, highly checkered past. All of them, Brevis, all of them. They all got a checkered past. But yet they come on and they run their mouth. Go after the real undesirables. Go after the real undesirables. If you have to go after somebody, go after the real undesirables. And you know who they are. Put your energy where it should be, in the right place, for the right people. To, contribute to the cause, shall we call it. Too much bullshit going on here. Go after the right people. If you really feel you have to go after somebody. And Heide from Philippines Antics YouTube show. She does like pretty much a daily show. I don't know, pretty much daily. I'm sure many people are familiar with her. This person, who's a disgusting person, probably the most unhealthiest person on YouTube history, has the gall to put on a YouTube channel when she was running away from Florida, from her past. This happened many years ago, and she did go to prison for it, but it doesn't excuse what she did. Felons are not supposed to be allowed in this country, but they were. Now, the immigration is tightening their belts, they're tightening things up on immigration. But where were they when Heide got through the pearly gates of Manila to make it here in the Philippines? She shouldn't be here. And as stupid as she is, she felt she had to make money. But the stupidest mistake she did was to put together a YouTube channel, Philippines Antics. Oh yeah, antics, yeah, right. What about her antics when she's wearing what looks like a bomb in a fluid-filled container and puts a note to the pharmacist that she wants Vicodin, Percocets, all these different drugs. And she went to jail for it. And you say, okay, she paid her dues to society. But has she? I mean, the point is that these felons are getting into this country and they're getting away with a lot of shit. And then the people go after the wrong people. Go after the real undesirables that are making it into this country. That's what I'm saying. Like Slim. And he has a slim chance of staying in the Philippines. Barry. Well, he's serving his time. There's other creeps on here that passed away. That were all trolls, by the way. It all comes out in the wash. And the list will continue. Now, in Heidi's situation, well, I got a copy on my show. It's a short, but you can go to Aloes and do a share or something. Copy the link, whatever it is. Send it to the Board of Immigration. Why should Heide get away with this shit when she really isn't undesirable? Why should anybody get away with this shit when they are truly undesirables? Gee, pick and choose. We got numerous ones out there. We got Jay, and I'm already taking care of that. Although Jay does not live in the Philippines, but I'll make it so that he's never going to want to go in the Philippines again. Some people are forgiven, but some people you just can't forgive. Now they bring your family into it and so forth. Now we got people that think they're on the safe side, like Popeye, Robert Clausen, who sits in his probably musty chair, flicking his cigarette ashes from his unfiltered Camels and drinking his fucking vodka, who sits on his fucking filthy throne that he never leaves and likes to mouth off a lot of shit about me and my girlfriend or family. Well, As in his own words, there's nothing you can do about me, he said. There's nothing you can do. Are you sure about that, Robert? Are you really, 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 really sure? We're both American citizens. Keep that in mind. I'm not a Filipino. I'm an American citizen. I have the right to do reports, whatever I want to do on you. One day, maybe I'll be in Florida and you can meet me personally. We'll have a cup of coffee. I don't drink coffee. A cup of tea, perhaps. For you, maybe a bottle of gin, a couple of packs of Camel. You know, Robert, you would never say any of that shit to my face. Oh, wait a minute. Because you were in the Navy, that makes you a tough guy? You're not a tough guy, Robert. You're a wimp. You're a coward. False valor. You are the lowest fucking human on the scale. People like Popeye also should be reported. But let's get back to Heide. Aloe did if you just tuned in, he did a little piece on Heide. And I got it on my shorts. I did a little remix of what Aloe put up. Aloe's back in action again, apparently. But, and I don't normally support Aloe for obvious reasons, but I think, you know, when it comes to someone like Heide and a few other people, I have to agree with him. There are people you should report, and it's people that must be reported, and let the legal people in the Philippines get wind of this kind of shit. Because they have a bunch of guidelines on who they want to allow to enter this country. How did they slip up on Heide, is what I'd like to know. She was a felon. Well, of course, that was back then. And when she moved here, I think this incident in Florida, in Port Richey, happened in 2008. And then she went to jail. I don't know, was it 6 years? I'm not sure. But when she got out of it, that's when she left Florida. And that's when she moved to the Philippines, around that time. Okay? They're all running away from something. All the fucking losers on here. Look at fucking Brevis. He was running away from California. He was in so much trouble he had to get a TRO order, you know, against this Hispanic guy. Well, excuse me. Yeah, to protect a protective order to protect him and his family. Because whatever he did to piss somebody off, pissed him off pretty damn good. He had to leave the country. And you know his behavior. These are all the losers that managed to get into this country. I'm just saying, you're picking on the wrong people. Get the real undesirables out of here. Okay, do you love the Philippines? Do you respect the Filipino people and the culture? Are you living out here? You like visiting here, perhaps? Okay, fantastic. But you see what these creeps are doing to these poor Filipinas. They come here with uncleansed hands, and they got the nerve to put on a show where they're criticizing people. Heide and George criticize everybody's channel. But see, a lot of people don't know about Heide, the channel name of Philippines, Antics. A lot of people like her show, even like her. A team of George and Heide. George also has a shady side too, as I understand. Yeah, he does. I don't know all the details, but he does. But Heide comes on very often. She has a pretty good following. And she just mouths off every fucking time she comes on, man. Why is she even on social media if she did the things that she did? I mean, if I was in her position, I'd want to hide it. Heidi, Heidi, hide it, hide it, hide it, Heidi, hide it. Heidi ho! But the goal these people have, that's why they're all moving here. It's not just for the women. It's not just for the so-called lesser cost of living. It's not for the cheap booze and cheap cigarettes. Well, in her case, she didn't have much of an income. That was one of her choices to move to the Philippines. And I guess maybe George has something to do with that, how she got to live here. But she was a felon. I know, somebody say, well, she served her time. Doesn't change what she did. But the point being is that immigration is allowing these scumbags into this country, left and right. They're not checking people out. How many fucking psychotics have they let into this country? We don't have to name names on here. We know who they are. We know exactly who they are. Who have some kind of a criminal record back where they came from. They come on here and they put a show on. La 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 la. Life is so good. Gonna put a YouTube show on. And I'm gonna criticize people. Well, Heidi cannot afford to criticize anybody. Nobody. She was a fucking drug addict. Oh, wait, Frank, you said was. Well, what led up to this was her need for drugs and had to go rob in Port Richey, Florida. Not terribly far from Popeye, really. And where what's supposed to be a bomb. You heard right. If you don't know the history, she tried to rob 2 stores, but they called in on her and they got her and they arrested her. And she went to trial and she was put into prison. Yeah, she was put into prison. And she's got the fucking balls to come into the Philippines. And with just sheer luck or something, she made it through the gates. They didn't check her fucking records. Why is immigration letting in so many losers in this country? Do you need names? You know who they are. You know exactly who they are. But they're allowing them to come in this country. They're not really checking their backgrounds. Maybe more so today they are, but I still don't think they're at the 100% level of really checking people out. If they did, there's a number of loggers that would not be out here and or would not even be able to come into the country. Go after the real undesirables. There's plenty to choose from. But then some people will shoot themselves in the foot being out here anyway. You got Steven. Hello, all you lovely people. A phony baloney. A total phony baloney who makes up 90% of his stories. And we have other people that do that too. All about the fucking money. And he lives in Mindanao. Perfect place to be mouthing off about government, Filipinos, all kinds of shit. He's going to be another case of, what's his name, Eastman? The one that got kidnapped, shot and kidnapped, that lived in Mindanao? Because he doesn't realize what he says on his show. And people have said it to him. I've said it. I said, he had supposed cops come over a couple of times, ask for his passport and shit. They were checking him out already, and he still don't learn. What does it take to figure it out, Stephen? Or Stefan? He's undesirable. All you lovely, lovely people. Fuck you. You're full of shit. You don't think the people are lovely, Stephen. Another liar, another bullshit artist, another guy that's putting himself in danger. It's going to happen yet. Because I don't think Steven listens to what he says on his show. If I could decipher all this, if it has clarity to me, all the negativity, it sounds like Steven don't even like to live there. Because the way he talks about the Philippines. But he figures he has to stay, there's nowhere to go. He don't want to go back to England. And he's got a wife and a kid on the way. But you could tell by what he talks about, he's not exactly happy where he is. And I wonder how many people are really happy where they are. Maybe they got themselves in a position they can't leave or whatever. They have nothing to go back to, whatever the case may be. But Heide, whew, man, you want to talk about the gossip master on YouTube? Well, Heide would be probably in a top position other than Lauren, another woman on here that goes back many years that's still on. And she's like, probably have to be the queen bee of gossip, where she's trying to divide people and bat them against each other, causing damage to people's lives. Lauren is in a class of herself. But Heide, she's another one. Always criticizing somebody's channel and what they're saying. We absolutely do talk about other people's channels. Only if the information is factual. There's a big difference between spreading lies and rumors or just coming down on people for the sake of getting views and subs and making money and blah, 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 blah. You know how it works. And she's desperate for the money. She needs it. Maybe George just doesn't bring in enough. I don't know. George is not innocent either. Apparently there's a lot of shit in his background. Sometimes they've even mentioned it. So we're not talking about nothing that's not factual. So both of them really. So I think people need to set their sights straight on here and go after the real undesirables. And you know exactly who they are. Sometimes you gotta pull the trigger, look through your scope, one by one, pick and choose. It's really simple. People called in enough about pro-life traveler, Slim. Look where he is now. Same thing could be done to people like Heide and the other undesirables. Create enough suspicion for them and they'll investigate it. Or show the evidence that's important. Look, you could hate somebody on here and you could contact immigration, you can do whatever the fuck you want. But if you don't have valid evidence, it's just not going to, hello, Jim. It's just not going to, you're wasting your time and you're wasting their time. So, I honestly think that Heide's background should be made known to the Board of Immigration in the Philippines. She is an undesirable. She's in no position to be running her mouth and criticizing other YouTubers. Not in her position. Now, I don't think Heidi's going to last long. She's got lupus, high blood pressure. I think she's got diabetes, pelvis or, hip problems. It's just all over the place, man. So, is that supposed to be a piece of shit on there? What is that supposed to be, Gina? Just like what happened with Slim. You got the power. If enough inquiries or enough, complaints are put into immigration, they'll investigate her record. And maybe we'll get something done. As you can see, I'm not a big fan of Heide. I'm not a big fan of in the immigration letting certain people in this country. And I got to sneeze, so hold on. Yeah, baby. not a big fan at all of these people. Because, you know, they're giving us a bad name. That's what the problem is. The ones that don't deserve this kind of shit, you know. You want a Filipina and all that shit, I understand that. But don't make it so that, you know, it's not a cool thing anymore to date, you know, a foreigner. Because if they're causing so much trouble, their own people are going to say, man, just stay away from foreigners, man. Just stay as far away as you can. And they're better off. Get together with another Filipino. Won't kill you. But I'm amazed at how many people they allow in this country. And the immigration wants to waste their time on people that are actually not undesirables. Oh, you know, somebody like, you know, me. We got him out there. The real deal. That's another one, the real deal. Jay Aboman, who shouldn't even be allowed in this country. But I'm doing my own bit on that to make sure that doesn't happen. It takes time, people. Just relax. It takes time. Some of the papers are in already, so for those that don't know that, then I talked about it before and I don't need to go into it again. Don't worry about it. I tend to take care of business when I need to take care of business. It takes a lot for me to do it, to be honest with you. It takes a lot of energy, a lot of willpower, but I get around to it sooner or later. And you'll know because I'll talk about it. Again, get rid of the real undesirables in this country. Stop wasting your time with people who are not undesirables just because maybe you don't like them. It doesn't make them an undesirable. Maybe they're undesirable to you, and that's fine. Keep it to yourself, but don't try to ruin somebody's life because you just don't happen to like them. There's got to be more than that. Has to be a lot more than that. Yeah, it's getting pretty tiring, I know. I don't know, YouTube's supposed to be a positive, well, there's no rule, it's supposed to be a positive place, but it's something that we want it to be. We want it to be a positive place where people can vlog and talk about positive things. All I hear is negativity about the Philippines. It's not that the Philippines is negative, it's just that the people are negative. That's all they can do because their life is so fucking miserable. It doesn't have to be living in the Philippines, but did. Is Popeye. The most miserable, pissant, bitter old man you could ever have the displeasure of listening to. That's why it's been a tough battle for me, but I've been really gearing myself to a totally erratic YouTube altogether. You know when I did it last time? I had actually removed my whole Google account, even the email that came with it. I couldn't even post on YouTube if I wanted to. Should have just kept it where it was, the status quo, you know? No matter what negativity I experience with trolls on here, I'm still happy where I'm at. They haven't ruined my life. And they never stood in my way, like they hoped. I served more fucking plates of crow than any human could handle throughout the past decade I've been on here. And rightfully so. So they get pissed off. They all think it's a game of win and lose. It's not a game. I'm not playing games, that's for sure. I just come on here to vlog. You either like me or you don't, and you can tune out. That's just the way it is. I say that all the time. You don't have to listen to me. But if you like the truth, and if I have to talk about other vloggers, at least in my case, I'm giving out factual information. Not hearsay, not something unproven, something that we all, including myself, heard, seen on their own videos. It's a big difference. A major difference. Fact and fiction. You can say anything you want about pro-life traveler. Ask Fazio if you could get in the spirit world to his grave. Ask him what running his mouth did to him. Fate or karma, whatever you want to call it, caught up with him. Caught up with a lot of other people too. Some, you know, it is what it is. As I said, all the time, it all comes out in the wash. And I've been proving it the whole time I've been on YouTube. Good old Frank fires his warning shots, and they don't listen. And they say, nothing's going to happen to me, man. Well, Frank has nothing on me, but I got something on everybody on here. If you don't like it, tough titty. You should have shut your mouth. But as I always say also, I'm not the elected sheriff around this town. I'm not a sheriff at all. I kind of take care of my own interests, really. But it doesn't stop me from also doing what people should do, is reporting the proper people that are doing things that are just not excusable. Oh, come on, you could let shit go. There's a lot of shit you could just let go and hang loose on here, what people say, but there's some things that you just can't. I mean, if you're going to be part of this community, you're involved in this community, whether you're just a viewer, a listener, you're part of the community. And if you have a show, you're an integral part of this community here. And you got to do what's right. I mean, there's been people that have voluntarily gotten off YouTube because they just said, fuck this shit. Life is too precious, too short to be dealing with all the clowns on here. Those are the smart ones, and I should have done this years ago. But I'm stubborn in my own ways. I guess I am. But I'm the kind of guy that believes if something's right, it's right. If something's wrong, it's wrong. It's one or the other. Can't be both. You can't be both right and wrong at the same time. I know you're brave because you're behind your cell phones and your laptops and you talk shit about people all the time. But what's going on in your life? We always wind up finding out though, don't we? Well, Aloe decided to do a little expose on Heide. And you could go to his show, Aloe D. Winter, or you could go to my last short. There's a remix that I use of Aloe's, just to get his point through, help him out a little bit on this one. I have to agree with Aloe on this one, you know. I have to. Because she shouldn't even be in this country. If immigration is so gung-ho about preventing the wrong kind of foreigners from coming in this country, they should be going through people's records. They should have gone through Heidi's records and seen that she was a felon. If they're going to be that tight on immigration these days, tight as a gnat's ass on who they're letting people in, then they need to review some of the people living out here. Is Heidi even paying her taxes on her show? You see, Slim, that was another thing against him. He wasn't paying his taxes for the money he was making. Living a big life, well, you know, lifestyle of buying whatever food he wants and whatever, but not much on the kid. Not even for a safety seat in the car for the kid with the money he's making on his show. But he got caught. And I am one of the people who reported him amongst many. Oh, I am. I don't hold back. There's just too much shit going on YouTube. It's got to be stopped. But I'm not your town sheriff. I'm not trying to be a sheriff on YouTube either. And listen, my shit stinks as much as anybody else's. But some of these people's shit stinks really bad. They need to be removed so we don't smell it. Get them out of town. Report to the Board of Immigration, make a complaint, a written complaint, notarize it if you have to. If enough reports come in on Heide, and Aloe, since you started this with Heide, you got to go a few steps further. Don't throw out a teaser on Heide, showing where she lives and all that. Make the reports. Nobody knows who you are. You're covered. Make a report to the right and proper authorities on her. Show the article. And remind the immigration that you're letting the wrong people in this country. We got a felon that you let in through these gates. How did you do that? Why did you do that? Letting her guard down at that time she came in. She shouldn't be in this fucking country. But what just kind of pisses me off is that she runs her mouth on just about everybody who has a show. I'm really shocked she hasn't done anything on me. Very shocked. I never heard her ever talk about me at all. Don't matter. I guess I'm not as controversial as some people, but she got let into the country. It makes a show where she's criticizing people. What gives her the position to do that? She's probably not paying the money, taxes on the money. Probably not reporting her income. And actually, there's a fucking law. And just because YouTube is an American-based company, whatever, Google, and you think because you're in the Philippines, you don't have to pay taxes. No, if you're doing anything to make money while you are residing one way or the other in the Philippines, and you have a monetized show, and you're making money from it, you have to report it to the BIR, the Board of Internal Revenue. I doubt she's doing that. I doubt a lot of these people are doing it. Oh, they say they do, but you don't know that for sure. I mean, they say a lot of things. A whole lot of things. You gotta believe everything they say. A lot of these people are operating illegally. A lot of these popular shows, they're not reporting their income. That's just a starting point. That's just about their income. It's what they put out on their shows. Look, forget about really reporting somebody's show to YouTube. It really takes a lot of reports for YouTube to take somebody's show down. It takes a lot. It has to be keywords in your report. Keywords. Because a lot of it is digitalized. You're not always dealing with a human that's taking these reports. Certain words on there, as in the guidelines of what constitutes, wrongful behavior and the rules and regulations of YouTube. I think it has to do with certain words. And they capture these words. If there's enough of these words and enough complaints, they take your show down. That's one way of doing it. Get rid of their income. Yeah. Because a lot of them are barely surviving out here. And they depend on that income from YouTube. They're getting their pension or getting their Social Security, whatever. But they need the income. Are you guys afraid to talk or something? I know you'd rather listen. But I think Aloe's doing a good job. Yeah, Aloe. And know that Aloe is Aloe's got a wrench from me? He sure does. You gotta be kidding, Frank, right? No, I'm not. Aloe's got a fucking wrench. He's one of my moderators. How about that? You think that would never happen? I don't give that out to anybody. And Aloe, who's been so adverse to me, and I'm not saying Aloe's an angel either. He's not an angel. He knows it. I've had a lot of bad times with Al. It doesn't mean we're best buddies or nothing. But I think we tolerate each other. As they said many times, he comes to my channel, he's pretty cool. As long as he's being cool on my channel, I have no problem with him. But me and him have kind of the same thing in mind. When we have to, we go after the creeps on here. The real undesirables that should not be in this country. What's Alo's interest in this country? Well, he does conduct business here. He owns property, a rice farm, whatever. He has something going out here. He does make money. A lot of his residual income, some of it's coming from right here in the Philippines. So he has a certain amount of respect for the country, I believe. And as such, he doesn't like to see all the creeps around either. So there's some things that Alo does that I support. There's some things Alo does I don't support. But he's got it right when it comes to people like Heide, Barry, and all these people. You got to do the right thing. If you don't get involved, you don't make things happen. Sometimes you have to apply yourself. If immigration gets enough reports on Heide, they may actually look into it. You got to have a starting point. I know that Heidi's probably running scared right now. She probably saw Alo's, videos showing her house and what he had to say about her and exposing that article with the robberies with a makeshift bomb on her. Yeah, she did that. It's for real. For real. It happened in, I think, Port Richey, Florida, where she was residing. It's probably why she's in the Philippines after smoke cleared and she went to prison. Probably couldn't get much work with her record in America. So she figured, yeah, take off to the Philippines, and, put together a show and make money. She got together with George, who probably initially was making some income. Then he decided to put a show together. And she's making some income to support herself, whatever little jobs, whatever that George does. That's how they survive. Without their show, I don't think they can survive as a couple. Look, do what you think is right. Don't hold personal grudges on people on here, because there's something about them you just don't like. If that was the case, nobody would like anybody on here. If you had to find rhyme and reason to find a reason, to not like somebody, whether their voice or their topic matter. But as I said, you could just tune out, man. It's that simple. Don't watch their shows. If you don't like me, don't watch my show. I'm not losing anything here. I'm not monetized. I'm not losing anything on here. I'm in a position where I don't really care. If YouTube took my show down, they'd be doing me a blessing, a favor. I'd laugh about it and say, well, it was meant. You've been talking about getting off YouTube, blah, blah, blah. So one way or the other, whether YouTube knocks me off or whatever, or I drop dead. But go after the real undesirables out there. Clean up YouTube a little bit. You're not going to always clean it up real well, but you can get rid of key people on here that are nothing but trouble to not only people on YouTube, but to the outside world, outside of YouTube, but thinking that it kind of is their world, YouTube, and they spoil a good community. I remember when I first started YouTube, there was a lot of interesting shows out there, and they didn't really, I don't believe they had live streams at the time. So later on, they had, what do they call that on YouTube? Other than the other options you have for doing live streaming, StreamYards and stuff like that. I forgot what they call it. It's been such a long time. Meeting place. I don't know. YouTube had a thing where you could Well, you can do that now. I mean, you're able to do live streaming, and you didn't have to go to StreamYards even back then. But it was a great time in the beginning when either there was no live streaming going on that I can remember, and it just happened later on. But I think that's what ruined YouTube. It might have made people some money because they could come on the show and get super chats and all that stuff developed. And it brought a lot of people on to get a YouTube channel of their own. But they wind up putting nails in their own coffin according to what they talk about in their show. There's been people here that have, oh man, they built up over 100,000 viewers and they lost everything. All their monetization, everything when they got knocked off. What happened to our boy in Boracay? That idiot. Is he back in the States or something? I don't want to get into him, but let's just say we got some characters out there. They're all brave, but meet them in person and see how brave they are. They usually won't meet anybody. It's a lot of talk. And just, to be honest, this is not a country to get in trouble with. You get into a physical, no matter who started it, you get into a physical confrontation with anybody on here, and you're a foreigner against a Filipino, or another foreigner against another foreigner. They'll throw your ass right out. They'll call you undesirable. No, this is not the place to, it's not the place to cause trouble. It's not the place to get into fights with people. There's so many laws out here now. It's not all favoring foreigners, I will tell you that, expats. It is not on your side, our side, all of our sides, my side. Sure, they got laws, but, you know, the government could get around these laws and do whatever the hell they want, especially if you're a foreigner. I don't care if you have a 13A, you got an SRRV, I don't care what you have. You're not a real citizen here. You weren't born here. You're not Filipino. There's some conveniences of having such as to how often that you have to really file and do your visas and all that. There's some benefits, but it doesn't mean that you're any more of a tourist than you already are out here. We're all tourists. SRRV or 13A, I don't give a shit. You're all tourists. It just sounds good on paper. Yeah, man, I'm a resident here now. No, you're not. Well, they call it a residency visa, but you don't have the rights of a Filipino. You just don't. It makes you feel better, though, you know. And there is some convenience to having that, too. But it doesn't fully protect you, or protect you at all, really. So with that being said, it's getting late. I could get off this and wind down for the night a little bit. So, do what's right. Just do what's right. Is all I could say. They're letting in a lot of the wrong people, and they're causing problems out here in the Philippines. So if you have respect for the culture, you have respect for the Filipino people, respect for the country, show it. Try to get the scum out of here because it doesn't make us look good. Now, well, the Philippines has always been an ally with America. But unfortunately, America's kind of having a few problems going on there, you know? Y'all think you're familiar with that? We don't want strained relationships with America, or between America and the Philippines. We're actually both strategic to each other. We're allies. Hopefully that'll never change. But just think if it did, you're not going to feel comfortable out here. And you're going to find that these Filipinos don't want you. Don't even want your fucking money. Well, I kind of doubt it'll come to that, but, you know, anything is possible. You just got to think outside of the box. Report Heide to immigration. Report her. Philippines Antics is the channel. Report her. I know you can look at it and say she paid her price. She went to jail for X amount of years. But the point being is that the immigration is supposed to be a lot more careful as to who they let in this country. And they failed when it came to Heide. They failed terribly. She's a felon. She did something really dangerous and stupid. And they won't allow them refuge in... I'm just telling you, man, you can't always get away with shit on here. And you do a lot of crazy things to promote your own channel. It's all for the money and attention. But it doesn't always have a lasting effect. His potential also of making money on his show, it's still on there and he's still making money by the videos he has on there. But that's going to be slowing down or maybe even be taken off. I don't know how that works. You start something and then it gets finished and finished by other people who just don't want to tolerate the bullshit anymore, as what happened with Slim. Because he did do a lot of things that I've personally witnessed on his videos myself and other people that I thought was really ballsy. And of course, there are Filipinos involved. It's the whole thing. And the township of Dumaguete spoke out because there were numerous complaints about him, even on that local level where he resides, that came in different directions to different offices. Yeah, it is amazing. But it's pretty common on here. I mean, you're listening to a guy that is a victim himself, that's going through some matters at this moment with immigration, unfounded, invalid, and so forth, simply out of a woman's revenge in regards to her boyfriend being incarcerated by me, yours truly, who did plead guilty to all his charges and deserved to be where he's at. But with little help from some supporters of the woman, she managed to pull off a lawyer and an affidavit, which went to the Department of Immigration. And her purpose was to try to get me deported. Unsuccessful so far. Probably will be. And her complaint was put in about 1.5 years ago, to give you an idea. They've come to no resolution, despite the false documents that have been presented on here by Jay Stillman and others. It's a circus. It's a circus on YouTube. It's an absolute circus, loaded with clowns and trapeze acts. People don't learn from their mistakes, and a lot of people think they could get away with a whole lot of shit on here, but you know, it's been proven that it's not working for some people, and certainly ain't working for Slim, pro-life traveler. It didn't work for Barry either. And historically, other YouTubers, throughout YouTube that had their day in court and regarding to sometimes very heinous acts or behavior that are now history. Okay, J. Doll. Under Donald Trump, hurting people's feelings has become a national pastime. But in the Philippines, it is against the law. Well, J. Doll, who happens to be a troll, by the way, folks. It's not hurting somebody's feelings, J. Doll. You're just too corrupt with the local self-appointed judges and jury here on the Philippines genre. It's not about hurting somebody's feelings, Mr. Doll. It's about breaking the law. It's about attacking people unnecessarily. The list goes on. It's about lies. It's about false allegations. And yes, words can hurt, Mr. Doll. Words can hurt. They could. It's according to what words it is, Mr. Doll. It's against the law in the Philippines, you say, which, you're trying to be kind of snide with me. That hurting people's feelings is against the law. Hurting people's feelings, that's one thing, Mr. Doll. It's what they say. It's not hurting somebody's feelings. It's making unjustified statements, unjustified claims, and labeling somebody to be something that nobody should label anybody to be unless it was actually true. People get killed for less than that, Mr. Doll. So you could leave my channel because you are one of the trolls. That's a lame statement, J. Doll. That's quite lame. Because you're one of the trolls. Apparently you find all this stuff amusing. It's not amusing to me. It's not amusing to my partner at all. Everybody's going to have their day in court sooner or later. If it has to go to court, it goes to court. As in Slim, as in anybody else. And by the way, the Frank Battaglia replay channel is being investigated. How's that? How about another piece of news? And yes, I did put my own report in on Pro-Life Traveler myself, amongst dozens, if not more, of other people. I think things have gone too far on here, and I think people really feel that they can get away with just about everything. But everything catches up to them, and my famous words, it all comes out in the wash, and it certainly has been. All the dirt's coming out of the wash from the dirt bags themselves. And you know who they are. I'm not a person for revenge. I'm a person for justice. Revenge, in a certain respect, is too easy, but I think justice, at least legal justice, is the answer. It could be personal revenge. It could be physical. I mean, there's a lot of different definitions on how somebody wants to carry out a revenge, which I certainly don't suggest anything physical in the Philippines, but as J. Dole is trying to kind of water down what he's saying is, apparently in the Philippines, in America, you get away with saying anything, what J. Dole is saying, but apparently in the Philippines, apparently hurting people's feelings
is against the law. You're pretty lame, Mr. Dahl. You really are very lame. You are so lame. Even to say that, hurting people's feelings, it's what you say. It's the ramifications, Mr. J. Dahl, of what you say. You just don't get it, apparently. You can destroy somebody's life by having these so-called hurtful words that you make fun of, Mr. Dahl. But you're not on that end of the stick, so you don't understand it. If you were a professional working and somebody said certain things, you could ruin their whole career. Could ruin their marriage. I knew personally a lawyer in Seattle that was representing me, a very high-profile lawyer for civil rights and all kinds of different things, and personal injury and so forth. Very successful. He wasn't a multimillionaire, but he was a millionaire, and he owned a home, and he had a family and 2 kids. He lost all of it. Why? Well, in his case, it was the government basically setting him up on something that got him in trouble. He wasn't guilty of the crime, and he had to go to jail for a bit. Now he's working in his old profession as a carpenter. Well, probably retired now, I don't know. No, it's a real story, it's a real situation. His whole life was torn apart. But this time it was the government, the local government, that set him up because he had information, inside information on the government. The local government in Washington State, actually for City of Seattle to be more geared to where, more localized. And he had something on there that was going to be a big story against the city. So they got even with him. They set him up on a computer, and I don't want to go into all the details, but he lost his license to practice. He lost his whole family. So yes, words can hurt, J. Dahl, you pissant. Words can hurt somebody's reputation, could hurt somebody's profession, could even hurt somebody's family. So you come on with a smug statement like that. Well, apparently in America under Trump, I mean, you can say whatever you want according to them. It seems that in the Philippines that, if you get your feelings hurt, you could bring somebody to court. Guess you just don't get it, J. Dahl. I guess you just don't get it. Probably never will. But hopefully maybe someday you do get it and understand. God, you people could be so clueless. All this shit that's going on in YouTube is serious. Heide on Philippines Antics. She's getting away with a lot of shit. Shouldn't even be in the country. Considering she's a felon, but they let her into the Philippines. Again, she's another person that was running away from her problems and came to the Philippines. We got Brevis, who was running away from California to get away from his legal and so forth and personal problems. For his own safety, in fact. When he had gangs after him. Had to put a protective order for his whole family. This is the kind of people they're letting in the pearly gates of the Philippines. But now, clear messages are being sent to the legal system is coming down hard on proven offenders in this country. Expats who come here thinking they could mock and knock, defame, insult,
both other foreigners and, of course, the locals, making reference to, and boy, Barry would be in a lot more trouble if other information was released on how he was calling them monkeys too. That Filipinos don't compare to Americans. All they can do is shovel shit. That they can't make as much money as Americans. They don't have much intelligence as Americans. Well, coming from Barry, that's a laugh. People think they can get away with so much on here, man. I'm constantly amazed by what I call the poetic license that they think that they have on here. You don't. You don't. What Jay Dole said, I got it up again, under Donald Trump, hurting people's feelings has become a national pastime, but in the Philippines, it's against the law. Now, I don't know, Jay, maybe I was too quick on ousting you on here. I'm trying to decide this statement and dissect it a bit to see if it was just a lame statement, but I'm reading it again. Under Donald Trump's hurting people's feelings has become a national pastime, but in the Philippines it's against the law. Can you elaborate on that if you're still... I want to understand where you're coming from on this, because it could go two ways. And what you're trying to say, that you're trying to understate that what people say on here, it's okay to say about people, and it's okay to get away with it. I don't know if you're supporting what the Philippines government does in cases like this, as far as what people could say, what they think they have free speech out here against people who they're defaming, doxing, and so forth. No, I think you have been hidden. I don't think I could unhide you. But this is what you see here. J. Joel states, under Donald Trump, hurting people's feelings has become a national pastime, but in the Philippines, it's against the law. That could have a dual meaning, J. Doll. I actually would like to know your meaning of it. Okay, I'm going to unhide you. So I think you're able to probably make another comment on here if you want to dissect what you just said. Go ahead and do so. I think you're able to do that. I'll wait a little bit. Anyway, that's pretty much the news on Slim. Here's the thing, too. You'd be surprised that even without complaints that certain people on here are being investigated, they don't know. Just sometimes there's people have connections to immigration, too, that are putting word into immigration about certain people on here, not necessarily by a complaint by somebody, but their own investigation where somebody maybe they know is in immigration and maybe posted a suggestion that, hey, this particular vlogger's been doing this or that and getting away with it. It's not always from a formal complaint from another YouTuber. Not always. Tell you what, I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot how the system works out here. Presently being engaged with the system at the moment and regarding a complaint put against me, I've learned a lot. Truthfully, I don't even like talking about this shit,
I really don't. I get so disenchanted with the bullshit on YouTube and all the clowns that are out there. They have nothing else better to do. But if there is a good point, if somebody really deserves to be investigated, if somebody really deserves to be labeled as a persona non grata, as an undesirable, if they really deserve it, then okay, I can understand. But not just out of revenge. That's wrong. Personal dislike for somebody. It's got to be more than that. Well, I don't know. Apparently, he didn't want to back up his statement. I was unhidden. I unhid his statement anyway. Let me see. No, he should be able to make a comment. I wanted him to continue and explain what he meant by that statement. Okay, I'll keep this on. It's like when Barry said, "Oh, did I hurt your feelings?" Yeah. No, you were trying to hurt my reputation and everything else about me, Mr. Jordan. And you know what happened as a result of that, don't you? You know very well, 3 years. On your mind for 3 years. You don't have any freedom. All by your own mouth and all your own doings. Gotta be nice to talk about something really positive on here, which I do, but I gotta tell you, as these issues come up, I do talk about them. As it relates to the YouTube community, as it might relate to me, it might even relate to you. I think people are just too easy on what they talk about. I think they're just too, well, they're not very cognitive of the ramifications of the things that you actually say on here. Just another day in paradise, right? It's not working that way for some people, unfortunately for them. Anyway, that's the update I have on, what the hell is the update on Slim. And there's certainly more to come on that, guaranteed. And you know how these things work. They become national news after a while. Gets picked up by news agencies and so forth. As it always happens. I'm doing something different this morning. Not having my green tea or the other shit I put in it, which is not shit, but doing a little test for about a week here. Might just put a little bit of calamansi in here. Let's see. And I'm not adding all the other shit in there. I'm doing a test for a good reason. Just a little bit of calamansi. Basically a miniature lime is what it really is. Technically, really. I'm trying to see. There's certain things that act as a diuretic. I don't mean diarrhea, diuretic, which makes you want to empty your bladder more often. Certain key elements in caffeine and different things like that. Yeah, we're going to give that a try. Just as a test. Still haven't got my results back from the lab. It's amazing for your analysis. Just fucking amazing. Hey, Ginger. Good morning, dear. Good morning. Good morning. You know how why I got up a little extra early? Because I left the goddamn air conditioner on last night. I was freezing my ass. I wasn't covered with a sheet or anything. No, it got too cold. We had a fan on, overhead fan, and the air conditioner. I thought when I went to shut it off, I thought it shut off. I didn't look up at the air conditioner itself that it was still on. I assumed when I hit the button it's off, but you have to watch that sometimes. So the whole time the air conditioner was on, and I just froze my lily white ass all night. I'm not going to make that mistake again. Okay. You girls got to go out. What do you got to do? What do you want to go back in here? What is it you want? Go back to your den? There are dens, people. There are dens of inequity. You tell them, Rooster. You tell them. Well, that's kind of like my morning show here. Not really sure what else to talk about, but I think that's my little breaking news bulletin in regards to our friend and yours, pro-life traveler, Slim, or some call him Slimy. Some call him other names. Yeah, you tell him, Rooster. Yeah, welcome to a new day, a new morning, my friends. I'm still here. I'll try to, you have to go to my recent upload, and you'll see a clip of what was happening in the city of Dumagetti regarding Slim, pro-life traveler. It's about 60 seconds long. It was just basically from a remix, and a remix only allows you 60 seconds, 1 minute, but it's not all the information they were talking about him, believe me. So if you go to the guy's show who actually put this on, this was a remix from another show, you could see that pretty much in its entirety. This localized court hearing they were having on Slim. So go check it out. I don't have the guy's name, the channel. I listened to him. I don't know if he's on my subscription list. Maybe you see that. I haven't looked at it yet. My remix. Usually at the bottom of the screen, it'll say the source of the remix. And go to his channel. He's pretty popular, pretty well known. Talking about issues going on in the Philippines and beyond, and immigration things and people getting arrested and all that kind of localized type of news. He's pretty good for that. He's pretty, he's pretty much on target too. But he also gets his information from outside sources and puts it on his channel. I guess that's how you do it. But I'm kind of laughing at J Doll's comment here. Maybe a little irritated by it, because I'm not really sure what he meant. Pro or con, making a joke out of, well, Trump says it's allowable to have free speech and say what you want and get away with it in America, but here in the Philippines, that, if you hurt somebody's feelings with words, as J Dole puts it, should be right there on the screen, isn't it? Yeah. That you wind up having to get ousted out of the country or something. It's just according to what words you say. That's the difference. You have a certain amount of, maybe limited in this country, but you have a certain amount of free speech here. But as a foreigner, you have a lot less. You always heard that adage, or whatever you want to call it, well, why even go there? It is what you say. And it could affect people's lives. I think a lot of people, a lot of vloggers,
And of course, trolls think. They think in their mind that they could get away with just about everything they do and say, but that's been proven wrong. And I've proven people wrong too. Need I have to go into that? You know exactly what I'm talking about. But as I said, what you say on social media can have a cataclysmic effect. It can have a domino effect. It can affect somebody's whole livelihood and their own family. Just because somebody decided they didn't like you. No, you can't, you don't have that much free speech, especially on social media too, where you could just say anything, call somebody a fucking pedophile when they're not, or say they committed a crime when they didn't. That could have a domino effect. And those people shouldn't get away with shit like this. Oh, I hurt your feelings. You hear that a lot. Oh, I said some words you didn't like to hear. Well, I say a lot of things on here, but the difference with what I say on my show is factual, not made up, not contrived, not something that's meant to hurt somebody's feelings, but just to present facts, and facts that are derived from their own admissions, their own shows, what they put on it, what they say, what they imply, what they accuse, and what they allege. Contrary to their popular belief, you can't get away with it, not these days on social media. And we're not just talking about Barry's case and blah, blah, blah. There are hundreds, if not, well, throughout YouTube, certainly worldwide, there are thousands and thousands of cases going on where they use social media as a tool because they're leading such a bitter life and they don't want anybody to be in a better position than they are. Jealousy, envy, pure hate, dislike, revenge, and so on. And there's a lot of people behind bars and a lot of people that are deported for that stuff. But let's define what an undesirable is. Well, slimy or slim, pro-life travel was an excellent example. Barry was an excellent example. And others. Because they thought they can get away with anything they could say on social media. But then they find out that, well, shit, I can't say these things. The law got a hold of them, and the rest is history. Not much dialogue here, because I guess you're listening. I want you to listen. That's why I'm on here this morning. To gain an audience. Maybe not in the hundreds or thousands, but it don't matter, but the message does get out. And I'm kind of tired of preaching about all this shit anyway. I take personal interest in these kind of cases because I'm involved in one right now of a false report being put against me, trying to turn my life around and my family. And if you know anything about me, I don't tend to take things very lightly in matters of such, as people have found out. And then you got people like Popeye, Robert Clausen from Florida, who don't even live in the Philippines. His experience with the Philippines, he got to live here for a while because, you know, you're talking like 40 years ago, because he was in the Navy. You know, who thinks he's an unsung hero, who never saw action in his life, was never on the field. He's nothing more or less than a
a person of false valor who records what I say, who does shows every time I'm on, does the simulcast, which he's probably doing at this moment. This guy is one of the most hateful people on here, amongst others, but he just figures he's in a safe zone because he's in the United States. And I'm not going to go into a whole scenario with that because he's not as protected as he thinks he is, and he figures he can get away with anything because he's 15,000 miles away from the Philippines. But like others, I got a pretty good collection of Popeyes little hateful videos. And it's not always a situation that if you're not on camera that you're protected. They make exceptions. And I am a U.S. citizen, and so is he. He's got to understand that. And I think he knows what I mean about that. He's not as protected as he thinks he is to run his mouth the way he does. But someday something's going to catch up with him. He's going to regret every fucking thing he said about me and my girlfriend and family. Because Popeye is a coward. He's always been a coward historically. Especially when he thought somebody was around his town looking for him. He got off YouTube for half a year, up to a year or more. He went into silence. He ran away. The guy that runs his mouth constantly and figures nobody's going to do nothing to me. They can't. I can say whatever I want on here. It's not necessarily true, Robert. That's not true. Maybe one day you'll find out. Does he still have a channel on YouTube? Who you making reference to? Slim from Pro-Life Travel or Popeye, or who you making reference to? If you're talking about Popeye, it's called Popeye 1. Not W-O-N, but 1. Popeye 1. I think it's just O-N-E. It's not a mathematical figure. I think it's Popeye 1. Yeah, he does. He doesn't keep everything on there. He'll do these simulcasts of me, which he's likely doing right now, because it's approximately 5 or 6 o'clock p.m. in Florida, where it's, after 5 a.m. here in the Philippines. Very bitter man who's not living the life he hoped to have and hasn't had a woman since his wife divorced him, like, I don't know, a decade or two. I don't know how long it's been. And he comes on figuring that I could say whatever I want because I'm 15,000 miles away. Well, it's according to how you want to look at it. What does he think he can get away with? On a personal level, who the hell knows? If he insulted somebody, they could make a trip at some point to his house and face him face to face and see how brave he is. But he'll go into isolation. And there's been numerous occasions where Popeye, whose real name is Robert Clausen, has gone into hiding when he thought Rain Man, another vlogger, troll actually, and others have been in his neighborhood or implied they were going to be, and he went to hiding for half a year or more. And that's a fact. He's a coward. That's how cowards act. I'm protected because I'm over here and you're over there, and I'm not even in the same country. And I'm like 15,000 miles, whatever it might be, from here to Florida. It might be close, I don't know. And you're not going to touch me. As he'll say, there's nothing you can do, Frank, he says. There's nothing you could do. But don't be too sure of that, Robert. Yes, he is in Dumageddon. I guess he's in holding, and I just don't know if he was able to bail out. I don't have any current information on that with Pro-Life Traveler. I don't have any current information on that. Well, it just looks like he's going to be sent off to the court system, and they were just addressing this on a local level in the town of Dumageddon, where he's living. It's a pretty intense video. It's on there now. Go look at my last upload, which, as I told earlier, if you just tuned in, is a remix of something somebody else put on that does cover these issues of immigration. A vlogger who basically vlogs, basically giving information what's going on in the Philippines, and vloggers and immigration and all those issues. And you maybe can see the whole thing if you get this channel. As I said, I think, if I'm not mistaken, on my remixes, it would say at the bottom, I guess, the source of where the information came from the channel. It usually does. You can check that out on my last upload, which is up there now. Yeah, Slim, and he's in pretty big trouble. They're labeling him, at least at the Dumageddon local law level, as persona non grata. They're pretty much, labeling him as an undesirable. And because of the atmosphere going on with the expats, such as the Russian vlogger Vitaly, who is in a world of hurt and is still in, I guess, Bigvtrouble detention in Manila. He's been there for a while now. It's very likely, of course, Vitaly's going to be deported and so forth. And the problem with Vitaly, the Russian, as compared to the Estonian guy, which is Pro-Life Traveler, is that no country wants him. I believe the United States doesn't want to take him back there. His own country doesn't want to take him in Russia. He's kind of a man without a country. Pretty big stuff. I don't know what they're going to do with Vitaly. Not too much updated information on him, but he's still there. And he may have to serve prison time when it comes down to that. I don't know. They're just waiting for an official trial for him or something. I don't know. I got some limited information on Vitaly. I get it as it comes in. So the court trial, I'm guessing so. Well, I mean, he'll definitely be deported at some point, but they may want to give him prison time. In which case, he might be around the Philippines for a long time, but not in the comfort of his own apartment. Yeah. So a lot of shit is catching up with people on here, like I predicted. And there's also a lot of people that have also, here's the new word of the new generation, of the woke generation. Well, unlived means you're dead. Just say dead. Or passed away or something, I don't know. New generational stuff that comes out. Of course, we come out with something called the woke generation. It was Generation X, it was this and that, but the woke generation, what the fuck does that even mean? Seriously. But people have to pay the price for their crimes, and the Philippines is really coming down on these foreigners. And a lot of people are deciding that
I'm not going to move to the Philippines. It's just too much going on. If it's not the infrastructure that they're complaining about, but it's the fact that what they don't understand actually is you're not in your country, you're in a different country, foreign country. They have their own rules and laws and, what they deem to be, well, they're very sensitive about foreigners now, what they have to say about the country. America does that too. But here in the Philippines, it's very apparent. And people like Vitali and now people like Slim, they're really pushing the envelope with this, with immigration and Department of Justice. And they don't want to hear their country being knocked and put down all the time. And a lot of vloggers are doing that. I'm sure some of them are under suspicion and investigation as we speak. And I have an idea who actually, but no, I haven't been to jail. Don't plan to. Someone's trying to get me to go to jail. Trying real hard. Trying to get me deported for things I never did. So I can't say it's always fair in the Philippines. Till the facts come in. And you want to label somebody desirable, which this woman is trying to label me as an undesirable for things I never did or said about her. That's what it's all about. So immigration has to come up with a resolution in my case, and they haven't been able to for a very long time. Her report went in on me, I don't know exactly when it's been, 18 months ago? It's not a court case, nothing like that. It's a complaint. It was a complaint. That's all it was a complaint. Through immigration to try to label me as an undesirable, as somebody who should be deported, which is almost laughable if you really knew me and really listened to my show and knew that I'm an entirely compassionate person to the Filipinos out here, and I've done some incredible stuff to help people. I'm far from being undesirable. And you want to compare me to these people, there's no comparing. You got to watch what you say out here, really. What accused? Well, I'm not going to go into the history. Let's just say that I'll give you a little history. The woman who put a complaint against me is the girlfriend or fiance of a guy named Barry Lee Jordan. If you haven't heard of him, he's all over the internet. This is a guy who was on the news as wielding a knife to a waitress to intimidate her in regarding to a bar bill that he owed in the past, that she didn't want to give him any more drinks, and he intimidated her with a knife. That was on the news, but that's not why Barry particularly is in jail. I filed 5 counts of cybercrime against him because for 4 years, I don't know exactly how long, it was a while, he'd come on his show almost every day and call me a pedophile and a child predator and stuff, which you don't do. People get killed for less than that. Okay? So what happened was his girlfriend, with the assistance of some trolls who may not like me, probably financed her to get a report in from a lawyer to submit to Department of Immigration, Board of Immigration, to try to label me as an undesirable, that I should be deported. And the reason she did it was revenge, because her boyfriend, who stood to have no future with her at all, because he's already has a deportation order, but he's being held in jail. Further, he's been in jail for 3 years now, and she knows that there's no opportunity to have a life with him. It upset her, but he pleaded guilty to 5 counts, so he's guilty. He pleaded guilty. And nobody put a gun to his head to tell him to plead guilty. He's guilty as charged, but she's not happy about it. So her and with the help of some outside sources, put some money together to get a lawyer and write up this report on me. Of course I have a copy and I have a lawyer. Call it an affidavit saying I called her a whore and a prostitute and a whole bunch of shit, that she fears for her life. I never even met the woman. She's been seen in parks singing and dancing, and she's claiming to have PTSD because of me, which is really strange. I never met her. She's just a boyfriend of Barry Lee Jordan. I've got the video on there if you want to see it. It's on one of my shorts. It's a lady who's walking through a red trellis, kind of a awning type of thing in a park, and she's dancing to this ethereal music. It's on there. Go look for it. Who claims that she has post-traumatic stress syndrome from me, that she's suffering psychologically from me. I never met her. And it's just that she's the boyfriend of him, and her plans by her own boyfriend, really, not really by my fault for reporting him, are foiled, and she's upset about it. And it's getting very ugly because I think she knows at this point, whatever direction this takes, that there could very well be a case against her for harboring, aiding, and abetting him when he was running away from immigration for 7 years, as witnessed by agents who came to arrest him. That's all down. So she's a little bit concerned at this point, understandably. But, my famous saying is that I fired some warning shots to Barry. He didn't listen, and he continued, and that's why he's where he is. And I'm firing some shots up in the air for her, saying that you got to make things right. You got to talk to immigration. You got to tell them that you made a mistake putting that report in. And all will be fine and dandy. I won't go any further than that. That's where it stands right now. I'm kind of a political prisoner in my own house, in a way. Administratively, that is. They're not allowing me to be legal here. They're not allowing me to pay my fees and all that stuff, because it's under an administrative hold. And what that simply means is that it's not that I'm not cooperating with my visas and everything. I've always been. But it's called an administrative hold because until they come to a resolution with this complaint, and it's not a case, it's a complaint, mind you, that I can't continue living here legally like I have been, and paying my visas and so forth. They're not allowing me to do that. Loser says, and I agree with you, she should be thanking me for getting rid of Barry. Yeah, not putting a report on me. She has no reason to do that other than revenge. But in all honesty, and I'm not trying to stick up for her at all, this is a serious matter, I think she was pretty much enticed to do this under pressure. And she should explain that to the immigration. They'll understand. I'll even stand behind her. I'll go that far, but she has to make the move. I think she has to contact my lawyer or directly immigration person, something, and sign a paper saying that she's going to retract her complaint. And whether they'll accept that or not, I really don't know. The damage is already done. But I think she could. And I guess if she was a wise woman, she would probably, let's just say she probably should do that in light of the fact that the proverbial can of worms was opened, and there could be a lot of recourse against her for filing such a report, legal recourse. And I seriously don't think she wants to get involved. It doesn't look good for her. Filipinos like to save face. They don't want to be known to be going to court for something, nevertheless losing her boyfriend,
to legal matters. Sometimes people just don't understand the ramifications of what they do, and she's one person apparently does not understand the legal ramifications of perjury and harboring, aiding, and abetting an overstaying immigrant. I guess she doesn't get it, but she might sooner than she thinks. But I did put a show out the other day, and I did say that if she does go to immigration and makes an effort to retract and redact and all that good words, her invalid complaint, all will be right with the world and we'll go on with our lives. It's a very serious matter when you make allegations against somebody that are not true. Bad things seem to happen to these people, legally, of course. I don't advocate violence. I'm not going to beat up a woman. I never even met her. I never even physically met her. She wouldn't even attend Barry's hearings. She never even attended. She didn't want to face me. She's never attended a court hearing that Barry had. She never even came to support him. Nope. She didn't want to see me. Is what it was. A little guilty perhaps, but she didn't support him in that way. She did not come to his court hearings. Not one. So much for support. For a woman that's supposed to be in love with this man, and it don't matter why she's in love with the guy or whatever she sees in him, it's her thing. It's her thing. Whatever turns her on, Barry turns her on some way, fine. To each his own, I guess. But that's none of the concern. The concern is that she put an unqualified, invalid, perjurious report in on me. Again, it's a complaint. It's not a court case, but it's going to wind up being a court case, one way or the other. Whether it's something I'm going to have to go to because of her complaint, or the very fact that she put an untrue, unqualified complaint in on me. And the reason we're rehashing all this stuff is because of the fact of the atmosphere of what's going on YouTube these days with pro-life, traveler, and so forth. So it's kind of worth talking about. There's a lot of shit in the news these days, and pro-life is the newest. But I have a feeling that eventually things are going to be happening with Heide from Philippines Antics. I have a good feeling about that one. Could very well. So Al has been kind of pushing the issue with her. And as such, it has an effect that, well, kind of a domino effect. Where other people get wind of this and what she actually did and how the hell does she get into this country when she's a felon. And people always assumed that immigration was more proactive with investigating people that come into this country to make sure that they should be in this country because they don't want more criminals in the country. But she came in the Philippines at a time when, I don't know, what you want to call it, they had their guard down. They weren't really investigating people that were coming into this country, like Brevis and people like that. But they're more into it now. They're sort of getting their shit together now, more so than when she came into the country. I still don't know really how she got in. Loser says, I would think it would be regular guy, Heidi, and hopefully eventually Ricky. Well, A regular guy is pretty much keeping up what goes on YouTube, and he's been toning it down just like Slim tried. And a lot of things that regular guy has done, I would have to agree with you. Because basically he has an attitude of women. I think he really looks down on women because he hasn't been able to get many women since he's ever been out here. And he's invading their personal space with his camera in their face, all these women. A lot of them are lady boys also, it doesn't matter. Shoving his camera in people's faces all over Walking Street and other places. Because people just don't learn until something happens to them. That's the only way they learn. Unfortunately, it has to come down to that. But in many cases, it does come down to that. As we're seeing now, highly political atmosphere going on YouTube. There are people that are being investigated that don't even know they're being investigated. I'm not going to go more into that. You know, it's the people like Ricky that has to worry about a few things, I think, because he's done a lot of horrible things in the Philippines to a lot of people, including Michael Fazio, where he actually did get physical with him, slapped an elderly man with his fist while he was doing a live show. Actually came to Bohol, took a hotel right next to him, and while Fazio was doing a live show, snuck up behind him and gave him a couple of hard slaps. Of course, it went to court. Ricky only did 4 days in jail, but what Ricky doesn't understand, that's on record. So that anything he does in there, that could be used against him in a court of law. It didn't go anywhere, and he spent 4 days in jail. What transpired between him and the prosecutors of the court, I couldn't tell you if money was involved or anything like that. I have no idea. But it's on Ricky's record. It will always be on there. Hold on. Oh, that's hot. So, Ricky's not exactly innocent at all. He knows it. Ricky is a radical type of person, as proven. No disclaimer needed on any of this talk about Ricky. He presented his videos, his political views, how he went on a rampage on some kind of a conference that was going on publicly, I don't know, with Hillary Clinton or whatever, and practically had to be restrained. And all the name calling he did to these political people in America, it's just totally insane. Totally insane. But that's who we have on YouTube. There you go. That's the kind of people we have on here. People that think they can get away with just about anything they want, but it's not. It's been proven that they can't. They think they can get away with a whole lot of shit, but in the end, it doesn't always work out the way they want to, or they hoped for anyway. But some people just don't learn. And the only way they learn is, well, obviously, have to go to court, or be deported, or go to jail, be incarcerated. And that's maybe the message they need to receive. The Philippines government means business out here. Now, sure, they're allies of Americans, but if you're an American, it don't matter where you come from, but they're not going to give you any special sauce. in court because you're American, because we're allies, because America's done so much for the Philippines. Don't work that way. You break the law here, they're going to come down on you. So you think you'll be a regular guy, Heide, and hopefully eventually Ricky. Look, things will catch up with people eventually. They always do, historically. You know, we can only hope. Sorry, I'm trying to eat some very hot oatmeal. Maybe a little bit too hot. I don't know, something's missing. Give me a second. Okay. Okay. But your opinions are welcome on my show. I'm willing to listen to what you have to say about all these issues. I don't have a problem with that. You know, it's been no picnic for me, I can tell you that. It's not been a picnic for me. But as you can see, I'm doing shows. I'm not running away from anything because I have nothing to run away from. I'm still here. I'm still doing shows. If I was guilty of something, I wouldn't even be doing anything on social media at all. Now I kind of wonder what's happening with Slim's girlfriend right now. Whatever she is to him. They don't make much mention. But she's an accomplice, though. This is what I don't understand. She's an accomplice. Maybe because she's Filipino? They'll let her get away with some shit? She's a definite accomplice to her videos. To his videos. She knew exactly what he was doing. Well, it's according what their arrangement is in this relationship. Maybe she didn't know some of the things he was actually doing with these girls. He just assumed it was an innocent thing. He'll take him to waterfalls, all that stuff to make the show so he can make money. We don't know the extent of her involvement. We don't know. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm just saying. Yeah. Mr. R.U., whatever. I can't go into the whole history. It's too long. But she certainly would be deemed to be an accomplice in pro-life travelers situation. And personally, I didn't like the way she was treating this kid, the baby. All right, Nick, easier. Where are you from, Nick? You're a newbie on here. And I was getting a laugh on Nico's experience. He did a show recently, kind of sort of addressing some of the shit that people going around suing everybody, this and that. No, he doesn't get involved in that shit. He says some pretty crappy shit on YouTube too. Nico's experience, otherwise known as Snicko. They're all guilty of something, you know. Oh, Germany. Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Yeah. Man, I don't know how I could sum up YouTube. I talk about it all the time and it goes on, but I can't completely sum it up. It's just a place where people let loose and they feel that, they can say anything they want and get away with it. They could be on the other side of the world and figure you're not going to touch me. How could you touch me? I'm on the other side of the world. I can say anything in the world I want about you. Doesn't always work out that way, though. Not always. Boy, there's a lot of people who get away with a lot of shit on here, man. I could name names, but sooner or later things catch up with you. As history has proven. Ooh, and oatmeal went fast. No tea this morning. I'm trying something for a week. All I had was some room temperature water with a little bit of calamansi, lime really, put in it. That's it. I didn't put anything in, but I did put some cinnamon in my cereal though. Okay, I gotta put this shit away. Pardon me, I tend to always seem to be occupied doing things while I make my show. Because life does go on. There's things sometimes I gotta do. I'll probably be the one to do the dishes here. Well, I'll let them do it. So that's some of the breaking news in regards to Slim. Did I see this coming? Of course I. You know me. I saw that coming a mile away. Some things are just very predictable. When you have that kind of continued behavior on here. I listened to some Popeye one videos and he almost sounds like you. What do you mean he almost sounds like me? You mean the voice, or you trying to make a negative implication or something? No, you don't know the history of Popeye. Trust me, you don't. He's like one of the most bitter people in YouTube history. Because he ain't getting no wussy. He hasn't had a woman in a couple of years. A couple of decades, excuse me. So-called Army or Navy hero. False valor. Same voice? Hardly. Well, we're both Americans. No, we don't have the same voice. Not even close. His is a lot more groggly than mine. Because he drinks and both smokes and drinks. I smoke, I don't drink. Having a cigarette right now as I'm talking to you. I don't drink. He's all dried out and dehydrated. You were irritated about what? Don't speak cryptically. Put a full sentence or paragraph. Well, what irritated you? I always give my commenters a chance to explain themselves. Oh, we got the cow right across the field, right here. You are irritated that you are two persons? That doesn't make any sense. How could you be irritated that we are two people? I don't understand that. That you are two different persons, two different... Oh, we are very different.
Yeah, very different. I'll assure you of that. We're very different people in every respect. We are not alike in any form or way. Looks, reputation, and a lot more. Because you said it is your opponent. Well, he's not a friend. He's not a proponent. He's just an evil, bitter man that can't go back to the Philippines because a lot of enemies, because he's cutting put cheap, and because he knows he wouldn't succeed. He's also probably a bit immobile. My understanding that he has to use a mobility scooter. There's a lot of reasons. He couldn't make it in America to find a woman. His only activities are going to bingo and occasionally going to a casino. Never talks about friends, going out with friends or anything. Don't have people visiting him. He hasn't left Florida. I don't ever heard of him ever going anywhere other than Florida. But the show's not about Popeye, but it's in general about these trolls and so forth. Both Americans and smoky voice. I don't know what you consider a smoky voice. There's something like a gravelly voice that Popeye has. But he's one of these guys who smokes Camels unfiltered, you know. That'll do its job on you. This is just my voice. My voice has been like this for a long time. Some people like my voice. But I've never been told I have a gravelly voice. But whatever. Smoking can take toll on your larynx. It certainly can. I'm not saying it can't. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Talking about who smokes and who doesn't. But getting back to the original purpose of the show is to just give a little information of what was happening with Slim. And it's not looking good for him at all. They pretty much label him as persona non grata. Look it up. The meaning of that, it's pretty much that, you know, he's actually is an undesirable. That shouldn't be in the Philippines. And I would agree with immigration to stuff like that. If you really are an undesirable, but somebody's trying to label me as such and try to get me deported, which is totally uncool. It's uncool because of the fact that none of the allegations were proven. None of it was real. It was all made up, and it just had to do with an act of revenge. Not facts, but revenge. This is different. So hopefully you understand what's going on without me having to spend another hour trying to kind of enlighten people that are not totally enlightened as to what's been going on YouTube. You listen around, you'll learn. You got people doing shows out there and putting out information that never really happened because they're trying to build up their channel and they ran out of topic matter, so they got to rehash the old topic matter again. Or they got to make up stuff and stories that never existed about people, events, and so forth. Because they got to keep the money coming in, they got to get the views coming in. A lot of people do what we call clickbait on here with their titles of their show pertaining to something, and they never wind up talking about it just to get the viewers to hear their whole show so they could get the watch hours in and so forth. The vape thing is the baddest, I think. Yeah, vaping has proven not to be very healthy. Not more any healthier than some people think it's even worse. I always thought it was just so odd. I'd see, I saw a car parked with some people in it I seen this huge, you think a volcano went off, this huge plume of smoke coming out the window. I thought there was a fire in the car. But it was this guy who was vaping. Because vaping, it just puts this big old mist of fog, it's just incredible. Not compared to cigarette smoking. And it just envelops the whole inside of the car. It reminds you of something on the movie Up in Smoke, where they're smoking this big old fucking doobie about 2 inches thick. And the car is just radiating with smoke coming out of the windows. You think the car was on fire. That's the way it is with vaping. I don't know, kids think it's cool, but it's really not. Slim has given his vape to a young boy. Did he? I don't know. I wasn't aware of that. Apparently you're following him. You might know more things than I do. Did he give a vape to a kid? I don't know. I don't know if that was on the report. I don't think they have that. Maybe they should know that. He gave a vape to a kid? Yeah, I don't recall that. But that's interesting. Really? Really, as he says, really? That's crazy. God, giving a vape to a kid? What hasn't he done? Really? I'd like to see that video. Wish I had a link to it. If he still has it on. So his shows are still on there, but he deleted all the videos that have to do with younger women, underage, touchy-feely things. There's a lot of things he erased, but now that hearing in Dumageddon did not mention in detail that about what he did with these underage women. Just, pretty much inappropriate behavior, blah, 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 but they didn't go into detail. Maybe that's going to come out. And the official mentioned it on the court asking today. The one that I produced, okay, I have to really investigate that. They mentioned it on the court asking today. Well, listen to that dude's channel. I'm sorry, his name just doesn't come offhand. I do listen to him. I think he's on my subscription list, and that's how I get his feeds. And he just did something, his most recent one on Slim, and I provided that information to my viewers on this morning's upload. As I said, it was a remix of part, and I only mean part, of what they were saying at this Dumageddon court with a prosecutor present and so forth. So it was just a remix. You're only allowed like 60 seconds on a remix, I should have linked it out or something on there, but you can go to this guy's channel, Something Asia or whatever. He's fairly popular. People listen to him. Official mentioned it on court asking saying without permission. Well, this guy was, referring to Filipinos as monkeys, and it's just like Barry Jordan. If they were to get him on more charges, if I were to pursue this a little bit longer, he'd be not going anywhere. He won't see the day of light for 20 years. If I was to pursue all the other evidence of his death threats to me and all that stuff, he wouldn't see daylight for at least 20 years. I kind of did him a favor. We had basically stuff built up on Barry other than his particular cyber libel charges. We have all the evidence of his death threats to me and all that. I could have pursued this. I did him a favor. You don't even realize it. I was happy with the outcome. I still am. But he doesn't realize how much I did him a favor. I mean, the fact that he was walking the streets, he was lucky, put it that way, prior to his being incarcerated. That's all I'll say on that. But I did him a big favor. Because we had all the evidence, we had all the video evidence of all the death threats he made to me. So he would have been in a real world of hurt if I would have pursued that and taken it all away. He doesn't just owe me 250,000 pesos as provided by the court. but he owes me a lot more than that when you think about his freedom. Because I could have very easily pursued the debt, because we had to be a separate case, which means more money. And I would have put it out. But I said, let me just figure where this is going with his case. And since he pleaded guilty, I didn't find the need to have to do another case. I still could at any point in time. I still could. Don't get me wrong. I could still do that right now, today, if I wanted to. I got the evidence. But I just figured, just leave it alone. He's been in jail for 3 years already, so, it works for me. Didn't have to drag it out. He pleaded guilty, so he didn't have to drag it out. And who knows how long it would have taken and what the judge's decision would be. Whether he's going to put Barry in jail for a set amount of time, or there's no guarantee. There's no guarantees in life. There's no guarantee what the judge would say. It probably would have wound up that way. But I figured, why prolong the agony? Why prolong the case? And just let him plead guilty, which he did. Guilty as charged. He's a felon now. And as such, yes, he will be deported. He already has a summary deportation from several years back. But because everything that happened in between, he's incarcerated, and they had to keep him there until they figured out what they're going to do with him. He pleaded guilty, and it went on from there, and he's still in jail. I imagine he's going to be out pretty soon, because there's only a limited time they could keep him in there for not paying the judgment against him, which was fines of, he got away cheap on that too, and he should thank me. Only 250,000 pesos penalty to the court, and 250,000 payment as restitution to me. He got away easy, but he still refuses to pay that, so that's why he's in jail longer. That's exactly why. And then anything in between that I don't even know about. How he's behaving in detention. Has he gotten into trouble in there? That could give him more time, and it's going to make immigration, or DOJ keep him in there a longer time. They could do whatever they want. Where I think he should have been out by now, because they only allocate about 6 months, which I've talked about on here. It's called subsidiary punishments. When a court issues you're already in jail, right? You're already in detention, and the court issues a judgment saying that you got to pay us, you got to pay the country 250,000 pesos in restitution to the complainant of 250,000, which is cheap. It's just fucking dirt cheap. And he refuses to pay that, or don't have the ability to pay it. But his heroes are not helping him out. The high roaders out there, they're not helping him out. Nope. But they'll help his girlfriend out, though, because she's female. They'll certainly be willing to help her out. Like the possibility, quote, and with a disclaimer, that they have been contributing to, let's say, her cause financially to get the lawyer and to push the issue. It's not out of the question. Nope. I'm sure there's been some outside interference on this. I'm positive of it. I can't say for sure, so that's why I'll say disclaimer, and I'll say allegedly assisted her financially for this case. Excuse me, it's not a case, it's a complaint. So there you go. All right, you whippersnappers. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. More to come. And let's keep abreast of the Trump situation. That's pretty volatile. That guy's in a world of hurt. People are protesting in major cities against Trump and his regime. Big time. I can definitely predict Trump's future. And everybody's turning around their MAGA hats or putting it in the closet. There's a lot of people that will not wear it in the street anymore. They're in fear of being attacked. But not really, because the people that are against Trump, They're not violent. There were 2 attempts on his life by a sniper that didn't work. Obviously, that person wasn't very happy with Trump and his administration, but he missed by this much. But basically, they're peaceful protests, but they are speaking up to the ICE agents, which we now identify as Trump's Gestapo warriors. The Gestapo, the new age Gestapo, that's all they are. They got evidence now that shows that woman did not do anything in the car. Dude, I'm just trying to, whatever she said to them. I'm not here to start trouble, you know. She's driving through, but they said they tried to run him over. The guy was unjustified for killing her. He even recognized her to be a lesbian. She had a partner. But they're going to use that against her too, because she's a lesbian. So she's a lesbian. That's a sexual lifestyle that she chooses. Not a reason to shoot a woman. She didn't do anything. She wasn't trying to ram the police with her car. I think they got more video of it now. The guy was not justified to use deadly force. Yeah, mother of 3 kids. There's no reason for that. They're really taking the law in their own hands. But the person behind it is Trump. He's saying, do whatever you have to do. Kill him. He has no problem talking about killing Trump. He has no conscience. He has no empathy at all. But, you know, relax, folks, because they got so much on Trump, and it goes so many directions. He already has 30 felony counts against him from prior things, and then there's all the Epstein files, and they're trying to redact all the information from there, and he's paying people off not to bring this out. He was given a certain amount of time, 30 days, whatever, to produce this material, and they didn't cooperate. Only little bits and pieces of it are coming out, but the victims are coming forward too. Yeah, Trump's in a world of hurt. Yeah, he stepped, yeah. We got more video now, because there's more video now proving. He even called her a bitch. She wasn't calling him names or nothing. She was just driving through. No, she was supporting at the rally, I think, but she was not in the field doing anything wrong. She was just driving her car out, and he shoots her in the head. I assume it was in the head, yeah. Ends her life, and she has children. How sad is that? You know, in some ways, we're glad we have policemen, because who do you call when you're in trouble? You call the local PD, right? And a lot of them do their job, and they do it very well. And be very happy that there's some kind of law organization that you could call and say, you know, I got something going down here and I need help. But unfortunately, everybody's become so corrupt, and under the Trump administration, they're in fear that if they don't do things his way, he wants absolute power. That's what he wants. And he's even freeing criminals that need to be in prison. He's even pardoning hardcore criminals. What's the justification for that? Apparently, he feels he needs no justification. He wants to go against everything that is opposed to him and what he does. But there's not a day that goes by. We have lots of these independent news stations. I watch Midas Touch, and that's one of them I watch. He's got almost 6 million subscribers. Dude's making like 27 million a year. It's him and his 2 brothers. He's got affiliates now, has an office in Washington, D.C. The guy's doing some God's work. You know? Trump, you know, he's at an advanced stage, and, you know, everybody's speculating about his health conditions, and, you know, that could be a deterrent in his life, his health conditions, and, you know, may not be able to have to do anything to Trump, just let him die naturally, and the nation will cheer. I cheer. But he's going down. Look at his popularity votes. it's like non-existent. I mean, Republicans are going the other way now. Red states are turning into blue states, Congress people, senators, and so forth, turning the other direction. He doesn't have a snowball's hell and chance to continue his presidency, the way I'm seeing things right now. Okay, I've been on here for a while. You gotta give Popeye a chance to do his little soliloquy. Sick bastard he is. The unsung hero, Popeye Robert Clausen, who has a lot to say about things, has a lot to say about me. But we already know about Popeye and what he's all about, so we understand. He just attracts the trolls because they want to go to a channel that's going to knock me or somebody, because they have nothing else better to do. But like I say, they're not laughing with him, they're laughing at him. He's free entertainment. As fucked up as he is in his mind. And we have a lot of people out there just like him. But you know what? I gotta go. I've eaten already. I gotta do a little bit of exercise and maybe finish the rest later. I just haven't been the past 2 days. Been doing anything. Been feeling a little under the weather. Not bad. I feel good now. I'm just still trying to figure out if I got a UTI. And hopefully today I'll get my report this way I can get some antibiotics for it. I'm not thinking I have, though. But we'll see. I suspect that I do have. Because of frequent urination, which is an indication on that. I'm not burning or nothing like that, you know, but it also has to do with some extraneous stuff that I do. Because my famous tea every morning, I have to reduce it a few days a week. Because the caffeine in there and the elements and plus the stuff I put in my tea are all great stuff to put in the tea. It's perfectly wonderful, actually. They all have a purpose. But some of them will act as, they call them diuretics. Nothing to do with diarrhea, but the other way around. It'll kind of stimulate your bladder to make you want to piss a lot more. A stimulant, they act as stimulants, basically. But it's nice to know, at least to have a, you know. Oh, thanks for talking. Have a nice day. Well, I appreciate you coming on my show. Subscribe if you haven't. Put on the bell, notification bell. You know when I do a show. I've been doing a lot of shows daily. Because I'm just an old man. And I'm retired. And I don't have a life, as they claim, you know. But I got everything I need here. And more. Remember, this is the show of truth and fact, my good man. Do tune in again. Don't forget to subscribe, folks. Hit the like button and hit that notification button for more shows. And there will be more for the moment. Enjoy while I'm still a vlogger. And I'm not deported. And I'm not incarcerated. Which a lot of people are hoping and praying. Like I tell them, don't hold your breath. It is what it is. It will be what it's going to be. And if something doesn't turn out what I want to hear, well, as I said, there are other.
Whereas the city of Dumaguete has long been recognized as a community that upholds hospitality, mutual respect, cultural sensitivity, and the protection of human dignity, particularly in its dealings with foreign tourists, expatriates, and visitors. Whereas Sim Rosipu, an Estonian national known online as Pro-Life Traveler, or Sim, has been publicly identified as presently staying in Dumaguete City with an online represented age of 34 years. Whereas several complaints have reportedly been filed against the said foreign national before national government agencies involving allegations of harassment, deception, exploitation, and other acts detrimental to individuals and public interest. Whereas multiple individuals have come forward alleging that They were harassed, deceived, and exploited in audiovisual content produced and disseminated by the respondent, which content appeared to be created primarily for online public.
Successful people always have two things on their lips: silence and a smile. Smile to solve problems, and silence to avoid problems.
And to anyone who dares to do this, Mr. Chair, to violate our laws in the Philippines or trample on human dignity, take this as a warning. We will hold you accountable.
It's not looking too good for old Mr. Slim Predator Shady.
Brand new update on the pro-life traveler controversy in the Philippines. He's been found to be persona non grata, and let's get right to it, guys.
Man, I gotta tell you guys, more and more videos of this pro-life traveler dude keeps coming out, and I got one here that's it's not looking too good for old Mr. Slim Predator Shady. So Vitaly's new roommate.
Thank you very much for the recognition, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And I got something to say here. I've been listening to Heidi's channel, her live this morning. I'll continue here. Heidi is one of the biggest gossipers on YouTube ever. Other than somebody I have in mind from the past who's still on. Heidi makes a claim that I don't go around talking bad shit about people like a lot of other vloggers do. And I'm like, what the fuck? You know I was going to do something about that and make a show. And I could get real technical and bring up different videos and all that shit, but I don't know, I'm just not technically inclined or have that kind of patience to do that. But if you watch her show, then you pretty much know. But Heidi is not innocent. And we're talking about, of course, Philippine antics. And she makes a living. And she was claiming that, I don't make a living putting on YouTube shows talking shit about other people. I'm like, really? Really? Does crazy. She sure the fuck hell does. But she's next on the hit parade. I'm pretty sure. Just think how she came into this country. And she's no innocent that could come on her show. And I heard what she said on her live show, which I think is even still going on. It's been on a while, talking about, of course, Slim. Oh, she did a great job on putting together some screenshots having to do with a lot of incidents with Pro-Life Traveler. She did an excellent job, actually. I'll give credit when due. Better than I was able to do, but that's what she does anyway. She's more technically inclined, her and George, than I am, but I think I get my point out. But it wasn't no more than 15 minutes ago that I heard her say something that she's not like these people. She doesn't make a show to make money, to talk shit about people, but that's all she does. That's all she does. You know when I tell you go after the right people? Yeah, there you go. No, I don't like Heidi at all. I never did. I never liked Heidi at all. I don't hate her, but I don't like her. Because she's so fucking full of herself. She's talking like in third party or something. I mean, she's like really talking about herself. I mean, how could she make a statement like that she doesn't run a channel of hate? She doesn't go around attacking people. What? What's wrong with these fucking people on here? Age-old question I have every single fucking day. What is wrong with these fucking vloggers, man? They don't see the light at the end of the tunnel. Heidi's one of the biggest gossipers in YouTube history. Well, I could think one before her, actually, but the most current that we're aware of, that's living in the Philippines anyway, and that talks about the Philippines. Heidi's life is literally talking smack about other vloggers. Now, that doesn't mean we don't talk about other vloggers. But you got to understand, in Heidi's position, she cannot afford to talk, considering how she snuck into the country with a felon. She went to prison. Makeshift bomb to go rob a couple of popular drugstores in Port Richey, Florida. I remember when someone had her to tears. If you go to Alo's show, he did something on there. Well, one of the clips where she was in tears because somebody told the truth about it. She couldn't handle it. So she's on her live stream trying to make the money the way most people do on here, is talking about people. I talk about people. Hey, what's up, man? I think this is going to be my last blast about any bloggers or anything on YouTube. But when I hear it, I'll say it. As far as listening to these people who blatantly just lie on their channel. Immigration is the people that should be called in regards to her. Did you know you have a felon that you took into this country? Talk about it. Carrying a makeshift bomb to rob, to get drugs, pain pills. It's sickening. Yeah, they hit Slim hard. Machine gun men at his entrance, too. Well, you know, I must admit, and I have to give credit to Heidi, that she did a pretty good job. Because a lot of those scenes, maybe I just didn't pay attention, but yes, he always has his hands, I recognize that. Always has his hands on these girls, and supposedly information I didn't know about. He took some nudes of some chick or something, probably underage, and he's always touching everybody. Well, I know that. I've seen that. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's a definite candidate to be thrown out of the country, but more so to go to jail. I don't know. Some people think that, well, what's the worst he did to a Filipina? Maybe he'll just wind up settling out with them, like he did with the guy he sideswiped while he was in his car with the selfie stick, the guy on the motorcycle, the Filipino, and gave him money because, well, first of all, he had a fake driver's license. He didn't want this to go into court or anything legal, so he'll just pay him off. He's so much like Vitaly, man, in many ways. I keep on saying that, and I mean it. Looks like he'll serve time, as he will have to await court case. So yeah, and you know how long court cases take. I know by experience. So I don't speak with forked tongue. I did a small show. It was just a copy of something that sometimes silence is more golden in many ways. There's a lot of truth to that, but sometimes you got to speak out. When you see the travesty happening on YouTube. Heidi's got to be the next to go. Seriously. She has to be the next to go. People should be contacting the Bureau of Immigration if you have any conscience at all. They should contact and give the history of her. And you could do the research. Her name is out there and all that. George's name, all that. Talk to Alo too. He knows exactly where they live. He went by there in a car. You've seen Alo's video. No, Heidi makes a fucking living off of her trash mouth, is what she does. I mean, I don't think people have to worry too much about her, because quite honestly, she's not the healthiest person around. She's got too many issues that could kill her. Her weight is one of them, but she's got lupus. She's got a lot of different shit going on. Well, like with a lot of these YouTubers, it's just a matter of time. Really. Then it's all over. You don't have to worry about nothing. You don't have to do anything. But, nevertheless. And then Mike says, a regular guy is walking through a university today filming baby-roonies. Surely he has to be careful now. You would think, wouldn't you? I never say he wasn't on the list of possibilities. He does some shitty stuff too. He's not well in the head. I know that for a fact. I mean, by demonstration, disclaimer, by demonstration. Babe-a-roonies. He's fucking 48 fucking years old. And he's using terminology like babe-a-roonies, Philly Willie's bar. I mean, what the fuck? I walk into a fucking insane asylum when I went on fucking YouTube. If I only knew. I had a lot of years to figure it out, but I'm still here. Maybe not much longer. I'm probably getting off this thing, really. The girl he met today looks very young. I did see a little part of that. The I didn't really go through. I saw his caption. I saw his, thumbnail or whatever. Looks like a very young Filipina. And then Scotty's the one that said that Slime Dog there had gotten together with an ex-girlfriend of his. Now, let's just figure that Slime Dog likes to go for the very young ones, so that means that Scotty's ex-girlfriend must have been young or underage, or either one. Disclaimer, I don't know which, allegedly, but, yeah, she did look very young. What do you expect? It's a sickness, guys. Just face it, it's a sickness. They come into this country with ill intent. What they hear is that Philippines is a playground for foreigners, okay? It's an amusement park, okay? It's a circus of sorts. You can get any little Filipino you want. You could go after these little girls. They're saying what they're thinking of any age. Mick says, I feel the PI authorities are going to town on Slim. I don't think he deserved that. Dude. Even some of the good stuff that Heide, like I said, I give her credit for that she presented, besides anything I put on. She did a good job. There's some things she pointed out that I maybe wasn't concentrating on. He did a lot of things. I still don't know what they found in his photo equipment, his camera equipment, his cell phones and so forth, and SD cards. I don't know what they found on there. There's supposed to be a nude in there of some young woman too. So, yeah, I mean, he's fucked. I believe that. But, he could try to buy his way out like Vitali did, but it didn't really work for Vitali. Oh, but I know what you say. Well, I know what you're saying, Mix. You're saying it's the media buildup. I mean, people need news. They want to, as much as they love foreigners, good for the economy and everything else, but, reporters want to build things up. Absolutely. I'll agree with you on that part. But you got to admit, though, there is enough evidence there so far for what I've been seeing and understanding to put this guy away. And what they're trying to do, the government and the news media, is trying to say, we don't want foreign trash in our country. We want to get rid of them. Watch your step. That's what they're trying to say. Slim, Bill Waverly, I'm not going to get into it. It's too long. He's just a foreigner that, he's done a lot of crappy things with younger Filipinos. There's a whole story behind that. Okay. But thank you, Fresca. I'm sorry. I just want to don't go. It's a long, dragged out thing. I'm not trying to be rude or nothing. But, yeah. But Frank, without the foreigner, PI would have no money. Well, I understand that. But at the same time, they don't want to be called monkeys either. Do you blame them? He made reference to Filipinos as monkeys. Barry did that kind of shit too. Look where he's at. But we didn't even cover that on Barry's case. Like I said, if I want to make a big case out of Barry more than they did, he'd be in there for 25 years. I know what you're saying. They got to respect the foreigners because that's what is tourism. But the Philippines is, well, it's kind of going downhill on tourism right now. They're hearing all these stories and everything that's going on, and the volcanoes going off, and then there's all these fucking hurricanes and all this shit going on, and landslides and flooding, and it's not really getting, as the news gets out, it's not appealing to people that want to come to the Philippines. Can you blame them? Infrastructure, everything. Look, I like the Philippines, but it's not the most appealing place to foreigners. Mostly you got a lot of the influx of these fucking perverted bastards coming here because they, from looking at other people's videos that are depicting Philippines as being an absolute playboy mansion, a playboy den for desperate foreigners. Yes, I think Slim got cocky, but I do think a lot of people in PI got jealous of his money too. See, he was a hunted man. Well, there's jealousy of that too. I don't have to worry about that. I don't make no money on my show. They're not jealous of that. They just don't like the truth. Yeah, I mean, it kind of looks like I'm kind of tired of also being information central on here too. Although I like sharing information I learn. But in ways it doesn't make me look any better than these people, really. But it is interesting to learn this stuff, and it's interesting to present your thoughts and all that. I mean, I think to a certain point you have a right to present your thoughts, but how far you go, I think, and when you start accusing people that maybe you're guilty, or maybe you're not guilty, well, especially if they're not guilty is what I mean, is wrong. And I see this guy's guilty of a lot of shit, man. But Heide was the central topic this morning with me, right now anyway. Let me see, if you check the FB comments, I've seen a lot of people leaving messages that reeked of jealousy of Slim. Well, yeah, man. Yeah, there's no doubt. There's absolutely no doubt that that's going on. People could be jealous of me of different things too. The obvious things. I'm in a long-term relationship, a successful one. We got a home here, bought a home here in the Philippines. I mean, I can think of a lot of things, but it's not that they're going to exemplify all the good things about me or anybody else. I mean, they want to find fault with people, Well, I think they're more concerned when you say about the money. You might be right, but there's another element or a part B to that, I think, is that he's making this ill-gotten money, is what maybe they're thinking. If he was a straightforward channel and, followed the rules and everything else, he weren't attacking people and Filipinos in the state and country and all that. Yeah, making their money clean by doing a good family show and all that stuff. Yeah, they're earning their money. But if you're spending it doing a show like Slim does and what he's been doing on his show, a lot of people are going to take offense to it. And they're going to figure, well, fuck, this son of a bitch is getting rich on putting down the good Filipino people in this country and taking advantage of these young girls and getting them drunk and taking them up to the waterfalls and all the shit that he's been doing. So they're upset more about him making ill-gotten money than I think they are of him just making money, period. Yeah, that is the one ailment of Filipino people, is that is jealousy. Yeah, there's a lot of jealousy out here. Oh, absolutely. You wouldn't be wrong about that. Not at all. Aloe went by Heidi's place, and I'm very surprised. And I don't know what Aloe's doing behind the scenes, really, but Aloe should follow through on that because Heide is not innocent. As I said, I don't know how she got to, I call it the pearly gates of Manila. I don't know how she got to the pearly gates of Manila. I don't know how. Spare a thought for Jolena. It's going to be tough for her to go back to the mundane lifestyle. That's too fucking bad. Why, you think she's innocent? She was complicit with everything that was going on with Slim. She's not innocent. Oh, but you look over, she's cute. Oh, a little cute petite thing. People are thinking with your fucking dicks. That's the problem. You're thinking with your dicks. She's all right because she's attractive. What if she was ugly as sin? as a few female vloggers on YouTube. What if she was ugly as sin? Would you support her? Probably wouldn't. Because they think she's a cutesy. Like she's a cutie pie. She is complicit with everything that's going on with fucking Slimy. Well, that's too fucking bad. She made a wrong decision. She went along with him. I don't feel sorry for her, and I'm not going to feel sorry for her. Well, because she's a cute little girl? I mean, she's not ugly, but I don't think she's that good looking. Jesus Christ. The Desperados, you know. You could look like fucking Frankenstein and they still think you're fucking good looking. But point being is that she's seen all his videos. She knew what he was doing, where he was going. Okay? He'd come home like he's just put in a day's work. Hi, honey, I'm home. That kind of shit. Gives her a big bullshit kiss. It's all, she's complicit with everything on this, man. And if you don't think she is, then I don't know what to tell you, man. Yeah, she's normal looking. I don't find anything special about her at all. She's slim, though. Get it? Slim. But I don't find anything special about her at all. None. I wouldn't pick her out of a crowd, put it that way, and I wouldn't date her. She's not my type anyway. And she's too giddy. Oh, God, she's just too giddy. Laughing at every fucking thing. Laughing at every fucking thing. Slim lived like a king, but the king got dethroned. Yeah, he certainly did. But, you know, I get kind of aggravated when I listen to Heidi. Well, don't listen to Heidi then. I try not to, but since she's doing a show about Slim, I went and listened to it. Everybody's trying to make the dollar on Slim now, except me. I'm not monetized. Everybody and their grandmother is talking about Slim to get the views and subs. Everybody. Anybody who, I hate to say a word, who matters, and they really don't matter, but who think they matter, is doing something about Slim. Absolutely. To get the subs, everything. Of course, Heidi is the word is capitalizing. They're capitalizing on Slim. Okay. They sure are. I'll be honest with you, man. I'm exhausted. Not with my life. I'm exhausted with. I'm just exhausted with all this negativity on YouTube. I've been talking about it a lot lately. Not a lot, but I have talked about it. And I've talked about it in the past too, you know. It's exhausting. Everything about YouTube is exhausting. Maybe there should be an end to this after all and just do it. You know, silence is so golden. It means so much. I did a short on there about how silence has a lot of power. There's so much things you could do behind the scenes without having to talk about it. Yeah. Because you really don't want to give out too much information on everything. I think I give out too much, but sometimes maybe not enough. Or maybe there's some information I can't give out. Either one, both. Yeah. But, you know, I kind of wish Aloe would get in gear. And I wish he would do something about Heidi. Aloe has all the information, address, everything. I'm not saying for people to attack Heidi. I'm saying that people need the right. They're very free on doing that with everybody else. Why don't they do it with Heidi? Contact the Board of Immigration. File complaints. And will be the complaint be? Well, she's not exactly, you know, an innocent vlogger. But the point being is that the immigration has to know that they let a felon into this country. And since they want to be so gung-ho about who comes into this country, they should explore. At least open up a train of thought with the Board of Immigration. To write, contact, whatever, clips, whatever, what she looks like, address, and give the history. Aloe put it out there. He showed the news article. She got arrested and everything else. He could even produce an arrest record, everything. She spent 6 years or something like, I don't know, in prison. Don't forget, the innocent Heide who says, and that really got me on the show this morning. That might even be still on, but I'm not that kind of person that, you know, I'm not running that kind of channel to make money with hate and talking bad things about people. That's all she does. The hypocrisy is fucking deafening. How long do you think Slim will be detained until his court case, given your experience? Might be quite a while. I don't know if he's getting bail or not. I don't know if he's bailable. But I think he's a, well, he can't get out of country. He's a flight risk. Doesn't mean he's going to take off in a plane, but he could go into hiding. I think right now they're going to consider him a flight risk, and they're probably not going to release him. Maybe he'll meet up with Barry and become the best friends. They got some things in common. Maybe Barry makes another friend in jail. What do you think about that? Oh, Barry is making comments now and then on a few people's shows lately. He's been using his phone. He's still being smug and still makes a little innuendo or something about me. Apparently, Barry hasn't learned his lesson. He should be on his knees thanking me that I didn't put his death threat case against him. He should be thanking me on his knees, not trying to suck my dick, which he'd probably like to, but thanking me on his knees that I just let the case go and let him plead guilty and a menial fine or whatever, which he's not even paying. Because if I had to leave it up to the judge and I let this court case go on till the end, chances are he'd probably be getting at least 10 years in prison. He doesn't realize how lucky he is. He has not a clue. Well, they're finding more and more out about him because, believe me, now that he's in the media, it's probably national now on, like happened with, Vitaly. It's probably national now. And they'll build it. Yeah, the media does build it up. You're right. There is some truth to that. The gentleman who said that. There is truth to that. They will build up something, absolutely. But it's not really that far from the truth, though. You know, they're news reporters. They want to get a raise. They want to build it up. But they also want to build it up for the country who wants to stand against people who come in the country who are causing problems that are not nationals. And, the government has a say in this. And maybe this president is a little bit more able to address these issues than the last president, or the head of the immigration, shall I say. Is that what I really meant, is the head of immigration. I don't like how many Filipinos are joining bandwagon to be judge and jury. Oh, everybody's a judge and jury on here. They're all judge and jury. YouTube's a judge and jury. They tell the courts what to do. Don't you know that? It's fucking insane, guys. It's fucking insane. Insane in the membrane, buddies. It's insane in the fucking membrane. Jesus Christ. For the time I've been on fucking YouTube and the things I heard, the things I see, what I have experienced, it's just fucking insane. Well, I'm at that point of no return. I'm really at that point. I'm not even getting sick and tired of myself talking about how disillusioned everything I am of YouTube and all that. We gotta understand, it goes deeper with this guy. He had other accounts. Did you know the one thing she did talk about on there? And you say that she's not implicit. Let me tell you something, which you didn't hear. He had another site where you could pay $20 and you could talk to his wife about anything you want. Did you know that? Did you know that? Maybe people should be turning her in. She's involved with this. She has full knowledge of everything. Don't feel sorry for her because you think she's good looking. I said, you guys don't think with your fucking brain, you think with your fucking pecker. You think with your fucking pecker. That's the problem. That's the problem. She's guilty as fucking sin. All for the money. Everything's about money. You don't do a show unless it's about money. Your name is not Frank, who does shows that's not even monetized. No Gcash, no PayPal, nothing. That noise in the background's a bunch of drummers. I thought it was a commercial airplane going by. just face some fucking realities. I'm sorry with all these words, but god damn it. This has gone on too much, too far. These people, all of them, need to be fucking punished. I don't know, in the beginning when I came on YouTube, it was relatively very docile, you know. And it was fun to start looking and stuff. And all I was trying to do in the beginning is just, you know, hey, my experience of being out in my thoughts. I used to go out on the balcony at the rented hotel room or condo room. And I talk about my experience of, you know, how overwhelmed I was with the, you know, it was overkill, you know. Yeah. I found it very strange with Jolena that her entire life was slim. There was no friends. Yeah. No family around like normal Filipinos. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. I don't know what they're going to do. Are they going to seize his bank account or something? I don't know what they have the right to do. But we're really early on this right now. We're really early on this, okay? Give it time. They'll find out more. Okay, everything builds up momentum. Like it built up with, you know, Vitaly. The news media, the social media. They're going to get to the point that the public's going to want to put a noose around his fucking neck. Even if he didn't do anything as horrible to deserve a noose around his neck. They'll want a noose around his neck. They're going to be yelling like in a French movie, "The guillotine! The guillotine!" That's the way people are, man. They're cattle. Look what happened to that poor woman in the car, you know, with Trump's fucking cronies. She was innocent as all fucking hell, man. She didn't do anything wrong, but she lost her life as a result of the Trump regime. Don't let me get going there again. You know how I feel about Trump. No, she is not innocent of anything. I don't know. They're investigating her. I have no idea what they're doing with her. But she was complicit to this. How could they not be investigating her? The complicity. How could they not be charging her because she knew she was an accomplice? She knew what he was doing for the most part. I don't know. I'll make a disclaimer on that. I don't know if she knew all the dirty deeds he was doing. She's just seen his edited videos. You know, what he was doing with these girls at the waterfalls and all that shit. That hasn't come out yet. No, it hasn't. Maybe it will, but I don't understand why didn't, well, but she has the baby, you know, maybe that's why. Somebody has to take care of the baby. They do try to have the best interest in the baby, of course. Child welfare, but, you know, it'd be horrible if she had to have her baby taken away from her. That wouldn't be good. Maybe that's the only thing that's the glue that's holding her from not being indicted or something as an accomplice. Because she knew everything that Slim was doing. He'd be bringing home the bacon, buying her jewelry, buying her this, buying that. But the one thing he didn't want to buy is a fucking baby seat for the kid. I don't feel sorry for this guy. He's a wacky doodle. He's a whack job. Making money on other people's misery, really. But Heide, let's not forget about her again. That was the beginning of my show, what I'm talking about. Heide is not innocent. She's far from being innocent. She makes a living. And is she really paying taxes? Is she really paying the BIR for the money that she's making on her show? BIR needs to be contacted. The Bureau of Immigration needs to be contacted to remind them that she is a felon that you let in this country and let them investigate her records. So if you guys got balls out there instead of a pussy, stop depending on other people, which is it's a commonality here. Let somebody else do it. I don't want to get involved. Isn't that the current atmosphere and environment on YouTube? I don't want to get involved. You know it is. You damn right fucking know it is. So I don't want to hear any shit about that. I can't even stand looking at her. Well, first of all, I could never listen to a whole show. I could definitely tell you that. There's no question about that. It's hard. I heard enough. I peeled through it. Well, actually, didn't peel through it. I heard her live for what I was willing to listen to. But I must admit, she did come out with some very good information. Like I said, I'll give credit where it's due to Heidi on that respect, but that's about it. If they want to be gung-ho, if they really want to be gung-ho on the foreigners that are here with ill intent and so forth, if they really want to be that gung-ho, they should go after her. Not only that, but they should go after the copycat channel and find out who that really is. And you have ways of doing it now, because they have committed more crimes than a lot of these people. And, you know, like I talked about before, everybody thinks they could get away with just about everything, but that's obviously not so, is it? It's not so. Eventually, they'll be caught up on. And I wouldn't be surprised. And if I'm off YouTube, I will come on once they get the person behind. And I have an idea who it is, but I'm not going to implicate anybody until I know for sure. But, you know, technology has come a long way. Not a long way. It's a long way for the Philippines as far as their forensic. They have a forensic shit now with the with videos, the URLs, all this shit, and finding out who people are and all that great stuff. They come a long way. And it hasn't been a long time either. I think it's only been the past few years that they actually got funded. The cybercrime units got funded to get into more of forensic information. Finding out who the people are behind the channels. It's just going to happen sooner or later. Just remember what I said today, right now, this second. Keep that in mind, what I said. That it's going to happen. It will happen. I personally think it's just a matter of time. Just a matter of time. And boy, I would be one of the happiest campers ever. Besides Barry, since I'd be one of the happiest campers on fucking YouTube. Pardon me, I'm having kind of a squash soup here. Only thing I don't like the skin on the squash. That's the only thing. Oh my goodness. Things catch up with people after a while. Have you seen me running away? No. If I get off YouTube, it's voluntarily. I haven't ran off YouTube for any reason, except just being disgusted with it. But I'm not trying to hide from nobody. God, I'm finding I'm eating more of this sauce or gravy that's in this squash soup. Has maling. What do you call? Some people call it moringa. Moringa. Incorporated into this. I had this when she made it fresh yesterday. It's so fucking good. She had some left in the fridge. I didn't want to see it go to waste. Because you can't keep it too long in there. But damn.
I'm going for this sauce or broth. I mean, this is incredible. Damn. I could just basically drink this stuff. It's so good. Wow. Okay, enough of that. All right, folks, that's kind of what I had to say in here. I hope Aloe goes a little bit further, or his associates and other people. I hope. And as I said, look, don't depend on other people to do the dirty work, if you want to call it dirty work. You'll be doing a lot of people a favor. Heide is far from being innocent. Her and George. Remember, they're making a living off this shit, all right? I'm just talking about everybody's fault on here. Everybody's faulty but them. It is a hate channel. She's criticizing everybody. That's what makes her show. That's what she does. And she has the fucking gall to say that, well, I'm glad I'm not like these people. I don't do a show to make money on people's faults or that's what she does. What a statement. That's what she does. She's making money from such. Probably not even paying taxes because she probably can't afford it. Walks into this country as a felon and they don't grab her at the gate. Well, you know what? There'll be another reason for her not to do any traveling, which she doesn't have the intent to do anyway. The reason she says, oh, I stay here at home all the time. I'm a house body, you know. Well, her health, for one, doesn't have good health. Secondly, she don't want to get in trouble, but she don't realize that she is. Who knows who's monitoring her? You don't know. I don't know. You don't know. I'm about done here. You don't know. But Aloe started something. I think Aloe should finish it. He doesn't have to talk about it on here. But I hope Aloe does something for one. I hope everybody does. Just get the contact information for the Board of Immigration in the Philippines. Send in some complaints on her. I wouldn't say that unless I felt somebody really deserved it. Because I hate the hypocrisy of the whole thing. That's what gets me. Like I said, the hypocrisy on here is deafening. Heide and George, but especially Heide. Of course, he supports Heide. But I think if his ass was on the line, he would throw Heide under the bus. That's what I think with George. I think he'd throw her right under the bus. I got a good feeling about that. Right under the fucking bus. But it's like this. If something is meant to happen, then it will happen naturally, you know. But sometimes a little help is required. Sometimes. And she cannot afford to speak and put on what I call a hate show. How dare she say that she's not a hate show and she's not making money off people's problems and all this. That's what she's doing. That's exactly what she's doing. I don't know. I'm just so sick and tired of the whole fucking scene. Maybe it is fucking time. There's just too much bullshit on here. I could understand there's people during time that just said, I can't do this no more. That I have more important things in my life to attend to. And actually I do right now. But it's never really stopped me from voicing my opinion. I think you have a right to voice your opinions according to how you voice it and what you say. If it's true, yeah. If it's not true, that's another story. That's where people go wrong. I'm all for freedom of speech. I'm all for it. Absolutely. There's a limit on free speech, though. And what you think you could say on here, get away with.
They really need to be ousted out of this fucking country, man. That's what you need to do. You know, the small fish and go after the big ones. And give them a little piece of their own, little taste of their own medicine. And you know who they are, don't you? I think you all do. You've been on here long enough, you should know. Heidi is not innocent. Period. And she's another one that gives me a visceral effect when I listen to her. Because she's so fucking full of herself. I don't know if she ever listens to her own shows, but I guess she does. Make sure the editing was good and all that shit. She must listen to her shows, but I gotta go. Young American, he's a young American, he's a young American. Okay. Hello, people. Greetings and salutations. I'm back for a very important date. No time to waste it. I was late. Anyway, back in the saddle, boys. Back in the saddle again. Back in the saddle again. Okay. That was pretty good, actually. That one was pretty good. Okay, so, to my surprise, this is just kind of, health talk information about surprising stuff, too, actually, for her. I wanted her to get a A1C like I did last time. I do order tests for her, too. Her A1C was, I couldn't believe it, a 4.7 or 4.8. My God. Well into the guidelines. It's up to 6.0. You got a range. And boy, she was at 4.7. I couldn't believe it. I just couldn't believe it. The rice, the bread, and this and that. I said, and she is 51 now. And I was of course, I'm very happy to see that she's not pre-diabetic or diabetic. I'm very happy to know that I'm not diabetic. And actually, my numbers, now examined, fall under being even pre-diabetic. So that's pretty good. Okay. And basically, how this thing works, it'll tell you the urine color, all that stuff, if there's any cloudiness. No cloudiness. Yellow, which is good. Sometimes if it's totally clear, it means that you're very well hydrated. But a light yellow is actually good. I was happy about that. It says few. And that could be a little bit normal. Not enough really to get an antibiotic because there's always some bacteria in your urine, whether you know it or not. I'm going to reference this anyway. Normally it would say many. They don't, their language and terminology is pretty straight up. They don't get too technical. Well, you got like 100 million count of, white cells in there. You got all this shit going on. Help, help, help. You better get your antibiotics. You better get it on it now. Just screaming out for antibiotics. They'll just say few, which can be rated as normal because everything else looked good. It was clear. The color was good. All that kind of shit. That's a good indicator. So, yeah, some good news. Although, a lot of doctors will try to put you on antibiotics anyway, where you don't need to. No. That's what they try to get you. They put you on the wrong antibiotics, too. The kind that causes damage control. But you got to use your own judgment. I can't make decisions for everybody, If you're on an antibiotic, well, you better know what you're taking. Accomplished a few of the things while I was down there. Cool day, actually. A little humid, actually. But a fairly cool day. Okay. Back in Hackensack, baby. Back in Hackensack. Whew. Damn. I have no new news for anybody, and I am not your newscaster. Fuck it, eh? Just do whatever you're going to do on here, Say what you're going to say. I'm exhausted with this shit. I really am. People are going to do what they do, and you're not going to stop them. Well, there are ways of doing that, but you don't want to go one way. You could go the other way, which is just as effective and probably more effective, but we won't get into that. But, no, I'm tired of the nonsense on here. If I'm going to continue vlogging, it's going to be straight up information about this and that. If I really deem it necessary to bring up something in here, kindly talk about a YouTuber, not go on a vicious attack like some people do, then I might do that. Well, we got 12 already at this time. I'm impressed. 15, oh my goodness. Really? That's crazy. No, I don't know what else is going on with Slimy. I guess you're just going to have to find out. Everybody seems to be, looking for topic matter, so Slimy comes up, and he's a big topic matter to get your precious views and all that stuff, and to keep that money rolling in. They're all getting rich out there, and I'm getting poor. Woo-wee. But it doesn't look real good for Slimy, and take it from there. I'm sure there'll be more information coming. If I'm curious about anything, I'm just curious about why they didn't kind of go after his girlfriend, wife, whatever she is. I always say that because I really don't know, nor does anybody else, proven that they're actually married. But she was accomplice to him. So, there I am on that topic. Just goes to say. But, of course, she had a kid. Maybe they made an exception, Too much involved to get DSWD involved, and she is a mother, and I think a mother should stay with her child, but I also believe that some mothers need parenting classes just because it's a natural maternal thing with a woman to have a baby. You can do the physical job, the joy first and the responsibility later. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I think you know what I'm saying. But when you have the kid, it's a huge responsibility. And you got to feed the baby the right foods, the right vegetables and produce and all that stuff. You have to stick to a certain type of diet so this baby's going to grow, that gets enough calcium and everything it needs. But you know, when you're feeding your baby, and this is about the baby, you can't be feeding the baby all this junk food. I spent a lot of years in the state of Hawaii, and I've seen what they were feeding their babies. I was there long enough to know this. It's not an educational guess. I mean, it's just a fact. And I tell you, these babies looked as bad as their mother and father. One day, me and my brother had, well, more than one time, we had to do a double take. I'm in the car. I go, oh, look at this, Al. Look at this. Oh, my God. This little kid, you were talking about the Michelin tire, man. Okay. The father and mother both had bellies hanging down to their groin area. And the mother, to make it worse, had one of these, half shirts on that expose her whole belly. Now, the kid who was holding on to one of the parents' hands, this kid looked like a sumo wrestler. I swear. And they were coming out of a McDonald's. And see, get my point? We got an obese nation everywhere, especially America. Unfortunately, even India, which is known for very thin people, you're getting a lot of obese people in India and Bangladesh and places like that, which you never really had. Never. Historically, it was rare because they weren't eating a lot except their rice and curry dishes and stuff that they make there. But, they were never known to. There was always a lot of famine in India. But fast food came into India too, came everywhere. Surprise, the new Andes McDonald's or Jollibee. Oh, God. Oh, you think I'm joking that I won't come to that? Take it for what it is. Young American. For he's a young American. Yeah. Okay, I don't really have a lot to say because if I did, I'll be accused of something or another, I guarantee you. So I just learned to shut my mouth and just take things on the lighter side on here. That's the best thing I could possibly do, really. Considering circumstances and so forth, Just keep it low key. Keep it low key. Man, I was tempted today. I was in Kerwin's, which is a bakery in Bantayan. Oh, such lovely desserts there. I just couldn't. But I had a hamburger. It wasn't big at all. It wasn't worth the money. It was okay, but, nothing really special. But they don't really have pastries per se there, but they got cakes. It's all homemade. Right there. They don't send out, like, Goldilocks. You've been there before? It's not baked fresh in the premises. They have it shipped in, from Manila or somewhere. I don't know. It's not that fresh. They don't use fresh ingredients, so it's a big difference between a kind of a private bakery and a more commercialized bakery, like Goldilocks, which has numerous franchises. So a franchise is different than what you got there. Okay, here's my results. Yeah, okay. Let me show you how this works. A young American. Okay. Young American. There's a young American. Put a song. I got a song in my heart. I've got a song in my heart. Urine analysis. Let me show you how this works here. God damn it, the fan is just blowing this goddamn shit around. Okay. Now I want you to look over here. Transparency. Clear. That's good. Pus cells. 1.2. That's actually a low reading of any of that stuff. You don't want to have a lot. My pH balance, the pH of my blood, it's very good. It's 6.0. Very good. and that's your epithelial cells. And going down the list, chemical examination, glucose is negative. Protein is negative. Why is that important? Because if you have protein in your urine, it means it's in your kidneys. You got some shit going on. You got some shit going down. Okay, bacteria, right here. It says few. Mucus threads, few. That's good, specific gravity. But it says few. Now, some doctors will tell you, so you want to go to Alaska, eh? No, they're going to say, well, I think you need antibiotics. Now, if it says many, they don't, their language on here is pretty clear. They don't get terribly technical. Now, if they said many, then yeah, you need an antibiotic. Now, it's marginal when they say few, because a lot of people do have some residual bacteria in your urine. Just a learning lesson, folks. I'm not your doctor. I'm not your doctor. Just a learning level. That's all it is, I promise. I got some steps in today also, which I needed today, because he's a young American. I guess all's good. And the Ponderosa today. Yeah, actually. Oh, she's doing her work. Her daughter's doing business stuff. Certified public accountant in the living room. So, I could run the TV, but I try to exercise some courtesy. And I can watch TV with the volume down, but, what the fuck? I'll do that later on. As you can see, it's a very white skies here today. It'll probably rain later on. There is a system moving into the Popeyes area and so forth. It's not going to be like an incredible amount of rain, but there is a system that is moving on. Fuck, I never realized it was going off all day. I guess I just never noticed. I'm used to hearing it. But you can't hear it inside the house. That's the beauty of it. Go to a big city, you're going to hear roosters too. You're not going to get away from that. As I see, I got a very lively audience out there. I'm one of the only shows that people are afraid to talk. Like I'm going to bite their head off or something. Come on, I'm a nice guy. I'm not going to bite your head off unless you deserve it. I'll sharpen my teeth for that, but don't be afraid. I won't bite your neck. Anyway, all the news that's fit to print. On an international level, people are going wacko, man, over the Trump regime. There are protests all over the place, even outside of the United States, and it's fucking crazy. He's going to be the most unpopular president we've ever had. Ever. Put away your MAGA hats, bud. Put away your MAGA hats. They'll be worth something someday. Take care of it. Put it in a plastic bag in a non-humid place that doesn't gather mold. Hold on to buy a few more if you have to. Be worth something someday. If you have any kids, maybe it'll be worth something in 20 years or something. I don't know. If we're still around on this planet. Here's something interesting. This is where when people push something on me like their religion. Look, I want to make this abundantly clear. I respect anybody's religion. I just don't really practice an organized religion. But there's an American friend I have out here. He's older than me, but he's highly religious. So he's sending me, I don't know, some religious channel guy. Doesn't have that many subscribers. And he's kind of a radical Bible thumper type of guy, And he's talking about we're going to go to war with Iran and all this shit. Look, I listen to Midas Touch. Anything that's going on in the world has to do with Trump, anything to do with war, it's on there. It's on there. I don't even listen to mainstream media anymore. I don't even listen to CNN. Used to be my favorite show. But you got to listen to the independent news guys. They got the boots on the ground, and they're not going to be limited what they say by the owners of the country or by the Federal Communications Commission. Okay? And they would have talked about it. If there's going to be some imminent war with Iran. But this Bible thumper is just to try to get the same fucking thing. To try to get the fucking views and all this shit. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of AI. You can't even listen to something and believe it anymore. It's come down to that. It's frustrating. Obviously, there's no snakes the size of a building, okay? Obviously not. There's no snakes that big. It just gets tiring when you see all this AI on there. Then they're talking about fake news stories with big Hollywood stars and famous people that they died when they never died. The idea is to get you there. It's called, as you're familiar with, it's called clickbait. And even our popular vloggers in the Philippines genre, Genre, thank you, not genre, idiots. Okay, you know, you could listen to anything you want, don't mean it's true, but let's get back on this religious thing, but not too heavy into it because, you just can't do that all the time. Of course, he would refer me to this guy's channel. Highly, Bible thumping and all that stuff, and religious beliefs and philosophy about war and the future and all this because someone 1,000 years old that they're still waiting to come on this earth and arise, and it's been, I don't know how many thousand years, whatever the hell it's been. You think, he's walking around somewhere, he's going to introduce himself. Hey, man, I'm God, or whatever. I don't know, man. Maybe he's taking a spiritual Conestoga wagon. Well, we actually have fast-moving airplanes and vehicles these days. Where is he? I want to see. Where's the Messiah? Okay, well, see, as you can see, I'm not a believer. It doesn't mean I'm going to disrespect your belief. I'm just going to say that I don't agree with you. I have my own, but you see, I'm a third-class citizen if I don't have your religious beliefs. They're all religious in my family, and yes, it is my family, trolls. I heard on Popeyes, he don't have a family. Well, what do you call that? Fucking idiots. Come on, get some original material at least. And they're all highly religious. I'm not yelling at them for going to church or anything. I may say, are you going again? Well, it's the Nueva. What do they call it? Novena. 9 days of going to church. Well, didn't you go to a novena for 9 days prior to Christmas? Like, how much expectations do they want from you is my question. It's an honest, it's an honest question, How much do you got to go to church to prove that you're a believer and you're a worshiper? I mean, really, that's crazy. But it is what it is, right? It is. It is what it is. But I'm not going to stop her because that wouldn't be right. But you got to understand, it goes two ways. They have to respect people, and it's their rights that are not particularly religious. It's not always that way. It's my way or the highway. That's the unfortunate thing about very religious people. I have every right to have my beliefs as well as anybody else has a right for their beliefs. I mean, in regards to all these theologists out there, theology and all that. Nobody's ever proven anything in regards to that. That there was ever a Jesus or a God that existed. There might have been some guy running around named Jesus. Hey, Jesus. Ah, ¿cómo se llama? Ah, ¿es Jesus? Ah, sí, señor. Could have been some Mexican guy. I don't know. What the hell do I know? Using hell in one sentence here. What are you looking at on there?
The house.
Which house?
Another the car.
Whose house?
Fly go inside the house.
Whose house?
I don't know, Mindanao.
Oh, Mindanao. There's a car inside their house, their shack. What happened? An accident?
Accident.
Let me see. Okay, so it's an accident. The car is inside their house. Is that what you're showing me?
See that one?
How the hell? She was Slim around? Where was Slim?
That's why ganun.
Where was Slim?
I'm thinking how
Did
did
Slim
it
get
come
out of
like
jail?
that?
Oh, it's a red car like Slim's too. Oh my God.
They said it flying, going inside the house.
It flew
Wow.
off the road and went right in the house.
If-
Maybe Slim got out on
If
bail.
they fly, go like that, but where they come like that?
Yeah, I see that. Slim must have got out on bail. Oh my goodness. Really, that's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, such a funny guy. A dangerous guy, I think, but very funny in his own respect. And that would happen to him. Of course, I wouldn't want anything to happen to the woman and the baby, of course. That's what you're concerned with. But like I said, I'm not feeling sorry for his girlfriend because, you know, she was driven with this. You know, she was basically an accomplice to all the shit that Slimy did. You know, really. And she gets off, you know, without even a bruise, you know, nothing. She just, well, let's go after the foreigner. Let's go after the foreigner. What's that there?
8th novena today.
8th novena today. So you got to go tonight and the next 7 nights?
Yeah. Yesterday 7.
Oh my goodness. There's a lot of hard work being religious, I think, you know, especially a Catholic. It's very hard
7
work.
novena.
Very hard work.
Yesterday.
I don't know, but you know, the way I see it, if it keeps you off the streets, if it keeps you out of trouble, I don't care what you believe in. Okay? If it puts some good morals and values into you, then why not? But it's just not something I believe in. And I'm really big about this too because I'm tired. I lost friends in the past that were highly religious, and most of them were, born again Christians, you know, mostly. And a lot of them were either drug addicts or alcoholics, always alcoholics. And when they hit the bottom of the proverbial barrel, then they turn to religion when everything else, their girlfriend leaves them, they lose their job. That's when they start thinking, oh, I must be doing something wrong because nothing's going good in my life. I better stop drinking. I better go to these meetings. Well, that's good. You got to do that. Sometimes you can't help yourself. You need a little encouragement. I'm all for that. But then they, you know, a lot of them were never even religious at all, but then they became born again. And again, I'm not attacking that. I'm just saying that this is a typical scenario, a very typical scenario. And they're the worst. It's like people who quit smoking, right? And that's their enemy. It becomes their enemy because they got that urge to smoke and, you know, keep me away from cigarettes, keep me away from people who smoke. Well, good luck with that. There's plenty of people who smoke, right? As well as drinkers, right? But they got the meanest attitude, junkyard dog attitudes. And see, they're worse than a non-smoker who's never smoked. Although they are smoking, they just don't know it. But let's just call them a non-smoker. They can be pretty mean, but there's nothing meaner than an ex-smoker because they're constantly fighting that urge. And they're going to make you your enemy, their enemy, if you smoke. They may not be going to be around you, or they want to fight the urge. I understand what's going on psychologically with that. And even physiologically, I understand what's going on with that too, absolutely. I get it. But they're meaner than junkyard dogs, man. Let me tell you, they'll knock you, make you a third-class citizen because you smoke, and yet, you know, they've been smoking all their life, but now all of a sudden they become godly or judgmental of you when they've been smoking for how long? And even chain smoking, in fact, Jay. And they're mean. They get mean. Because, you know, it's tough to fight an urge. It's like you're a sugar freak, you know. I mean, you want that sugar. And sometimes whether you have diabetes or not, you can just say, fuck it, let me take a chance. That thing is just speaking out to me, man. I gotta have that piece of cake or cookie or whatever it is. It's yelling for it. Has my name on it. Has my name on it. I'm going to eat that puppy, you know? And they'll give in, despite being a diabetic. But my congratulations to my lovely, did I say lovely Gilda, that her A1C was very good. I didn't want it to be a high level. I'm very happy that it was a very acceptable level. So congratulations on her. My report was pretty acceptable. There's no proteins in it. That could indicate something with your kidneys. So I'm going to look that information up too. There's no excessive protein in there, which there shouldn't be in your urine. That's a good sign too. So I'm just thinking a couple of things that you could learn from too if you ever kind of came into this situation. Even if you never had a kidney stone, if your urination is a little more frequent than usual, there's a lot of things that could be going on, really. And you could have some small stones actually in your bladder. And even as small as they are, your bladder's kind of rejecting it, you know, but it causes an irritation that causes more activity in your bladder. Okay, that's the first scenario, okay? Sometimes people have an overactive bladder, usually by an irritant or otherwise. Then you want to go down the line, and it's the things that you are drinking. In my case, I'm still going to do it. I'm not going to put all the additives every day, but you know me for my green tea. Now my matcha, I have a supply of matcha. The caffeine in the tea is a stimulant. And if you want to put in other ingredients, as I call them, ingredients, such as ginger, I'm not calling you ginger or cinnamon and turmeric. They all act as diuretics. And a diuretic is basically something that makes you pee more. So I'll be real happy if that's what it is. Now, I couldn't get another ultrasound because the technician wasn't in. I was right up there today. But at least I got my test back. I said, how come you didn't send me this from last Friday? Well, I know your email kept on coming back. I said, I gave you my email 4 times, and I did it on Messenger, and you never got back to me on. I wasn't going to argue with them. Just wanted to get my papers, but I did at least tell them that, you could have at least answered me on a Messenger. You're very good for that. You're very good for that. So what if I did have a real bad infection? I would like to be on antibiotics. All right, makes sense? And so would you. That's what upsets me. But hey, alas, where am I? You know where I'm at, right? That answers it. Don't expect anything, an expedient matter. Not here. No, that's not going to happen here. But nevertheless, water under the bridge or urine under the bridge. I got my test results back. Now I was just going to look it up a little bit. I went through this before. I think the last doctor I had on it looked at. Well, it says few, which means that you should be on antibiotics because you don't want to turn into many. Now, if it says many, where it says bacteria on the sheet, then yeah, obviously you definitely need. But, there are different types of antibiotics that would directly work with that particular area of the body. There actually is, believe it or not. But if they give you like a fluoroquinone type of class of antibiotics, you could even die from it. You could have a horrible allergic reaction from it. They give it out freely. They don't read the black box shit on this. No, here, take this, try that. Yeah. Then you want to be more connected to the one area. So you don't want to give a broad spectrum antibiotic because you want to get something that has been known to gear its antimicrobial qualities toward a particular area, such as your kidneys and all that stuff, your bladder. And yes, they have them. If you take a broad spectrum antibiotic, which means that it's not targeting like, radiation would or chemotherapy, targeting an area. Well, chemotherapy, your whole body's fucked. Just face it, you're dead. Okay. You don't die from the cancer, you die from the fucking chemo. But they have more direct ways, more direct antibiotics. So if you take a broad spectrum, what's going to happen? What do you think is going to happen? It's going to go after good bacteria in different parts of your body. But you see, a doctor will usually prescribe that to you when they don't know. Well, I don't know where this infection. I know you got an infection somewhere, son. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. This is a broad spectrum antibiotic, and if you got an infection going on, and I don't know, it's probably viral, but which you shouldn't take anything if it's viral because the antibiotics is not going to affect the virus. Comprende? Okay. You can take this medicine, and maybe it'll find its way to the infection. Yeah, meanwhile, you're just killing how much good bacteria in your body. They just, give it out like M&M's candy. That's what they do. That's what they do. You have to be the smart shopper. You have to be the smart patient. You got to do your own research because you can't believe everything a doctor says. They may know a lot about something, but I might know a lot more than some general practitioners do. I wouldn't be surprised over here. I wouldn't be shocked at all. Don't need a degree. You just need to read. And I assume most of you can read. Maybe some of you can't. But I know how to read very well, thank you. I know how to comprehend what I'm reading. Comprende? Good. So that being said, another lesson learned. Go with God, my friends. Go with God. Go somewhere. Don't let the door hit you in the fucking back.
For this and trying to get something else, hey, fucking shit. I couldn't believe that dumb shit didn't know who I was. If you're that good of a phony and you don't know who I am and you would just spout off some shit like that, oh boy, you fucking suck. You're a disgrace, an absolute disgrace. And these guys we just lost in Somalia still has our fucking heads reeling from these wars that are going on. We just lost the 3 soldiers with that fucking drone, and it's just the world's blowing up, and we're going to be forced into another war, and we're going to get a whole nother.
That's good. What's for dinner? Well, it seems to me that Slimy is going to get away with a lot of shit. Maybe the money, I don't know. But he's free. Slimy is free. Slimy is free. So it can't be too bad. That's all I know. But supposedly he said to somebody, but I can't do much blogging for a while. What's for dinner? This is for dinner. Ribeye and the veggies. We got the carrots, we got the broccoli, and cauliflower. That's good. My goodness. Gotta cut this up a little better. I don't want to choke on the damn shit. I have the feeling that he's going to get away with a lot of shit, which is just going to allow him to go back on and do it again a different way. But I personally think he's going to move out of Dumaguete. That's what I think. Because there's just too much controversy. So probably as we speak, he's probably trying to make plans to move to a different area where maybe, just maybe, far less people know him or know about him. A little early dinner, some ribeye with some veggies. Very healthy. Not bad. Nice fresh veggies, broccoli, carrots, cauliflower. Could be better than that. Eating good in a hood. That I am. I'm not always eating red meat, but I do eat it. I like my ribeyes. This is a little bit dry, but it's not bad. No sauce, no A1 or nothing on it. I said, what's for dinner? She comes in, brings me in and shows me this plate. Now, I knew she was grilling up some fish that we recently bought at the market in Bantayan town. Well, not for me. She knows I don't eat fish. But yeah, I'm eating some ribeye and veggies. Yeah. Not too shabby. And neither are the veggies. Damn. Ribeye and veggies. Ribeye and veggies. That's my early dinner. Hello. You can't see me, possibly because I'm not on camera. That's probably why. That's good stuff. For those following the slim pro-life traveler situation, yeah. I got this gut feeling it ain't gonna be extreme. They might get away with a lot of shit that they didn't cover. Unfortunately, I got that feeling. Just listened to a couple of shows in regards to that. And he's home. He's not in jail. But that don't necessarily mean anything either. Oh, absolutely, Trinidad. Absolutely. I think the meat's a little bit tough, but not too bad. But I think at least all the hoopla about Slim, pro-life traveler, is getting out to different communities, so it's going to be harder for him to go back to the kind of vlogging that he was used to doing. I'm sure of that. Probably going to move from his present address. Of course, he might get attacked by locals. You just never know, you know. No, it's just some mixed vegetables, carrots, broccoli, and cauliflower. Very healthy. Not a salad per se. I really should have cut this meat up a little bit more. I don't know. Sometimes the meat does need something. You really shouldn't be putting anything on if it's a good cut of a piece of meat, but I don't know. Might need something. Too late. Almost done with it. Number 1, Trinidad. Okay. Pardon me, I don't mean to eat. I do this often, but my timing's always off. Eat while I'm doing a show. But anyway, I just want to come on to pretty much tell you that Slim is home, from what I understand. And apparently it's not that important a case, but we'll see. Remember, that was only a city council meeting that they had. If they really thought it was a threat to the community, they'd have him in jail. But then again, oh man, sorry about that. They haven't reached court level. Okay. Well, we'll kind of see where this is all going. I'm about done with my ribeye and vegetables. That's my dinner. Very healthy. Very healthy. Very healthy. Ribeye and vegetables. Get that protein in it. Amino acids. Yeah. I don't know. It's good. It needed something though. Okay. I'm going to finish my meal, guys. Just I do a little cameo in here in regards to Slim, pro-life traveler. I guess you'll just have to hang out and see down the line what happens to him. I don't think you'll see any shows with him on for a little while anyway. But he needs the money. So you never know what he's going to do. Will his relationship last after this? That's another question. I can't tell you. But she's dependent on him for income. So okay. Good evening. Good evening. I was having a good laugh. I like to see people put positive changes in their life. Some can, some can't. Scotty is a funny guy. So Scotty is, he's met a 22-year-old girl. And Scotty's like, I don't know, 48. Ideal match, right? Maybe he's more like Slimy than you think, really. See, Scotty's not going to be going for somebody of a more mature age because, unfortunately for Scotty, his mind is at a kind of a
junior to high school level, you know, Babe-a-Roonies, the whole bit. Some things, who knows? Some things just don't work out. Doesn't mean that you can't try, but when you think about it, can you see Scotty with a 22-year-old? Well, he's probably been with a lot of younger, I'll be safe to say that, younger women, of course. I mean, that's the whole idea, right? Right. The expats come here, they want the young, yummy young women. It never works out because you don't have anything in common. Although Scotty's brain level is, and maturity level is probably that of a early, say, high school student or late junior high. He wants to change his life. Well, to that, you got to settle down. That's the number one thing. You got to find one place to live and use that as your base of operations. Now, once you could do that, then things could pan, you could plan things. Things can pan out for you. But Scotty's pretty cheap on his money. But he realizes if he gets together with a girl, he's going to have to pay. He gets together with a 22-year-old, any woman, he's going to have to pay. And if they live together, well, yeah, even if they don't. So I'll give Scotty some credit for trying. But his maturity level is awfully low. He's more of a high school-minded, grown-ass adult who wants the Babe-a-Roonies. Who the fuck even talks like that? Unless even a high school kid may not even talk like that. Scotty is kind of stuck somewhere down in junior high to high school, somewhere. I mean, if you look at him, you know that he's not all there. Okay, look. This is an observation. That's all it is. That's all it could be. Now, I'm not saying that Scotty's not a nice guy. And maybe he means well. But he just don't have what it takes. He's kind of a weird dude. I mean, let's face it. And weird guys, I don't know, they don't tend to do too well. But then again, there's been a few on here that are kind of nutty that do well. Maybe because they got more money. No, you're not going to make me believe that Scotty has a lot of money. He's basically doing what a lot of YouTubers do, and they're living off their YouTube income. But that's not like it's a guarantee. I mean, there's no guarantee. I'm sure YouTube's going to be around for a while, for what I can tell. But, what if somehow, I don't know, he gets accused of something or this or that or this or that, and his YouTube show comes down and he loses all that income. What's Scotty going to do then? People telling him to get married. Yeah, he just meets a girl who's going to get married. Well, that does happen. That does happen. A marriage made in hell. Well, pardon me for a second here. When you get that desperate as Scotty, I don't know. Was he married once or something? I don't even know his history, really. Yeah, he does walk looking like a hobo. Yeah. She looked like she has more money than him. Yeah. I did see a little snippet of her. I don't totally remember what she looks like, or if she's good looking or not. I don't remember, but it's these guys are just fooling themselves. If they were in America, they know they couldn't go for a 22-year-old, even at his age. Unless you were rich or something. But there's a reality to this, you know? And the reality is, it just don't work. I'd understand if the dude had a lot of money, but then the question is really, pardon me, had some peanut butter. What is a lot of money to a Filipina? God, every time I have peanut butter, it just sticks to my throat. Ah, I should have took some water, but I may wait a little while. Ah. Well, I don't know. When you get to that desperate stage, you do anything. You reach out for the first person. And unfortunately, I even tried to make that mistake when I first started getting involved with the Philippines, but I think that's a mistake that a lot of people make. But it's usually it's the older guy, or much older than him. But he's like 47, 48, around there. And he's not real old, but he's not really young. I'm not sure what he expects. I mean, I know that he does not respect women at all. That's his first mistake. Babe Rooney's, come on, man. That's like high school shit. Yeah, 48. All right, I was right. Yeah, pretty much. You know, he has the mentality of a high school student, and that ain't going to work for him. But it may work, I don't know, for a 22-year-old. Maybe it'll be on the same, I don't know, emotional level or something. Could work. It never usually does, but when you get desperate, you're going to go for the first girl that shows an interest in you. And that's where you're making a bad move. What's that? He said Baberoni to the taxi driver. So it's not just a gimmick. He talks like that for real. I know, that's my point. He has a mind of a child, basically. He's not all there. I can tell you that. He's not all there. I mean, look at... Damn, I should just get up and get some fucking water instead of being a lazy ass. Because every time I have peanut butter, it just sticks to my throat. Okay, hold a second. Pardon me. A little water Rooney. A little water Rooney here. Ah, much better. Much better. I know, look, we got all these sad cases moving into the Philippines. If you haven't noticed it, I've been around on this YouTube shit for a long time. I've seen it all. And sometimes I think I've seen it all when I haven't and something new comes up. So there's no surprises for me. I'm not surprised at all. I got to go to the Philly Willy bar and, oh, there's another Babe Rooney. Jesus fucking Christ, man, I'm telling you. To fucking Looney Tuneville on YouTube. All the fucking losers that are running away from something. I pretty much figured that out. Oh, I got this one guy writing to me. You want to talk about isolation? I know this one guy, and he has a real bad back, and I understand that. He don't want to go anywhere. What happens is you spend all your money putting the kids through college and everything else. This guy sold everything he had in Oregon, house, cars, all kinds of shit. He's been living here a long time. They got a house. It's not nice on the outside, but it's really nice on the inside. He's got really quality furniture from America. I mean, high quality, real wood. Looks real nice. Okay, and I don't know, he ran out of money with all the expenses he had, putting kids through college and blah, blah, blah. Suppose he has this really rare Mustang. He's trying to get 50,000 to 100,000 for it. Hope that works out for him. But he has a lot of pain in his lower back. He had a spinal fusion that gives him a lot of problems. So you find that he's like 75, somewhere around there. Yeah, he's older than me. And, his wife goes to work at a produce stand, and, he stays home all day. He has the Dobermans he takes care of. He raises Dobermans. So that's his situation. But he's not real active. And now, Scotty, well, he walks around. That's his only exercise. That's pretty much it. His diet really sucks. Now, he said he quit drinking. I'll assume that he did, which would be good. Babe Rooney, even to the taxi driver. God, that's sick. I don't know who's the sickest person on here. That's a crapshoot on that one, because they're all fucking crazy. They're all fucking crazy. Ricky's on the top of the list, I would say. Let me see. Yeah, I'd have to say Ricky would be probably on the top of the list as being a fucking Looney Tune. Yeah, I'll go with that. And for real, it's not made up shit. The guy has a dual personality. He's got a personality or borderline personality disorder or something like that. If he had to be actually analyzed. Scotty, on the other hand, it's hard to define him. I just know that he's immature for his age, and he's like a teenager walking around using those expressions, and his general behavior, and he looks lost. And I mean, he just fits the billing of some crazy motherfucker, because look at his hair even. It looks like a windstorm blew it all to one side. He looks like, I always said it on, he looks like a cartoon caricature. There's something odd about him in his eyes, and I don't know. That's just my observation, take it or not. I can make an observation without getting sued, I think. I would think. No, he's a weird dude, man. He looks totally lost, man. He just looks so totally lost. Well, I guess that could happen to you when you find yourself on your own, or if you haven't dated in centuries, That could happen. He's got nobody. Where's his family? I don't understand. Where's his family? Mother, father, they deceased? Or I don't know too much history about him. Supposedly he taught English for 20 years. That's what he said on a computer or something. Well, if that's the case, doesn't he get some kind of a pension from that? So is he making a pension from that? Probably not. And getting his YouTube money. It's a long time before he gets Social Security. So he's got to be really careful in planning his life. I don't know. Personally, I think he should go back to, what is it, America or Canada? One or the other. I think he should go back and work some more and save a lot of money and see if he can meet somebody in the States or something before he tries to dive into the Philippines again. That's just my thought for him. Kind of tailored to him in particular. I don't think he has any business being in the Philippines at all. He's not cut out for it. You can't act like an adult child in the streets. I mean, it gets you into trouble. Now he's being very careful because what happened with Slim. He's going to be careful who he gets on his camera. But see, that's the whole thing that will destroy his show, because that's what he does, is walk the streets and photograph all the whores. And that'll tell you something about his personality right there. I think it says a lot. Now that he can't really do that, now that he wants to blur everybody's face out, I mean, the whole idea of street photography is you're photographing people, right? I used to do that. I call it, street reportage, reportage. It's like reporting, documenting, reportage, people on the streets. And I never had no problem with anybody. It's how you approach people. You don't just walk up to them and stick a camera in their face. A lot of people object to that. But I never went that route. Unless they were trying to get attention, doing something to try to get attention, they don't mind the cameras. But if there's just a regular person, you just can't walk to anybody and have a camera lens, stuck in your face. It just doesn't work. And it ain't right either. Anyway, I think I'm going to try to find a movie to watch. I just been tired tonight. I've been just kind of catching up on all the news stuff on the internet. There's a lot of shit going on, as you imagine. I don't know what they're talking about now with Iran, and I don't know what the fuck's going on, man. They just got to get this president out of office, solve it all. I was glad to see that, I think it was in Minneapolis, that a police officer actually arrested an ICE agent. That was great. And he had the jurisdiction, he had the right to do it. Of course, the ICE agent argued a little bit about that, but he threw him in the paddy wagon. That was a great scene. I think a lot of these agents now are holding down their face a little bit, but a lot of them are diehard type of people who, if you don't look at them the right way, they'll shoot you. They're trying to impress Trump, of course. Maybe they'll get a medal for it, but no, more likely they're going to go to jail. Do you know what's happened when that woman got shot? He walked away. He walked away. He left the scene of the crime. Yes, he did. And I get kind of burnt out on that news myself, too. I like to keep up to see what's going on because I can't wait till Trump gets into more and more trouble and they finally oust him out of there. So I've been following it like a soap opera. It'll be a happy day for me when they get rid of him in office. It doesn't matter whether I'm living in the United States or not. He's affecting the whole world. They'll wind up going to war with Iran or something. How that'll affect us here, I don't think it would. I don't know. All of us that are on Social Security, what if defense spending goes wild and they try to take away our Social Security? Man, it might be something to think about. I think a lot of us will be fucked up if you don't have money in the bank. I'd hold out for a while, but, how long, really? How long? And we just assume, you got Social Security. That's all you got, no other pensions. That could be scary. It could be. You're so dependent on that. What if that disappeared on you? What would you do? You'd be fucked. Totally fucked. What if your channel disappeared, for some reason? They ousted you off it. Or whatever happened. Then would you survive if you don't have your YouTube money? Look, I constantly say that people are just too goddamn dependent on their YouTube money. I read that already. Sorry. If you have to be dependent on your YouTube money, then you're in trouble. Right there. Bam. That goes away. What's your income? Something that you have to consider. Okay, I'm not getting much dialogue here. I'd rather watch a movie because I'm boring myself here. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm kind of really closing down on this channel because it's becoming really boring. And if I get bored, and I'm the moderator of this channel, if I get bored, then it's really all over. I get my moments when I get numerous people in here. There's good dialogue, but sometimes there's not. It's just, I'm just boring myself, really. And nobody gives a fuck what I say anyway, so I'm just fooling myself, really. Maybe I do like to hear the sound of my voice after all. Who knows? But I'm out of here, man. Scotty can do whatever Scotty wants to do. He's just an empty soul. He's just a a shell of himself. He doesn't look healthy. He looks weird, acts weird. He's got the high school mentality. So all I can do is wish him luck. But, you know, it's a funny thing. It's people like him that'll probably get the best babes. Babes or ronies. But a 22-year-old? Seriously? Why can't he find somebody close to his age that can relate to him somehow? But I don't know. I really don't know.